Welcome everybody to round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. I'm Jared Deenda, the voice of Formula Drift. Today I'm joined by my counterpart, co-host, great friend, co-founder, vice president. What other titles do you have? DJ Ryan Sage, actually. His name is Ryan Sage.
You made me smile.
You made you smile. And it's a great day, a little cloudy today. Sun's out, guns out. Regardless, the sun is not out, but the guns are coming out, and they're going to be shooting for the prize. This is the event that sets precedence for the rest of the year. I mean, we're going to, right now it's a clean slate. We really don't have a points leader. Well, we do kind of after qualifying, but today we're really going to see a charge. I'm excited. I'm great to be here. Ryan, any kind of things that you're excited about?
Well, I think you obviously missed the most important aspect, and then we're celebrating 10 years.
Happy
10
anniversary.
Years kicking off here in Long Beach, and you've been for every single round, so it's nice to kick off the 10 sitting here next to you and getting ready for the top 32. We've got a great field, awesome qualifying yesterday. All the drivers have been on point, and it's been really exciting just to see the overall vibe of the event coming through to what it is right now, and all the fans coming out here on this, what is a little bit overcast, but beautiful day here in downtown Long Beach.
Well, it's not raining. It was spritzing a little bit this morning, cleaning off the track. The sweepers are out here. Turns 9, 10, 11. We've been here for 8 years. You talked about qualifying yesterday. Let's go on into it. We sat down yesterday with our number one qualifier and your 2011 Formula Drift champion, Daijiro Yoshihara. So here's a little piece that we talked to him yesterday.
Qualified first in qualifying. How do you feel about that?
Well, obviously this year, if they change the qualifying system, and everybody's kind of kind of nervous about it, and I was one of them too. And I only got one chance to do well, and luckily I did it. So I'm really happy, and this is the first time I'm getting first place in qualifying in like 3 years or something. So I'm really pumped, and but it doesn't mean anything if I don't go further than top 32. So I just keep this momentum going through the day tomorrow, and then hopefully I can get on the podium.
All right, Dai Yoshihara, better drifting than MMA.
Well, obviously you saw that there with Daijiro Yoshihara, number one qualifier. Also with our correspondent on the ground running is Taro Koki. Taro Koki representing GT Channel. He's going to be both on the live stream and also on Formula Drift TV show airing on NBC Sports Network. So we saw Daijiro Yoshihara, number one qualifier this weekend, but our third place finisher last year here in Long Beach. It was his first ever Formula Drift USA round of competition. He finished third last year, but ultimately, he won the overall championship, your 2012 Formula Drift champion, and also Rookie of the Year, Daigo the Ninja Saito, Ryan. So we got a few words with him yesterday as well. Here you go.
So 2012 Formula Drift overall series champion Daigo Saito. どうですか？初戦気持ちは？
半年休んでて久しぶりなんですごくエキサイトしてます。
He's been off for six months, and he's really excited to be here. マシンの調子なんかはどうですか？ How's the machine feeling?
ちょっとトラブルとかもあるんですけど、今は調子いいです。
He had a little bit of trouble, earlier this week, but it's going well now. Who are you going up against, and how's your confidence level? 自信の方はどうですか？あと対戦相手は？
ちょっとまだ対戦相手分かってないんですけど、去年ここで3位まで行ってるんで、できたらそれ以上目指して頑張りたいと思います。
I'm not sure who I'm going up against yet, but last year I was able to get third place here, my first Formula Drift event, so I'm really looking forward to tomorrow. ありがとうございました。
Well, obviously, you can see Taro Koki speak Spanish. No, I'm just kidding. It was Japanese, obviously. So it's going to be a great asset to have him on the ground, speaking to Daigo Saito and a lot of the other Japanese drivers. Yoshioka knows quite a bit of English, but we have some Japanese drivers, so it's great to get Taro on the ground. Well, Ryan, we want to show people, obviously, the ideal run. So this is Formula Drift presented by GoPro. What do you got?
Well, what we're about to see here is a GoPro breakdown of the course here in Long Beach. Obviously, down the back straight, you'll be able to catch it on the Jumbotron. And as we get ready to play that video here, I will break it down for you, the run that the judges are looking for, and give you a bird's eye view into the cockpit of one of the top drivers in this series. I believe it's Tyler McCrory's vehicle, who was out here yesterday just making it into the round of 32 by the, what do you call it?
By the thread of his hand-cooked tires.
Right. Threading the needle?
Yeah, threading the needle, and by the thread, the last barely thread of his Chevrolet Camaro. And he's running the Mobile One GoPro Chevrolet Camaro, so I believe we have that on deck for Tyler McCrory's ideal run.
Let's check it out. Let's go down the start line.
What's up? You're here at Formula Drift, Round 1 in Long Beach. I'm Ryan Turk, and this is your GoPro course preview. So Long Beach course is crazy. It's known for the walls everywhere. If you make one mistake, it's going to pretty much end your day. There's a short run up to the first right-hand turn. You pretty much can just short shift the gears right in about third. You initiate into the first turn that is not judged. You want to drag the car forward out towards the first wall, transition down the chute with as much speed as possible into the Santa Claus wall, and then I'll keep you on line for your second outside clip. You then downshift in a second, bring it in for the crossover, nail the inside clip in the last 90-degree turn, and floor it on the way out for the finish. Thanks for riding along with me at the Formula Drift Long Beach course. That is your GoPro course preview.
So there you go, Ryan Turk right there aboard his brand new FRS, representing. Great job by him right there, showing the course preview. The one thing that Ryan did not mention that the judges implemented as of this morning's drivers meeting, Jared, is that there is a restart cone. And typically what this is for is that if the chase driver feels that he did not get a good start with the lead driver, he has the ability to stop before a certain cone. A flag will come up at the end of turn 9, and we will restart that run to get a clean start so both drivers come into turn 9 together.
We want to see, as we call it, gentleman rules, and this is only dictated by the chase car. Only the chase car can say, hey, you know what, that guy left the line a little early, then they'll flag him down and they'll restart. Gentleman rules. We talked about the start line, the VLED start. Red lights are on. As soon as they go off, that means go. So no green light, it's just lights off, mean lights on.
You go.
You go. You go ahead. Go ahead and rope it. And, we'll have our first battle on deck. We're going to have a great time. Again, this is top 32. These gentlemen obviously qualified yesterday. You can see here the signature Firestone Bridge. Not a tire sponsor of ours, but next weekend is the Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach, which we will have our first ever night event here on these very same turns, 9, 10, 11. So buy your tickets now for next weekend. If you can't make it here, you're obviously watching a live stream. But if you are here, tell your friends they can watch at formulad.com. Also, pay attention. I'm going to give you details later on about the GoPro FD text and win a brand new Hero 3 Black Edition camera. So don't go anywhere. Also, it's a great time to let you know if you are here in the flesh. What do you get when you customize a Dodge Challenger with technology from the United States Air Force? You get Project Supercar, a custom-built car like you've never seen before. Also, from 1 to 2:30 at the Air Force booth, Formula Drift drivers Ryan Turk, Tony Angelo, Udi Bakshish, and Chelsea Denofa will be signing autographs from 1 to 2:30. So we're seeing this picture here. We said we are ready to go, and I'm only seeing one car, and unfortunately, the car that this man, our number 1 qualifier, going against number 32, was Tyler McCrory. Tyler McCrory, a no-show. I just got word from his spotter, Formula Drift competitor at one time, Tommy Sewell, gave me an update. He grenaded his bonnet, his diff. His diff exploded. So he's on the line, in his paddock, trying to work on it. a no-show, Ryan. Already out of the gate. This is it's a gift and a curse. A gift to get a new car, but a curse because it's a new car and you're going to have some issues. So taking a look. So it is official. Tyler McCory is out. Tyler and Dai have competed against each other in the past. Overall lifetime, they've actually competed four times in total, and it's 50-50. Well, now Dai Yoshihara, he's going to have 3 wins over Tyler McCory's 2 wins. Longtime Formula Drift competitors, and like I said, 50-50 as it stands. And Dai Yoshihara won at Wall in 2007, and their last match was 2012 at Wall, New Jersey, and Dai Yoshihara reigned supreme there. You can see the VLED's lights on and off. That means go. So there's an automatic buy run. This is basically saying you can turn them and burn them. You automatically activate. So starting out kind of anticlimactic here for Dai Yoshihara, but gets a little practice run here. Out to the rear clipping zone. Now, Ryan, this is also a great time to basically showcase what Ryan Turk talked about in the GoPro ride along. And there you have it. Put your hands together, our first turning wheels of competition here in our 10th year anniversary, and still sideways Dai Yoshihara. But break down exactly what the judges are looking for, the same judges, and also the system that they're going to be using, debuting a new system.
Yeah, absolutely. The biggest thing is really linking together the course as best as you possibly can. You can see right here Daijiro Yoshihara not really needing to do much here, but cross the finish line. He comes out, shoots wide right here. The judges want to see you get out to that outer wall as close as you can, and then right there, nice job on that outside clipping zone. And again, trying to push towards that outer wall on the second outside zone as you transition into the hairpin, get close to that inside clip, and then shoot out towards the finish line. Now, what you're going to be seeing as the judges are actually scoring these runs in real time is a graph will come up on the screen below. You will see that it'll be in the center as soon as the run starts, and as one driver is getting advantage over another driver, the graph will go in the direction of that driver. Up will represent the lead driver, down will represent the chase driver, and you'll be able to tell in real time what's going on inside the judges' heads, but then they'll still score the run the way that they saw it.
So you'll see kind of a EKG reading of who they're favoring and what's going on. So we have Judge 1, Judge 2, and Judge 3, each represented by a different color. Andy Yen, Brian Eggert, Ryan Lontaine. Andy Yen been up here. He's pretty much a statue up here. Brian Eggert is 2nd year, and Ryan Lontaine's 3rd year. So our next pair is on deck. This is going to be Matt Powers versus Matt Field, who's going to be the more dominant Matt in this battle. We're about to find out. As Matt Powers, I don't know if you saw it on the internet there, Matt Powers dressed to impress with his brand new Alpine Stars race suit. He's running the K-Tech V8 under the hood. As Matt Field is trying to suck up to the back bumper of Matt Powers. Nice flick by Powers. Quick transition in the rear clipping zone. Field's right there, and he garnered a lot of attention. You can see a lot of them favoring Powers. They're above the line. You can see, and there it is. Making a real definitive, and you see immediately, Ryan, we talked about that, immediate scoring. Field spun, boom, you saw it spike up above. Obvious advantage, they were above the line. That's great. I'm excited about this new technology. This is our 10th year anniversary. The new technology helps not only the fans, but also the drivers understand.
Absolutely. You can see right there, Matt Powers was clearly having the advantage over Matt Field in that first run. And we're not going to do a replay on this, but you can see that obviously the mistake at the end right there is going to give Matt Powers a huge advantage going into run 2, where he will now be the chase driver, Jared.
And this is the first time that Powers and Field have seen competition together. I talked about Field garnishing a lot of attention. That was because, last round of competition last year, Irwindale, not once but twice he went 2 more times against Daigo Saito. If you can recall, whoever was there. Who was there last year at Irwindale? Here in the crowd, also online. Let's chat it up. I know you were there, Doug. Your hair wasn't quite as ridiculous as it is now, but it was a great event. And who was ridiculous? Matt Field was putting down some phenomenal runs, just backing the back of his car up into the sweeper right in front of the judges. It was an amazing battle last year.
We do, just not on that one.
So we are now going to obviously alternate the order. If this is your first round of Formula Drift competition, thank you for coming out here. If this is your 100th, thank you for coming out here. I think we did the math, and I believe this is our 60th overall competition or Formula Drift round of competition over the 10 years. So Matt Field is going to lead. Matt Powers is going to give chase, an obvious advantage to Powers. Both these guys running V8s, both 240SXs or S14s as they're known.
Yeah, Matt Field is leading. So up is Matt Field. Copy that.
So Field, again, both V8, both S14s. The K-Tech, this new engine under the hood of Powers' vehicle. You can see the red lights. make sure that Luke is on the other side. All right, here we go as they come down what's deemed the chute into that first turn, turn 9. Good initiation by Field. Turn, using, almost hitting that red and white strip. So they're calling the ping pong ball. Oh, Field rotating. Oh. And Powers navigating around him. It looks like the heart might be broken on the side of Powers. And look at that. Powers did have a mistake there. I don't think that'll affect him too much. But Powers has a broken heart on the side of his car. But inside the vehicle of Matt Fields is where the broken heart is. I have to assume Powers is going to get the win there, Ryan.
Yeah, Matt Field having a tough time out there in that first run, making a big mistake, pretty much an equivalent to a 0 over at the hairpin, and then just a little bit too much angle off the first outside zone, Jared. Probably be an easy win for Matt Powers as he moves into the round of 16. We'll get the official score here, but a tough day for Matt Field.
You know, Matt there, and look at that insult to injury. He has the, you can see the front right wheel. We saw that yesterday, you know, broken right wheel with Kyle Mohan. He broke an arm, a steering arm, and there you go. All the judges, line, angle, and style, all sliding over. Matt Powers officially gets the win and moves on to the top 16 in the Fat Lace K-Tech S14. So Powers moves on as Matt Field is knocked out. So moving on to our next battle. Daigo the Ninja Saito versus who's Danny George? He says, we are Danny George. And here's an instant replay of Field leading as Powers gave chase, Ryan.
Yeah, you can see right here, Matt Field just having a tough time. A little bit too much angle there on that first outside zone. And coming to a stop right there with Matt Powers taking the easy win as we set up our next battle right here with Daigo Saito and Danny George.
So Daigo Saito going against Danny George. These gentlemen have never done battle together. Obviously, Daigo's first Formula Drift competition last year here in Long Beach. You saw Taro with the interview, feeling a lot more comfortable, getting this car dialed, getting rid of the all-black livery. Still the Ninja, just comes up and swoops up on the competition. Not only here in the States, but also in the Southeast Asia Championship as we're expanding that championship, Malaysia, Indonesia, which we've been to previous years, but now Australia. Ryan, you and I are going to be heading over down under for the first ever Formula Drift Australia round of competition, which we'll see Daigo and Robin Nishida and Gucci will be over there. It's pretty rad. So if you're watching Oz, we're coming for you in a couple weeks.
Yeah, it should be fun heading down to Melbourne.
Melbourne.
The correct way I've been told how to pronounce it, not Melbourne, Melbourne.
I think that's, yeah, I'm going to butcher it. So, you know, I'm American, so I'll say Melbourne, but you meant Melbourne, right? Is that correct?
That's what I meant.
I'll try. This Danny George is a Garrett Gearhead. Garrett Gearheads. Turbos by Garrett launching a new clothing line, launching in just a little bit. So tune in to Turbo by Garrett, their Facebook page. I believe we are trying to locate, you know, Danny George. Who's Danny George? We are Danny George, but where is Danny George is the question. Who, what, when, where, and why is Danny George not to the start line? If he fails to pull up to the line, basically forfeits this battle. You guys know start time's 11 o'clock as Daigo Saito is prepared and ready to do battle. Danny George garnishing a lot of attention over previous years. Really impressed with him over into the Pro-Am competition over at Vegas Drift for numerous years. Got his license, charged really hard. He's got Wreck House on the car, and actually if you take a look at it, he's got the pixelated Digi camo, and within the camo he has photos of people who supported his efforts this year. Did some crowd funding.
This is the pair we'd be running right now, because all these guys aren't there. Why aren't they there? They should be there.
So Daigo Saito on the line. Daigo just with an insane winning percentage over the years. 7 event wins, 7, let's just take a look at Formula Drift USA. I mean, 7 for 7, just unbelievable. Great showing. 7 events, 2 wins, 4 podiums, 5 top 4 finishes. I mean, he made it in the top 32 every round of competition last year. Dai Yoshihara has pretty much taken him out two times before. He's a force to be reckoned with. And also, Ryan, we talked about it earlier yesterday in qualifying. If you guys didn't see it yesterday in qualifying, as we're here in the United States Air Force Top 32, Justin Pollock, JTP, has podiumed first place both last year and the previous year, both 11 and 12. They're saying, can it be 3 for JTP in the LBC? That's the question. But yesterday on run one of JTP's Falcon Tires Ford Mustang, took it hard into the wall, taking himself narrowly out, but his team worked hard to get him to the line and actually successfully qualified. So congratulations to him. So also we're finding out, I mean, you know what, guys? This is Formula Drift. This is the premier international drifting sanction body. We have a competition, basically a competition calling right now. It could potentially be affecting what was deemed previously a 5-minute rule. We're now calling it a competition timeout, right? A competition timeout, which is 5 minutes. But Danny George not on the line. Daigo Saito ready to do battle. Is he icing him? Is this strategy? I really don't think so. I think just Danny George is not to the line. And we need to see him. Otherwise, he will forfeit this run. We understand that he is going to the line. Correct,
yeah, we're
Ryan?
hearing from his spotters right now that he's contemplating a 5-minute rule. He's having some trouble with the car. He does have to call it here pretty quickly, or he will be deemed ineligible for this run, and Daigo Saito will get the win. So we're waiting on final comment from Danny George spotter, and we'll be able to go here shortly.
Well, this is Formula Drift presented by GoPro. Now is your time. I'm going to go ahead and lay it on you. Our friends at GoPro, the maker of the world's most versatile camera, want to hook someone up with a brand new Hero 3 camera. GoPro is the exclusive on-car and in-car camera of Formula Drift. This is the same camera you see Tyler McCory and newcomer J.R. Hildebrand, IndyCar racer, now going to be drifting a few rounds of competition here in Formula Drift, and the rest of the drivers are using out here on the track. To enter this giveaway, simply pull out your phones and text GoPro FD. Text GoPro FD to the number 20300. Again, text GoPro FD to the number 20300. Okay, did you pull out your phone? Do that. GoPro FD to the number 20300. If all you're going to do is text now, you could be the winner of a brand new GoPro Hero 3 Black Edition camera. I apologize, it is limited to U.S. residents only, so do that now. So it is confirmed. He is calling Danny George is calling it, or is he out?
He's calling a competition timeout right now. It's been awarded to him. He was not at the line, so that'll be his one and only competition timeout. And we will probably move on to the next pair here while Danny George assesses the situation and figure out what he is going to do to get to the line against Daigo Saito.
Yeah, so unfortunately, is he having issues? Is he late to the line? But look, now Danny shows up late to the party. I mean, I know he's an animal. He's a short little power pack and punch. Drives a little car with a big engine, but honestly, we're looking for a spotter. That's not the kind of driver we're looking for. You need to be on it, and I'm a little frustrated right now, let's be honest, because Danny, if you're getting it, if you're bringing it, you got to bring it. So get up to the line. Daigo Saito, again, our champion. Danny, let's see what you got as you're going against one of the best in the biz. Some consider people the best drifter in the world, the Ninja, going against Danny George. So Daigo Saito and Danny never having competition against each other previously. Let's go. Yeah, we're going live. Doug. Also, for camera, can you have Luke step on the other? Okay, just run off course. Trying to help. All right, here we go as Daigo Saito is now going to lead. Danny George giving chase. Danny George is in situation as Daigo Saito obviously pulling away from him. This is not a race, this is drifting. We're looking for obviously speed, line angle style. And Daigo Saito kind of playing it easy there, Ryan, as he was quite a few feet off of the rear clippings. Oh, Danny George diving in. A huge correction there by Danny, almost centering his door. Not a great performance by either driver. Obviously, Danny George way down there. You see the judges and the immediate knob turning of these guys, the Formula D, the Formula Drift knobs, as they're being implemented into here. But Daigo, not a great lead run there.
Yeah, Daigo Saito is known as an awesome chase driver. He comes out pretty conservatively here on the lead. not going to that outside wall, but you can see right out of the gate, Danny George obviously had a big deficit, cuts the line, gets lost in a cloud of Daigo Saito smoke, and then right here, almost another mistake, right in that cloud of smoke, he straightens up. So even though Daigo Saito running a little bit conservatively in that first run, certainly a big advantage going into run 2.
Yeah, Daigo Saito way off. How we doing? You guys are up on the big screen, wave out there. You guys over in that stand seeing some Alpine Stars hats, little us versus them, Reckless, yeah, that's you. Go and give a little wave. Thank you for joining us here. Again, a little bit of overcast day. You see some sweatshirts, some flannels, even some yellow hair there. Yeah, you, bro. Go Trojans, right? Yeah, all you, bro. All you. You and Doug up here. I don't know if you've seen Mr. Red Hair up here. You guys should get together. You guys could have orange-haired babies. Danny George is now going to lead. I joke, but Doug, I don't know what your exact title is, but he has bright red hair, and he's never one to surprise. Here we go. Danny George is going to lead. Daigo Saito giving chase. And Danny transferring Daigo Saito right there. Man, you really get an idea of how small that car is, even next to a Lexus SC430, which traditionally isn't that big of a car. But man, Daigo Saito all over Danny George. And there you have it. So you saw the knob and the EKG reading basically going down to the bottom, the Formula Drift stats, and the judges favoring Daigo Saito. So I have to assume Daigo's going to get the win, Ryan.
Yeah, you can see right there in real time the graph showing that all 3 judges were concurring that Daigo Saito was certainly in the lead there. Obviously a big deficit for Danny George to overcome in that first run with a couple of mistakes. Daigo Saito stayed with him the whole time. Nice and aggressive. Should be an easy win.
Take a look at the instant replay. You saw Danny George coming hot, looked good. Looks a lot better than his first run. A little bit straight. You'd like to see more angle from Danny George, but too little too late for Danny George as Daigo transitions and just right there on his door, riding shotgun with Danny. And that's your Nitto Tire instant replay as they await the verdict. And you'll see line, angle, and style judge. And it's unanimous. No, wrong driver. That says Yoshioka and Osbo. That's incorrect. But we'll replace Yoshioka's name with Daigo Saito. Daigo Saito gets the win. Daigo Saito in the Achilles Radial not V8, 2JZ powered Lexus SC430. Danny George, a little bit late to the party, and looks like his party is over for Danny George. All right, we're waiting for our next battle on deck. So already in the top 16, Dai Yoshihara is going to be going against Matt Powers.
And Jared, we're just learning right now that Frederick Osbo is officially calling 5 minutes. He seems to be having some issues with the subframe. That's what I hear. So we will wait for that run with Frederick Osbo and Yoshioka as the clock ticks with Frederick Osbo. And Jared, sounds like we got some words from one of our drivers downstairs, an interview?
Yep. So while there's a break in the action, let's get some words with one of our drivers.
You're going up against Dai Yoshihara. It looks like, how are you feeling?
I feel good. I had a really good first run, and obviously Dai is, a hero, so really excited. And before my run, I was like, I want to beat Fields, and I really want to do a good battle with Dai. So yeah, I'd be stoked.
All right, good luck, man.
Thanks.
The big hit right now, obviously on the radio, suit and tie, and Matt Powers just followed that literally and figuratively, looking dressed to impress. Outside of the car, and he's already in top 16. So we got some words with the grinned one here, Mr. Matt Powers. So moving on to this battle, here it is, Chelsea Denofa. Chelsea Denofa known as Carl Rydquist. Now we've seen Carl Rydquist in competition before, back in 2009. He is 0-3, but looking a lot better in this 350Z. Drove 350Z back in 09 as well as Chelsea Denofa back behind the wheel of his BMW and created a gap already out of the gate as Denofa wrapped around that clip. Carl Rydquist was consistently behind him. And as we go back to our start line, you can see Osbo. He's doing donuts back there, so I'm sure his car is doing a lot better. Let's take a look at it once again with Chelsea Denofa and Carl Rydquist as his own hype man there.
Well, I was really impressed yesterday, Jared, with Chelsea Denofa. He's certainly coming of age, as you say, and comes out of the gate right here pretty strong. Nice up against this outside wall, really getting some good angle there. Rydquist having a hard time keeping pace with Chelsea Denofa, who transitions into the second outside zone. Does a nice job right there, and then coming across the finish line. Rydquist straightens up a little bit right there, and you can see on the judges' scorecards they were giving, at least in real time, the advantage to Chelsea Denofa the entire time.
Well, Chelsea Denofa got the side canards on his wing, but missing the middle plank. He just wants to run the side cards, and he's a Daigo hunter. And Bill's down there. Bill with 1L. Bill Baldwin, Santa Claus in the offseason. He's working down there in the corner. I saw Chelsea even give him a high five as he headed back to the start line. So obvious advantage to Chelsea Denofa in that BC Racing on Nitto tires. BMW E46. Carl Rydquist, a traditional race car driver, gone sideways as he competed again back in Formula Drift in 2009. Carl Rydquist is now going to lead. Both these guys part of the turbos by Garrett Gearheads. So here we go, Carl. Going to initiate into that turn. Definitely slammed. Got stanced out here as Carl very slow. Very slow coming off the first wall as Chelsea actually corrected. And the judges kind of even keel and then favored Denofa. Again, the driver on the right, Denofa on the bottom side of that line there. You can see the Ford Go Further instant scoring system right there as Carl Rydquist with the disadvantage. Carl was very slow on that, obviously affecting Chelsea Denofa's performance there as we take a look at it once again. Again, Chelsea was leading. Carl Rydquist was leading, so watch this, Ryan.
Well, Jared, as you know, it is very challenging with the slower car. You can see right there, Rydquist just going a little bit too much on the angle. Pretty much zeroes the run. I can't see this going any other way than Chelsea Denofa. Obviously, he has to protect his vehicle for latter rounds. Denofa, very good job in the first run with a clear advantage. And Rydquist just having a hard time putting together. Looks like Chelsea move forward into the round of 16.
So the top 16, we'll see, and we'll make it official. Slide them on over, and it's unanimous. Chelsea Denofa gets the win in the BC Racing Nitto Tires BMW E46. He's moving on. Now we're going to revisit. You can see the bright orange nose, or half nose, I should say, of the Norwegian Hammer. Norway, I know you're watching. Vikings stand up. Here comes Hammer time. He's going against Toshiki Yoshioka. Toshi King, 86, his handle. He's in the Subaru BRZ GT Net. Tomei power, Tomei crate engine. We are good to go as Frederick Osbo is going to lead and Toshiki Yoshioka will give chase. Again, Frederick Osbo, one-time Rookie of the Year. Here we go. Osbo is going to lead. Yoshioka giving chase. Pretty even keel right now as Osbo. Good job, good transition. Pretty straightforward. Osbo bringing it all the way down. As Yoshioka, he is there, a little bit of straightening there. Judges kind of liking Osbo, obviously in the lead position. Yoshioka, not a bad chase job there, but you can see in the immediate scoring system, them favoring Osbo going above the line.
Yeah, you can see that transpires at the end of the run there, Jared. So the judge is obviously recognizing that Yoshioka making that straightening on the last part of the hairpin. But right out of the gate, it was pretty even. You can see right here, he does tuck in a little bit as Yoshioka. Osbo gets out ahead, nice angle right there as he transitions into the latter part of the course right here on the hairpin. And Yoshioka just straightens out right there for a brief moment. And you can see the graph spike in favor of Frederick Osbo.
Yeah, so it spiked because of Yoshioka's mistake. It wasn't that, Osbo did anything super spectacular. It was more that Yoshioka did the mistake. So,
correct.
Just give it some clarity to the situation. Keep in mind that, again, mistakes could have a spike. So now we're going to alternate the order as Osbo will be chasing down that of Toshiki Yoshioka. Again, myself and Ryan and Taro, your hosts on Formula Drift TV on NBC Sports Network. You can see the RC helicopter out there shooting for a TV show. Plenty of media out here, including our Instagram sponsor, hashtag StanceNation. StanceNation.com is our special photographer for the live stream. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. Over 500,000 fans. Hashtag StanceNation. Also hashtag FDLB as Toshiki Yoshioka is going to lead on. Nice job by Yoshioka. Here comes Osbo transitioning. Osbo, the Norwegian Hammer, right there on the back of that Tomei. Nice job by Osbo. Had some problems before this, but doesn't seem like he's having any problems now. There we go, making it real clear. And you saw the immediate scoring system there I have to assume it's going to be Osbo with the victory here, as we are in the United States Air Force Top 32, who's going to be moving on top 16.
Yeah, if you're a judge and you ask yourself a question, what is the difference between the first run and the second run? Obviously, Frederick Osbo gives a much better chase than Toshiki Yoshioka right here. Very aggressive on that door right there. Very, very close coming into the hairpin. A little bit wide right there, but then he dives back in. So with the mistakes that Yoshioka made it in the first run and a great chase by Frederick Osbo, he's got to be getting the win.
And not a bad job for Yoshioka on his first ever maiden voyage for that Subaru BRZ. They worked feverishly on that car. It was, obviously, at Tech Day it was all white. Now it's looking good, kind of an homage to the black and white Panda scheme, and it looks good in the GT net, but not. Looks don't get you everywhere. So Frederick Osbo moves on to the top 16. Yoshioka is knocked out in the GT net Tomei Subaru BRZ. Frederick Osbo moves on in the Hankook Stop Papadakis Racing Scion TC. Wow, we're clear to send. And talking to the Cotto family, this is Ryan Cotto. He's on Nexen Tires. He's from Sacramento, California. He had issues yesterday. He qualified without his turbo. He's a V8 turbo-powered car, but the charge pipe broke yesterday, so they worked on it through the night. He's going against Robbie Machida Blade Nishida, who also had his own bevy of issues. He cracked the block on his stroker 2J, so he's running a stock block on the bottom end. And look at this, Cotto and Nishida going at it. Cotto leading on Keeley's radial Toyota Sora, giving chase. Not a bad job by Nishida. Again, another driver that came on strong, not only right there in the hairpin, but also in the latter part of the year. We've seen him in Formula Drift Southeast Asia. Man, kind of split there. You saw one judge go to Nishida, one judge go down to Cotto.
Yeah, it was a really good run right there from the get-go from Ryan Cotto. It looked like Robbie Nishida was falling off, but he quickly jumped back on Jared, was able to maintain really close proximity all the way through to Ryan Cotto, and a plume of smoke there at the end. Kind of hard to tell what happened. Let's take a look at the replay. You can see right here, Ryan Cotto, very nice job on that transition, getting to that outer zone right there. But Robbie Nishida stays really, really close, maintaining angle. This is where it starts to get really close right here as Robbie Nishida transitions, dives into this last inside flip right here, and then slams the door closed. So a great run by both competitors, but awesome proximity by Robbie Nishida.
Yeah, Ryan Cotto, you can really crumble under that pressure when you have, Robbie there, or any competitor at that, for that matter. And Cotto kept it together a little bit. A little bit of a wide swing around the peninsula, allowing Robin Nishida to really put on the pressure and show how exemplary his chase run really was. So now Nishida, the Bushido blade, he's going to be leading as the kid. Ryan Cotto will be leading that giving chase in that DNA Automotive Nexen Tires 350Z. Again, tell your friends to tune in at FormulaD.com. It's live. We're here on the Drift Stream. Myself, Jared Dienda, and Ryan Sage. Also, if you're here in the flesh, make your way over the bridge that these guys are drifting under. Check out the Fat Lace Slam Society car show. There's hella flush. There's laces. They're fat. Got slammed. It's a society. Head on over there and check out the car show. Also, throughout, during a halftime break, autograph signings over at Alpine Stars, Electric Visual. You got, bunch of booths giving away a bunch of swag, so be sure to cruise on by. Here we go. Robbie Nishida's going to lead. Ryan Cotto giving chase. Pretty even keel from the judges as it stands. Let's see if the knob sways anyway. Nice job by Nishida. Cotto kind of going towards the center of the course as Nishida. But look at this. Cotto not backing down, fighting for his right to get into the top 16. Man, makes some noise. A great battle. Probably one of the best battles we've seen so far of the day. Again, top 32. This new qualifying format shaking things up a little bit. Nerves getting the best of some drivers, even Justin Pollock, who, again, first place back-to-back, 2011, 2012, crashed in his first run, gets it back together. But we're talking about this run, shaking things up a little bit. The kid and Bushido blade.
Well, looking into the real-time scoring of the judges, you can see on the graph that Ryan Cotto and Robbie Nishida were about even. But right here, Ryan Cotto started to get a little bit of favor from all three of the judges as he dives in right here on this last inside clip. Really, really close to the door. So a close run on both the lead and the chase. You can see the judges up here clapping. They're talking about it. Obviously, these drivers have really gone all the way. We'll see if we can get a final score.
What's the graphic when it goes one more time? Just stays in the middle. All right. And look at this. Is that official? It is. Ryan Cotto gets the win. He takes out Robbie Nishida. Ryan Cotto gets the win, as it was unanimous, taking out Robbie. So the DNA Motoring Nexen Tires 350Z Turbo V8 moves on to the top 16. So the kid coming on strong here. So I'm overhearing the judges, Ryan. They're talking about, kind of through the course, but Kato was just way dominant there on the latter part of the course. Do you agree with that call?
Well, you also have to take into account the first run, too. I think Ryan Kato also had an amazing lead run, whereas Robbie Nishida, it wasn't that great, but Ryan Kato maintained really close proximity and then really shut the door here. So while Robbie Nishida had some high points, I think.
All right, here we go to our next battle. Kenny Moen versus Miro Ocherek. New Jersey. Kenny Moen from Norway, truly international area. Has the Luke Performance 350Z. He's running that beast. You can see the big wide crowd. Moen, man, this guy is smooth like butter. As Miro, we've seen him. He's an LS all engine. And you see that the judge is favoring the Garrett gearhead that is Kenny Moen. He's just so smooth. He traditionally drives a Superback in Norway, and he's been competing in this 350Z for a couple of years. He is just really smooth. That's all I can just really say about him.
Yeah, you can see all three judges are on the same page with Kenny Moen taking an early lead here. He does a great job getting out to that outer wall. Miro, on the other hand, taking a middle line right here to try to catch up. And look at that, way deep right there by Kenny Moen. I haven't seen anybody go that deep all weekend long. He's able to maintain his angle. His line does a great job. Miro a little bit closing the door there at the end, but a great run by Kenny Moen. Awesome first run.
One of two drivers from Norway. You can see the the gray clouds looming. Easy for me to say. The gray clouds looming here in Long Beach. Hopefully the sun's come out. And I'm seeing a lot of international flags above the grandstands. Well, as we have a little bit of lull in the action, Taro caught up with one of our drivers.
Frederick Osbo, you called 5 minutes. What was going on out there?
Oh, that was actually a tough battle, but it happened before we went on track. We had a sensor go bad on us, so this motor is pushing almost 900 flywheel horsepower now and making a lot of heat. So now we're seeing the by-effects of that.
And how did the battle go?
It went smooth. Not my best runs, I think. We've been able to step it up a notch today in practice, but it was two decent runs. Yoshioka had a great run behind us, and he's developed a lot of speed, but we were, barely able to go through here.
All right, good luck in top 16.
Thank you.
Well, thank you, Taro, and obviously, love it. Got some good influence. Here we go. Miro Ocherek's going to lead. Kenny Moen giving chase. Kenny Moen right there on Miro's door, but you know what? He applied too much pressure. A little bit of correction there from Kenny. In the chase driver's position, you want to show that you have dominance, you have control, but Kenny kind of slipped up and made a correction as he applied almost too much pressure, Ryan. So you can see it favored Miro. One of the judges were favoring Kenny, kind of all over the board. Pretty even keel there. If we're going off our first run, I'd have to assume Kenny would get the win, but your kind of observation now on the second run.
Yeah, there was a big disparity there in the first run, but you can see right here, Kenny Moen very aggressive. He does lose a little bit of his angle right here. He's not doing that to gain proximity because he was already on the back bumper, but going back to that first run, just a huge disparity between Miro and Kenny Moen. I have to assume that Kenny will still get the win, even though he did have a flub there in the first part of the course.
And these guys never going against each other, so with Kenny applying too much pressure, kind of flubbed it, but as you said, reverting back to the first run, Kenny had a great lead run, and that'll probably take him in the top 16. And is it unanimous? It is. Kenny Moen moves on to the Lutz Performance 350Z to the top 16. Where are your Norwegian flags at? There they are. Norwegians in the crowd here. I know Norway's watching, both Hammer Time, Frederick Osbo, and Kenny Moen. Had the chance to go over to Norway to Gottbill a couple years ago, enjoyed some ass beer. There is a brand called ass beer, just making it real clear. AASS, no big deal. Gottbill, one heck of a show, man. Ryan, we got to get over there, man. We got to party with the Norwegians. They know how to party.
Know how to get down?
They know how to get down.
Cool, let's go.
Let's go. I'm ready. Let's go right now. Let's go ahead. Flight's already loaded. So look at this. I'm seeing this, and this is only one car. That means that Jun Meng, his competitor that Odi Bakshi was going to go against in the United States Air Force Nexon Tires S14, Jun Meng is out. So Ryan, another victim of the first round jitters or gremlins, whatever you want to call it. Jitters, we saw more yesterday in qualifying. Gremlins we're seeing now here in top 32 as they unfortunately couldn't run the line. Round of applause for Wrightwood, California's own Odi Bakshi. He's moving on to the top 16 in that United States Air Force Nexon Tires 240SX S14. take a look at that replay. Obviously, a by run, just showing you he's moving on. All right, Ryan, we are clear to send our next pair. We're officially halfway through the top 32 bracket. Our next battle, Darren McNamara. He finished second in qualifying yesterday, going against Dennis Mertzanis, who barely got in just in that 31st spot. DMZ, Vanilla Spice, whatever you call him, and he is way back there from Darren McNamara. One of the fastest drifters in competition, always has just a blazing fast style. D-Mac in that V8-powered 200SX is known in Ireland's right-hand drive. And Dennis Mertzanis way back there in that ARC Technologies Kenda Tires Hyundai Genesis Coupe.
Well, Jared, as you know, new cars can be problematic right there. Dennis Mertzanis experiencing a little bit of that. And Darren McNamara, I really hope he's turned a page after struggling last year. That big crash he had in Long Beach, if you remember that last year, huge crash against a wall. He came back, qualified second, and right here, a great start early against Dennis Mertzanis. Nowhere to be found, way back, 4 or 5 car lengths. Meanwhile, D-Mac looking smooth, coming across that last inside clip right there and crossing the finish line. Great job by Darren McNamara.
So already in the top 16, just breaking it down, so if you're following at home, Dai Yoshihara is going to be going against Powers in top 16. Daigo Saito, he's going against Frederick Osbo, Japan versus Norway. Next up, we'll have Denofa versus Kato. And on that first side of the top 16, Kenny Moen versus Odi Bakshis. Again, we're halfway through the top 32 bracket. We're just beginning the other side. Again, our number 2 qualifier, D-Mac, making it look really easy against DMZ Vanilla Spice, Dennis Mertzanis from Atlanta, Georgia, now living here in Los Angeles. Actually, an employee of Hyundai, so a natural fit for him as a no-show here for the Formula Drift competition, our 10th anniversary. We only have a handful of drivers that have been around 10 years, you and I included, but the drivers on the grid, Von Gittin Jr., Chris Forsberg, Dai Yoshihara, Reese Millen, 2011 no-show here in this 2013, that's what year it is, competition. D-Mac diving in, kind of a, I don't know if he was showing dominance there, kind of pounding his chest like King Kong, or kind of get a little out of shape here, but a new car for Dennis Mertzanis and D-Mac. These guys going toe-to-toe. Makes some noise for him. Yeah, put your hands together. D-Mac and Dennis Mertzanis. I have to assume going back to that last run of battle there on that first run, Darren McNamara had a more superior run.
Well, Darren McNamara, not known for being a conservative driver right out of the gate, comes up a little bit short here on the angle, cuts the line to try to catch up to Dennis Mertzanis. He's doing a pretty good job in the lead run, but obviously you got to take into account run number 1 and run number 2, as Dennis Mertzanis definitely doing a better job in run number 2. Darren McNamara making some mistakes. We can see the judges talking about it here. Will that be enough for one more time, or will D-Mac take the win? We'll find out right now.
Darren McNamara competing in 35 events overall with 1 win and 10 top 4 finishes for D-Mac. We'll see if he moves on to the top 16 as we wait the judge's verdict. D-Mac, and it's unanimous. Darren McNamara gets the win. Ireland, I know you're watching. Put your hands together for a D-Mac as Dennis Mertzanis and the Kenda Tires ARC Technologies Hyundai Genesis Coupe is knocked out. So Darren McNamara, Falcon Tires V8, 200SX, S14, 240SX, whatever you want to call it. He's moving on to top 16. As we advance on to our next battle, Forsberg versus Castro, 370Z versus a 350Z. Forsberg, your 2009 Formula Drift champion. He's going against Castro, a champion in his own Dominican Republic. Last year was his rookie year. A lot of gremlins underneath his car last year. It was all followed on a Speed Channel TV show, and you saw it kind of unfold. Looking a lot more comfortable this year, Ryan.
Yeah, he's done a great job developing that car, coming together and getting to a place where he feels really good behind it. But now he's got to go up against Chris Forsberg, of all people, so a tough battle in the round of 32.
Well, admittedly, Chris Forsberg having his own gremlins as well with his engine, but he's always going to bring his A game, and here he is in that NOS Energy Drink Hankook Tire 370Z. Nice shot under the bridge, right on Bill's kneecap. As Forsberg pulling away from Castro, again, not a race to the finish line, but Chris Forsberg hitting all the grips, bringing his A game. He is the force, and the force is strong with this one in this run. Chris Forsberg right there on the kneecaps of Bill Baldwin on that rear clipping zone. Take a look at it once again as we saw the big gap between Castro and Forsberg.
Well, and if you're just joining us and you're looking at the graph at the bottom of the screen on the live call, You'll notice that the lead driver is on the top of the graph, the bottom driver is on the bottom of the graph, and it was all top graph for Chris Forsberg, who takes an early lead, jumps out ahead a few car lengths as Jonathan Castro does his best to try to catch up to Chris Forsberg, but just too much horsepower in the lead by Chris.
Well, Chris Forsberg entering 56 events overall with 6 wins, and just, you know, a very storied driver over the years. Definitely one driver to deal with. 6 wins, 19 top 4 finishes. And Jonathan Castro and him have never seen battle against each other before. This is the first time. I mean, you look at who Chris Forsberg's gone against over the years. Again, one of those drivers we've seen since day one in Formula Drift's conception, which was 2004. So now Castro's going to lead. This is where it gets interesting. These guys never doing battle against each other, so they don't know each other's driving style. But gentlemen rules looks like it's really sharp as Castro's going to lead. I'm sure Forsberg going to play it a little conservatively, but that conservative is in trouble. And he's been known as the master of the hairpin before, but this will also cause you trouble if you get a little bit of blip. But it looks like Castro got dealt a handful here going against Forsberg, and I talked about it earlier. I had a talk with him in the pits, and he's having some problems with his engine, but looks to be just fighting for it, man. Moving on. We'll see if it's official, but let's go through this round once again.
Oh, a tough run, Jared, for Jonathan Castro on the first one. He comes out on the second one, does a nice job on that outer zone, getting real close. But Chris Forsberg, even though he shallows up on the line a little bit, maintains really good proximity. And if you match that first run with the second run, looks like Chris Forsberg should have an easy win into the round of 16 as Jonathan Castro gives his best out there in his debut here in Long Beach.
Well, Ryan, going through the schedule real quick as we find out Chris Forsberg. I have to assume it's going to be Forsberg, but top 32 competition. We're scheduled to go to 1 o'clock. We have a halftime break. That's going to go till 2:30. You're going to want to find your seats as the national anthem opening ceremonies begins at 3 o'clock. So halftime break goes till 2:30. Opening ceremonies at 3. Right after that, we're going to go into the top 16 at 3:30 until we find out who wins the carbon fiber trophy. So again, giving away the signature carbon fiber Formula Drift trophies. Head on over to the Formula Drift merchandise area. Pick up your official Formula Drift merchandise. All right, can we get the official verdict? It is unanimous. Chris Forsberg, the Force, gets the win. Forsberg gets the win, taking out Jonathan Castro. Chris Forsberg gets the win, taking out Jonathan Castro. Then also Energy Drink 370s. He moves on. But you know what? I saw Castro earlier, and I said, dude, have fun. And he had a great smile on his face. He's feeling a lot better. He knows he's dealt a handful with Forsberg, but would you agree? He seems a lot more happy, a lot more content.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's had a lot of PR over the offseason, the show. He's been very active for his home country, and it's great to see him out here. He's a pretty awesome guy, man. I really like him, and having him here in the series is great. Yep,
him and his team are great. So another new car, a familiar face, but a new car. He's in the Retax Lifestyle Backpacks. FRS is taking Ryan Turk. He's going against the CX Racing S14 of Jeff Jones. As Ryan Turk throws it out. Tires, built by Portland Speed Industries with help from AjukuRacing.com. As Jeff Jones CX Racing LA wraps, he's on hand-cooked tires. Nice solid run. Jeff Jones really impressing me. Looks like, I remember last year at a particular event we were talking about it, he was having trouble with the V8. You know what I mean? We see some drivers really flourish, liking it with that torque on call, but Jeff Jones really coming on strong, right?
Well, Jeff Jones, I would say he's relentless. You know, after all the challenges that he's had, he keeps coming back and back, he keeps fighting and fighting. And Ryan Turk right here, nice job on that outer zone as we get in the run. Just a foot or two off that second outer zone is Ryan Turk, but Jeff Jones right there trying to close the door here as we get into the last part of the course on that inside clip. Across the finish line is Ryan Turk, and not too shabby for Jeff Jones.
Jeff Jones, great word, relentless. That guy has been here banging away as looks like we're getting some booty shaking over there at Slam Society. I wonder who's manning the camera over there. As that's the Slam Society car show going on. Thank you for joining us here. Round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. We are live here on the Drift Stream. Myself, Ryan Sage, and on the grid, Taro Koki. Begin some interviews. We saw one earlier, getting some clarity from Frederick Osbo. Now we're switching it up. Jeff Jones, CX Racing, hand-cooked tires, V8 S14. Going against Ryan Turk. If you haven't seen it already, Turked. It's a brand new YouTube show on Network A, which is the Action Sports channel. So check it out. All the content on Network A. and Ryan Turk and his Turk show. You might see myself out there, some cool stuff that we're getting out here. So Jeff Jones in the lead. Ryan Turk giving chase. Retax Lifestyle Backpacks. Scion FRS on Maxxis tires. Good transition from these guys. Looks like Jeff Jones pulling away a little bit. Right there yesterday is where Ryan Turk got into a tussle with the wall, but fortunately saved his car. Door to door. Jeff Jones struggling quite a bit of speed there. Definitely want to take a look at it once again. I'm seeing the judges kind of, all right, let's take a look at it again as we get the instant replay on deck. Here we go, taking a look. Formula Drift presented by GoPro. You'll see Jeff Jones lead here. Looking strong, Ryan, but Ryan Turk kind of playing it safe. But right when he gets around that last peninsula clip, you see a little bit of a hiccup.
Well, on the transition right here, Ryan Turk does dive in right here. You can see a little bit of a holdup. Was he trying to avoid contact with Jeff Jones? Did Jeff Jones slow down too much? The judges will have to figure out what happened right there and see what happens on this run between Ryan Turk and Jeff Jones, as the judges are asking for another replay on that second run. Really want to see what happened there at the peninsula, a key part of that run, as we take a look at who will move into the round of 16, Jared. Really, really close there at the end.
Want to shout out happy birthday to Wes out here, Wes Church, as we take a look at the instant replay. Wes and Joy Stewart, how we doing? As Jeff Jones is leading. This is an instant replay once again. The judges really zeroing in on this peninsula clip. Ryan Turk dove in definitely hard. Jeff Jones consistent, and Turk did keep it sideways there, so he hiccuped. He definitely applied the pressure, but he kept his angle.
It didn't seem to me that Jeff Jones slowed down too much.
No.
It looked like Ryan Turk was advancing, and that may have caused him to stall like that. You know, then it comes down to managing and looking at what happened in the first run and being able to balance that between the two, and ultimately coming out with a respectable decision on who actually won that run.
Yeah.
And if not, you know, then we can maybe go one more time.
We could go one more time. We haven't seen it yet here on Top 32. We're seeing definitive winners, big mistakes. You know, when we start narrowing it down to the Final Four, even the Top 16, the Great Eight, you just see really tough battles and could potentially go one more time. So waiting for the judges' verdict. You can see that brand new, great looking Scion FRS. Again, it got turked yesterday. It is an adjective. You can get turked. Everybody gets turked every once in a while. Hashtag turked. And he is the Retax Lifestyle Backpack Scion FRS, helped by Injuku Racing. But Ryan said it best. Relentless is Jeff Jones. He's running the battle version suspension. Alex Pfeiffer, Pfeiffer, if you speak it phonetically, he's in the building. Jeff Jones running some of the battle version suspension. And Jeff Jones been banging away for quite a few years. And Relentless describes him best. CX Racing on hand-cooked tires, V8 powered, S14 240SX. The judges kind of crossing some arms here. We'll see as it get locked in. Are we going one more time? Is it Turk? Is it Jeff Jones? Where are my Ryan Turk fans at? Wow, that garnished a squeal. That was like a Beatles scream. That was like the Beatles were here. And look at this, is that one more time? We're seeing one more time. One more time, they're going one more time. It is a one more time battle. Ryan Lantain, I'm looking at you right now. I'm just going to kind of speak on your behalf. What unfolded there? What transpired? Were you the one more time judge? Okay. When Jones was racing, we had that mistake out of the bridge. Turk had to grab a lot of e-brake right there, and it wasn't close to that outside clip. So give a little bit of narration. We both speak English, no Japanese going on here, but you don't have a microphone, so I'm going to translate for you. So Ryan Turk, a bit of mistakes there, and Jeff Jones had some mistakes. And they both made some mistakes over at turn 11. Both of them when they were chasing. So nobody had an overall good run. Thank you very much, Ryan Lantain. I speak Canadian, so I can understand you. I'll throw an A in there, or a B. Canadian A, here we go. So we'll go back and revisit that one more time battle. Forrest Wang, you've seen him. He's got a storied past, a very exciting driver to watch. A lot of wheel speed. He's going against JTP Justified. A little bit of pressure there. Look at it. JTP on JTP going for green LBC. But Forrest Wang, is he going to rain in his parade? His shot was called Getting Up Laboratories. Look at the smoke on track. Make some noise. Long Beach. Exciting run there for Wang and Pollock. Forrest Wang, that Get Nuts Laboratory S14. Make some noise, they go back by. So take a look at the Formula Drift presented by GoPro. Instant replay. Turbos by Garrett. He's on Achilles Radial. You see him. Look at Pollock though, right there. But dude, a great run. a lead run by Forrest Wang. Good and consistent. Dropping a lot of handbrake there, you know. The judges are looking at both front tires, if you got corrections, and obviously that back one. If they're pulling e-brake, it's causing their car to slide out, basically massage or maneuver their vehicle to slide it backwards. When you're pulling on your e-brake, again, different forms of, you know, maneuvering your vehicle throughout the course. So Forrest Wang, you saw a little bit of handbrake there, but JTP was sweating him. So now they're going to switch. And again, JTP got a nose job yesterday. Got a nose job, broke it, got a new nose. So here he is in that matte teal and blue signature Falcon Teamworks vehicle. Falcon Tire team consisting of 2011 Formula Jeff champion Dai Yoshihara, JTP, always a bridesmaid, never a bride, second place overall against Dai Yoshihara. Dai Yoshihara, his kryptonite is that man, Justin Pollock. So JTP is going to lead. Wang giving chase. Forrest Wang, that is. Getting nuts laboratory. Let's see if he gets nuts. On the back end of that Falcon Tires Ford Mustang, great transition. It's like JTP a little bit timid. Woo! Tapping that back wall. Nice job by JTP. A dominance here from JTP. Definitely run what you brung. We talked about Wang having a lot of, you know, street cred, as they call it on the streets. But, you know, not the fastest driver, but definitely exciting and with maximum angle.
Well, this is Justin Pollock's course. He's won here twice in a row. We almost saw him bow out yesterday as he took a hard hit into that wall, almost DMAC-esque. Right here he comes out. Nice job right there, going very wide, transitioning back just a little bit off that clip. But Forrest Wang having a hard time keeping pace with JTP, who taps the wall right there, is able to maintain his line. And on that first run, Jared, Justin Pollock, great job on the proximity. Though there was a couple of little shimmies there, it looks like JTP will get the win here in the round of 32, move on into the top 16.
All right, well, the fans educated over the years know some of them come till the top 16, slide it over, and slide it over. JTP, Justin Pollock, gets the win. Is that correct? JTP is turbocharged? Does he have a turbos by Garrett thing? Justin Pollock turbo? There's a Garrett. Yes. So now we're going to revisit the one more time battle between Turk and Jones as JTP advances on to the top 16. Justin Pollock. After this battle, only 4 more battles to go in the top 32. Again, look at the clock, just about 4 minutes till noon. We're scheduled to have the top 32 till 1. If everything goes smoothly, we should be finishing before schedule. Shoot some TV shows, make some videos, make some magic. As you guys can make some magic over and get some autographs, meet your favorite drivers. Check out your favorite cars over at the Slam Society Car Show. I'm seeing the Rocket Bunny Fat Lace kitted vehicle over there. What other? You got Yogi's car. You got look at that, the Ben Sopra Skyline GTR over there. Dude, some J Classics over there. Some Euros. The Veloster, the JP edition Veloster, just getting a little name drop right there. No big deal. Here we go, back to the one more time battle, Ryan. Ryan Turk is going to lead champion. Nice job by Turk. Not utilizing the whole wall there. Relentless, dude. You said it best, and I can't get it out of Jeff Jones, man. Ryan, oh, man. As it looks like Jeff, I can't see that right side. I don't know, an arm there. Jeff just, I don't wanna. As Jeff Jones just stranded out there, looks like car shut down. Let's take a look at that once again, Ryan. Take note of that front right wheel of Jeff Jones as he comes here. Yeah, Bill sticking his neck out.
Yeah, you can see right here, Ryan Turk out front, goes very deep. But Jeff Jones, like you said, nice job. Yeah, he did tap it. I could see it go under. Definitely broken right there by Jeff Jones. We'll see if he calls 5. And we're here with his team, Broken Tie Rod. I imagine they will call 5 minutes.
Well, the Formula Drift presented by GoPro. Nitto Tire, it's a replay. Let's look at it once again. Turk, nice job there, and you'll see it. It just folds. I mean, it was under his own power. There was no contact, right? I mean, I didn't see any contact.
We are hearing from his team. They are not going to call a competition timeout. Jeff Jones is going to bow out. A little round of applause right there. Relentless Jeff Jones. Nice job, buddy. Great to have him out in competition, putting it up to Ryan Turk, but ultimately making a little bit of mistake there, overly aggressive and folding that front right wheel, and it's all over for Jeff Jones.
It's a shame, but you know he's got a smile under his face. Yeah, you. How we doing out there? You guys are on the big screen. Make some noise. Round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. I'm Jared Dienda, Ryan Sage. Tell your friends to tune in live, FormulaD.com. Again, now's a great time to remind you, you can win a GoPro Hero 3 Black Edition camera. Get out your phones. I'll wait for you guys. Get your phones. You're on the big screen, but get out your phones now. Get your phones out. You're going to text GoPro FD. If you don't know how to spell it, it's GoPro FD as in Formula Drift. Text that to number 20300. Text now and you could be the winner of a brand new GoPro Hero 3 Black Edition camera. Again, that number, once again, text GoPro FD to the number 20300. The new Wi-Fi enabled Hero 3 camera is the most advanced GoPro yet. It's smaller, lighter, and twice as powerful. Check out the new Hero 3 for yourself at GoPro.com. Meet Formula Drift drivers Ryan Turk, Tony Angelo, Odi Bakshish, and Chelsea Denofa in the Vendor Village from 1 to 2:30. They'll be hanging out at the Air Force Project Supercar. Stop by to say hi and get an autograph. Exidy clutches, durability through advanced engineering. All Exidy racing clutches are designed from the ground up as performance clutches. Exidy clutches, check them out at ExidyUSA.com. What do top Formula Drift drivers Yoshihara, Forsberg, Turk, Gucci, and Powers all have in common? They all choose to drive on KW suspension coilovers. Stop by the KW Suspensions booth to learn why the pros choose KW. AEM Induction Systems, leading innovator of cold air intakes for huge power gains and aggressive engine sound. Learn more at AEMintakes.com. AEM Induction Systems, engineered to outperform. Motegi Racing aftermarket wheels are now available in 8 great colors. At home, on the track, and on the street, look for Motegi Racing wheels on top of Formula Drift cars driven by Frederick Osbro and Matt Powers. Find us on Facebook at MotegiRacing.com. There's Jeff Powers as he leaves the area. Also, you can win a set of Motegi Racing wheels. Go to their Facebook page, take photos here at the event, tag them to the Facebook wall, and you can potentially win a set of Motegi Racing wheels. Check it out on Motegi Racing's Facebook page. Check it out now. Also, check out the bevy of vehicles in 8 different flavors / colors over the Motegi Racing booth. GoPro, the world's most versatile camera. Formula Drift also brought to you by United States Air Force, the official military sponsor of Formula Drift. Ford, Hankook Tire. Be one with it. Hankook Tires. Nitto Tires. Falcon Tire. And Achilles Tire. At this time, as we clear the track, here's a little message from our sponsors.
My family came to the United States from a military dictatorship. Didn't have any of the freedoms that Americans hold dearly. The Air Force is not just a job, it's truly a calling. Our job in cyber operations is to ensure that the data and communications of the world are safe from attack. My family, they're extremely proud that their son served this country which they fought so hard to get to. My name is Captain Nicholas Aquino, and I'm an American Airman.
one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
Welcome back. Thank you to our sponsors for making this event possible, and thank you to the fans for coming on out. We're just about winding up top 32, and Brian, we talked about it. You know, the first round of competition jitters for a lot of the rookies in qualifying yesterday, and the first round gremlins for a lot of the usual suspects. But one of the drivers, again, a rookie, we saw him, Enrique Mendoza Jr. He's out. He hit the wall hard yesterday, excuse me. As this is a bye-run for Michael Essa. This is what he wants to call the ultimate drift machine. The ultimate drift machine. That's my full rendition of German, as in the ultimate drift machine. The ultimate drift machine. And he's on the GSR Autosports turbocharged BMW E46. I was handed that note and just said, read this. That's what I was just told yesterday. So looks like Mike Essa with an obvious bye run. Ghostman on third there, Ryan.
Yeah, Michael Essa looking great in that brand new car. Very stylish, lots of smoke. He was awesome in practice. Did a great job in qualifying, just I think in front of Chelsea Denofa. So Michael Essa right into the top 16. Very impressive this afternoon. As we have 3 battles left, we've got Ken Gucci versus Kyle Mohan, Vaughn Gittin Jr. versus Pat Gooden, Taka Aono, and Patrick Mordaunt, rounding out the end of our 32 here in Long Beach as we go to our next battle, Ken Gucci versus Kyle Mohan.
All right, Ken Gucci. Ken Gucci, Kyle Mohan. Kyle Mohan, a local Long Beach native. Ken Gucci living here in Los Angeles. Good transition for the Gooch. The Ready Silent FRS. Around that clip as Mohan takes out the clip in the Nexen Tires Energy X Mazdatrix RX-8. Let's take a look at this once again. I'm seeing the judges really post up here, really zooming in.
Well, keep in mind, Jared, the judges have specifically called out certain items that it will equate to a 0, whether it's hitting a cone twice, going off course. You can see right here, Ken Gucci, nice job on the lead position. As we transition into the hairpin right here, Kyle Mohan tries to surge forward. He comes in a little bit tight on this clip. He does knock it over and then straighten out right there. That's a tough day for Kyle Mohan in the chase position. Ken Gucci not doing anything super crazy, but a nice clean lead run.
Pretty straightforward run for the Gooch. This car totally reworked in the off-season. The first FRS in competition last year, and now we have a bevy of them. You know, you have Turk out there, you have Tangelo, who unfortunately didn't make top 32. You have the Subaru BRZ of Toshiki Yoshioka. So the chassis, you know, obviously a very capable chassis and dedicated, you know, Scion and the Toy Brew having a lot of insight on building that vehicle.
Yeah, and the judges taking a closer look at that first run. There was some possible questions of whether or not Ken Gucci did hit that rumble strip on the first turn into turn 9. Just taking a closer look at a replay right here. Obviously, Kyle Mohan having a hard time in the chase position, but possibly being gifted something if Ken Gucci did indeed go off the rumble strip and hit the off-course markers that are placed there to determine whether or not that happened. So we'll take a look at that before we get into the second part of this run.
Wow, I'm really surprised going through Ken Gucci's years of competition. Nowhere did Kyle the Menace Mohan and Ken Kamikaze Gucci go against each other. So unbelievable that they've never seen each other, you know, go against. But Ken Gucci, 50 events overall. He has 1 win. That was back ages ago. He drove it for a different manufacturer, but 5 podiums overall, 8 top 4 finishes, and you know, he's been around. He's one of those drivers who's been around since day 1, the Gooch. But him and Kyle Mohan have never seen competition before. Our Fat Lace Slam Society car show going on as we take a look at Kyle the Menace Mohan and his stats. 29 events overall. His best is a top 4 finish, and it was right here in Long Beach. I remember that. He drove aggressively, really garnishing and earning that name, the Menace. But 1 top 4 finish, 4 top 8, 5 top 10, 15 top 16, and 29 top 32s, but 29 events overall for the Menace. President of Formula Drift, Jim Lau, and I were going over the stats. This should be our 60th round of Formula Drift competition. I'm sure somebody will probably correct me somewhere on the internets, on the webs. But a quick update, Ryan. You were talking with the judges. You're looking over their shoulder. What's unfolded?
Yeah, they're looking at a more detailed replay of the entry area coming out of 9. There are some markers based there that are called off-course markers. If they are hit, it is deemed off-course. They're just contemplating whether or not that was actually taking place by one or both of the drivers. We didn't see it from this position. They didn't get knocked out, obviously, but we're able to look at it on a more finite replay. And so they've done that, and it looks like they have finished up viewing the replay and are back in here for the second part of the run. And we will find out exactly what happened after, I guess, the second run on what the determination is. Okay, well, we've just found out that the course marker, the 4th one that was laid out, actually was hit by Kyle Mohan, not Ken Gushi. That is an automatic 0. So right now, a bigger hill to climb for Kyle Mohan as we get into the second part of this run where Ken Gushi will take the lead here.
So what we thought was the judges, and obviously the judges speculated, ended up being the Menace, going a little too hard there. So now he's going to lead a deficit for him, and the judges made it real clear, sweep outside. You don't need to get that.
Right there, that's what the judges are looking for. You can see a little bit more conservative this time. Kyle Mohan gets a nice job on that outside wall.
Yeah, Kyle Mohan did a really good job there, but Gushi not backing down. Great job by the Scion FRS, up the Gushi on Hankook tires. Oh, and now both of them, 1-2 punching that final peninsula clip, but Kyle Mohan knew he had to let it all hang out. Put your hands together, Kyle the Menace Mohan and Ken Kamikaze Gushi dive bombing the competition, but Mohan taking out that last cone there as we take a look at the instant replay of Mohan and Gushi.
Well, a great job by the judges to notice that cone getting hit. They didn't specify that at the drivers' meeting. Kyle Mohan coming out of turn 9 does a great job on that outer zone. Ken Gushi right there on proximity. Nice job on the line and the angle as well. As they transition to this last part of the course in the inside clip, both drivers do tap that and knock over the last cone right there. But for Kyle Mohan, having a 0 in his first run, it's going to be very problematic, and Ken Gushi will most likely move on into the round of 16.
As we wait for the judges' line, angle and style. Slide, and slide on into the top 16 is the Goosh, or is now deemed the Kamikaze, Ken Gushi. Ready, Scion Racing FRS on Hankook tires. He's moving on to the top 16. Again, I remind you what happens when the men and women of the United States Air Force customize a Dodge Challenger. Head over to Project Supercar in Vendor Village and find out. Plus, from 1 to 2:30, you can meet the Air Force Formula Drift drivers. Ryan Turk, Tony Angelo, and Odie Bakshis. And don't forget Chelsea Denofa. Here's our next battle, Ryan Vaughn Gittin Jr., 2010 Leo Tire, Ford Mustang. Going against Pat Murdaunt. Nice Pat Gooden, sorry, Pat Gooden. Wrong Pat there, not the Posthumous, the king of spring break here. Oh! And doing good in, but good out. He's going against one of the best in the biz, Vaughn Gittin Jr., the king of spring break. Pat Gooden was pushing hard against Gittin, man. Let's take a look at that once again, Ryan.
Well, Jared, as you know, Vaughn Gittin Jr. has had trouble at this course, not only in qualifying, but in the round of 32 in the years past. Wanting to redeem himself, comes out great here in the first run, but Pat Gooden giving it all to him until this last transition, throws big angle in, trying to avoid contact right there with Vaughn Gittin Jr. and spins out. So a 0 for Pat Gooden in the first run. Vaughn Gittin Jr. at a big advantage as he will now chase down Pat Gooden.
The best part about this is Vaughn Gittin Jr. wants a good run. You know what I mean? Like he's an underdog type of guy too, and You know, he wants to see Gooden do well, but obviously doesn't want to beat him, but he wants to see him run hard, and Gooden kind of put a nail in his own coffin there, but he still can fight back here, and now's where it gets interesting. Gooden's going to lead, Gitten's going to give chase, and usually that, you know, can create for some hairy situations for some of these, you know, top-tier drivers, or let's call them Formula Drift veterans, as opposed to rookies, as Gooden has been competing only for a couple of years.
Well, sure, you know, Pat Gooden's car does seem to be up to spec. He was able to maintain pretty good proximity to Vaughn Gittin Jr. coming through the entirety of the course, so it doesn't look like he's down in horsepower or at least speed, but it is a challenge facing a veteran like Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Well, it's a beautiful day here. We are going to be ahead of schedule, excuse me, but don't go anywhere. Plenty of things to see and do. As we are on track right now with Pat Gooden. Vaughn Gittin Jr. quite a bit back there, but now he's lunging forward under the bridge. Nice job with his sweet passage. Santa Claus. And Pat Gooden putting it down. Looking really comfortable. That has 13 as Vaughn wraps around the flip. Vaughn Gittin Jr. his first ever head-to-head competition, flying under his own Vaughn Gittin Jr. Motorsports. His car worked on by ASD Motorsports, operating out of Charlotte, North Carolina, in the Monster Energy Nitto Tire Ford Mustang. A Formula Drift veteran, 2010 champion. I have to assume the Octane Academy member of Vaughn Gittin Jr. will get the win after Pat Gooden's mistake on the first run.
Yeah, big mistake by Pat Gooden in the first run. Obviously pushing too hard right there. Vaughn Gittin Jr. stays back just a little bit, but this is going to be plenty enough for him to move on to the next round as Pat Gooden crosses the finish line. Right here, Vaughn Gittin Jr. just taps that inside coming point. But should be an easy win for Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Vaughn Gittin Jr. is switching over to the beard life. He's running that beard out there. See if the beard brings him some good luck, and it does. Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets the win, taking out the king of spring break, Pat Gooden. Well, it's not spring break just ended, but it's always spring break when you're around Pat Gooden, so I'm sure he's going to crack a cold one and hang out and watch from the sides and cheer on Vaughn Gittin Jr., because if you can't beat him, cheer him on, right? So Vaughn Gittin Jr. moves on to the top 16, as we only have one more battle. Get this, again, we're ahead of schedule, but we'll be back on track here going through the schedule real quick. We have a halftime break till 2:30. We'll be having the national anthem opening ceremonies at 3 o'clock. Main competition from 3:30 till we finally give out the carbon fiber signature trophies. So plenty of things to see and do. Fortunately, got a little bit of cloud cover. Go pick up your Formula Drift My Collab and Destroyer, Suns Out, Guns Out tank top, limited dish. Go on, head over there. And also a bunch of autographs. Doug, whenever you're ready, thumbs up. Our final battle, I said Pat Mordaunt earlier when going against Vaughn Gittin Jr. is the wrong Pat. Now we got the possum that's known as Patrick Mordaunt, Diamond Lighting Technologies, V8 turbo-powered Lexus SC430. He's going against the Flying 86, the Corolla, the Little Hachi, that could, whatever you want to call him, but the driver behind the wheel, another Formula Drift veteran, Taka Ayano. Taka Ayano is going to lead. Pat Mordaunt's going to give chase. Here we go as Taka Ayano throwing in, utilizing, they call it the ping pong alley. Nice job on Taka, shallowing up quite a bit on that line, defending his line a bit too much as Pat Mordaunt, a little bit sloppy Joe there from the rear. As Taka Ayano, part of the turbos by Garrett Gearheads, and it was just even keel. Did you see that? Let's take a look at the instant replay, but you saw the analytics there from the judges.
Well, you can see out of turn 9 right there, Taka Ayano does go deep. Patrick Mordaunt a little bit shallow and off that second clipping point or clipping zone. And you can see right here on the big smoke cloud, makes a little bit more of a mistake right there is Patrick Mordaunt. Taka Ayano on the lead, crosses the finish line with 2 car lengths ahead of Patrick Mordaunt. So not a spectacular run by either driver, but looks like Patrick Mordaunt having a tougher time in the chase position.
The awesome possum Pat Mordaunt, bleaching his hair, looking tight and right in that Diamond SC430. And again, our final battle here, potentially our final run. Again, you want to come back and grab your seats as we have some standing room only there on the far side, close to the water, down by the beach, boy. You guys are standing room only, so you're going to want to head back. National Anthem opening ceremonies beginning at 3 o'clock. That's spanning about 3:30. We'll introduce you to the top 16 drivers, but place your bets, choose your favorites. Daigo Shihara going against Matt Powers. Daigo Saito versus Osbo. Denofa versus Kato. Moen versus Bakshis. D-Mac versus Forsberg. Ryan Turk versus JTP. Mike Essa versus Ken Gushi. And Vaughn Gittin Jr. will be going against the winner of this battle. Who will be, Taka Ayano or Pat Mordaunt? We're about to find out. the final battle of the United States Air Force Top 32 here at round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. If you're just joining us, you're going to want to tune in just a little bit. We're going to stick around for our halftime show. We got Taro Koki, our on-grid correspondent. He's going to be doing some interviews, some halftime shows. Ryan, we have some house cleaning here to do. We're going to shoot some TV show intros. Again, Formula Drift TV on NBC Sports Network. Myself, Taro, and Ryan, and it should be a good time. And we'll be back up here too, doing some interviews. We're good to go, thumbs up. As we now have Pat Mordaunt's going to lead, but doing some halftime show with some interviews, some insight, talking to some drivers. Even right after this, we're going to throw it down to Taro in just a little bit as Pat Mordaunt will lead the VLED start. And there it is. Lights off. Here we go. Pat Mordaunt's going to lead. Taka Ayano going to give chase. Coming in to turn 9 as you see the analytics. Pat Mordaunt with a strong lead. Wavering there from Taka. Now applying the pressure. Oh, Taka! A huge mistake by Taka right there. Hey, hats off to Taka though. Round of applause for Taka Ayano. I got to tell you, yesterday in qualifying, really fought tooth and nail, and you know, I call it the dodo bird, kind of a dying breed, the Toyota Corolla, but there's a few out here in competition, and Taka been flying that flag for quite a while.
Well, one of the most iconic drifters in the series, Taka Ayano. Patrick Mordaunt comes out strong this time, pushes way deep into that outer zone. Great job as Taka Ayano comes up very shallow on that line, and right here you can see he straightens out. That will most likely be a 0. I don't want to speak for the judges, but it does look like he straightened out there for a long enough period of time for that to equate to a 0. As we finish up our last run here in the round of 32, will Patrick Mordaunt move into the round of 16?
I think the fans pretty much know. You're seeing them streaming out already. You see the international flags above the grandstands. That's because it's truly international flair. Let's see how it does. And it is unanimous. Patrick Mordaunt, the Garrett Gearhead, moves on. The Diamond Lighting Technologies turbo-powered V8 Lexus SC 430. So Pat Mordaunt moves on. He's going to be going against Gittin in the final battle of the top 16. Go experience the Vendor Village. Thank you guys for joining us. All right, well, again, that's the end of the United States Air Force Top 32. Now for Ryan Sage, we're going to throw it down. We got our other correspondent, Taro Koki. He's with one of our drivers, Vaughn Gittin Jr.
All right, Vaughn, congratulations. Long Beach always hasn't been too friendly to you, but you got that monkey off your back?
Yeah, I mean, last 2 years I made a mistake here. Had some great success here winning Long Beach in 2010, and hopefully we're going to do it again today. We have a brand new car, full brand new effort surrounding me, and obviously new partnership with Nitto Tire, and we're just really pumped to be out here. I wish everyone live stream could be here because this event is just epic. The crowd is gnarly, and we're just having a blast and taking it one battle at a time.
How's a new team coming along? You're managing everything on your own. It's your own team. How does that coming along?
Well, I would like to take all the credit for it, but I have a great group of people surrounding me, from my wife and my manager and overall team and marketing creative group, but also the ASD group who manages my race program. Everybody pulls their weight. We all work together, and it's really cool to have a focused effort. The last 9 years I've been a driver on a larger team with multiple cars, sharing engineers, sharing mechanics, sharing data, and this year it feels really good to have everyone focused on me, and it's all pulling on the same rope. So I'm just pumped. I couldn't be happier right now, and I'm really excited. It's 10 years. Like, it almost makes me feel old saying I've been doing this for 10 years, but I know I'm not old, but it's like how far the sport's come and how far we're going. I'm pumped.
Yeah, we've come a long way. Congratulations, Vaughn. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Taro, and thank you, Vaughn Gittin Jr. We talked about the monkey on his back, but he's seen great success over the years, and probably, I'd have to say, probably one of the most well-known drifters in the world. You've seen him on Ford commercials, you see him in, obviously his sponsors and stuff, but a hard-working dude.
Yeah, he's a great competitor, and like Taro said, getting that monkey off his back here. And obviously for him, Vaughn Gittin Jr., he wants to chase that championship. He's ultimately out here to win the entire thing. He's been chasing it since 2010. He came that close last year, Jared, just barely missing it by literally one battle that could have gone another direction. He would be your champion, and Daigo Saito was instead. So now Vaughn Gittin Jr. makes it into the top 16. Rounding it out, we've got some great battles coming up. Daijiro Yoshihara, Matt Powers, Daigo Saito versus Frederick Osbo, Chelsea Denofa versus Ryan Cotto, Penny Moen versus Odi Bacci, and on the other side,
on the other side, you got Darren McNamara, the Irishman, going against Chris the Force Forsberg, Ryan Turk versus JTP, Mike Essa versus Gucci, and you talked about it. It came down to that last round for Gittin, and guess who took out Vaughn Gittin Jr. last year at Irwindale? It was that man, Pat Mordaunt, who he's going to be going against for the final battle of the top 16. So thank you guys. Ryan Sage, we'll see you back up here in a little bit. We're going to go cruise the vendor village. If you're here live and in the flesh, come on, join us, get some autographs, get some swag, and we'll see you back here for the first round of the Formula Gym Pro Championship presented by GoPro.
I woke up every day in the Air Force thinking I've got the best job in the world. Airplanes, jets, propeller planes, rockets, spaceships, starships. If it left the surface of the Earth and went somewhere else on an adventure, it just captured my imagination. The opportunities that the Air Force can offer are boundless. When opportunity knocks at your door, be bold, be courageous in following that dream, step across that threshold and into that new adventure. My name is Colonel Alvin Drew, and I am an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exidy has you covered. Race over to ExidyUSA.com for more information.
Every day, all around the world, the men and women of the United States Air Force bring to bear an awesome skill, dedication, and fighting power. It's this fighting spirit and our domination of air, space, and cyberspace that enable us to maintain our title as the most powerful Air Force on the planet. Join us as we travel around the globe to see the many amazing things our 500,000 airmen are doing every day. The Air Force controls the skies, and nobody on this planet can match the sheer force and effect of our attacks from above.
There's nothing right now that can stop the F-22. are no other special operations forces that can do as much damage in as little a time as we can.
Bubba 1-1 in dry. Jack. Direct hit.
No matter how far, how massive, or how difficult the mission, the Air Force delivers critical materials and equipment where no one else can.
I'm Captain Jeremy Reich. I'm responsible for taking my crew out anywhere in the world, anytime.
The unrivaled surveillance and reconnaissance capabilities of the Air Force allow us to see first and act first.
The highlights of this amazing vehicle are its MTS ball, which is located in the forward of the aircraft, which is the eye in the sky. Extremely powerful cameras inside of there, so powerful that you could be up to elevations of 18 to 20,000 feet and look down and read someone's driver's license number.
I'm Captain Kevin Michelson. I'm a network crew commander. We run all of the Department of Defense satellites, global positioning, communications, NASA, really everything across the board.
No matter how dire or dangerous the situation, the Air Force operates anytime and anywhere to deliver the help that's needed.
I usually do well in Irwindale, and I feel good actually, and the car feels really great. I got to start working with Achilles Tires from last year, which is 2011, probably mid-season. Now they're able to fully sponsor us for the 2012 season in the USA Series. It's been a great experience, you know, I wouldn't ask for any better.
This is round 7, the biggest, the baddest, the best,
今、シリーズ2位で最終戦迎えて、1位とちょっと点差はあるんですけど、シリーズ優勝を狙いたいなと思ってます。
Is that on? Yeah. You on? You on? You know what? I don't do it to win. I do it for the fun. 頑張ってよ。まとまっちゃった。Guess who I'm wishing the most luck for? Daigo. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, やばいよこれ。絶対勝ってよ。I think coming off the bank, looks like JR made a major correction, and obviously it's probably going to be a 0 for him. And this is like a big part because right now they're so close. JR and Daigo are so close in the points chase, and unless Daigo takes himself out or somebody else takes Daigo out or something like that, you know, he has a high possibility now. So I'm rooting for him, man. I hopefully he gets it.
Daigo Saito.
なと、もう家族、もう日本のみんなにも伝えたいです。早く電話したい。
How do you think I feel? I feel great. I mean, I got taken out at top 8, but Daigo's a good friend of mine and kind of wanted him to do this together, you know. So he got it, he accomplished his mission, and he's going to be back next year too for sure. And I think he's going to have a better feel for it too. So next year he'll be defending it. And next year I'm going to come and take it from him.
We're excited. We didn't expect this. The team is the one who win the whole thing. You know, I don't know. I'm speechless right now. I don't know what to say.
Here we go. Let's take it official. Daigo Saito gets the win. Daigo Saito gets the win. Justin Cross second place. Ryan Jerkin third.
To our 2012 Formula Drift champion, Formula Drift Rookie of the Year, and winner here, round 7 of the Formula Drift Championship in the Achilles Radial Lexus SC430 Drive M7, coming to us from Japan. Here's Daigo, the Ninja Saito!
Still can't do that.
Hey, what's up guys, this is Robbie Nishida. I am here in Long Beach for the round 1 of the Formula Drift Series of 2012.
Hey, my name is Amandio. I'm driving the 350Z V8 Powers.
日本から来た斉藤大吾です。日本から、レクサスの SC430 を持ってきました。 2004年に日本の D1 グランプリに参戦してで2008年にシリーズ優勝して去年の成績は、シリーズ2位です。
今回3位だったんですけど次、本当にもう1位を目指してアキレスタイヤと一緒に頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hanguk Tires.
My family came to the United States from a military dictatorship, didn't have any of the freedoms that Americans hold dearly. The Air Force is not just a job, it's truly a calling. Our job in cyber operations is to ensure that the data and communications of the world are safe from attack. My family, they're extremely proud that their son serves this country which they fought so hard to get to. My name is Captain Nicholas Aquino, and I'm an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hanguk Tires.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
I woke up every day in the Air Force thinking I've got the best job in the world. Airplanes, jets, propeller planes, rockets, spaceships, starships. If it left the surface of the Earth and went somewhere else on an adventure, it just captured my imagination. The opportunities that the Air Force can offer are boundless. When opportunity knocks at your door, Be bold, be courageous in following that dream, step across that threshold and into that new adventure. My name is Colonel Alvin Drew, and I am an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exidy has you covered. Race over to ExidyUSA.com for more information.
I woke up every day in the Air Force thinking I've got the best job in the world. Airplanes, jets, propeller planes, rockets, spaceships, starships. If it left the surface of the Earth and went somewhere else on an adventure, it just captured my imagination. The opportunities that the Air Force can offer are boundless. When opportunity knocks at your door, be bold, be courageous in following that dream, step across that threshold and into that new adventure. My name is Colonel Alvin Drew, and I am an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
Hey, this is Robin Ishida here from Achilles Radio, British Racing Drift Team, and
斉藤大吾です。
And I think you could understand that even though you don't speak Japanese. But this is Daigo Saito right here. We're just chilling here, looking from this high view at the track. Everybody's walking around right now. It's a halftime. Today looks like we have a sold-out venue. This is 10th anniversary for the Formula Drift Series 2013. And you know, everybody already knows that he's the champion from 2012, and I'm just his translator versus driver guy. But what's up, man? How's today?
ベスト16には残った。
He said he made it to top 16. I didn't, but let's move on.
調子どうよ？調子 調子はまあまあでも次がねフレドリック・アースボーで強い選手なんでねちょっと緊張してますね。
Well, said how you doing today, and he's like, he's doing good, but he's going to be going head to head to with Frederick Osbo for top 16, so he's a little bit nervous. Gotta shake that off. ちょっと緊張ほぐさなきゃね。なんかないの？緊張ほぐせる。
ないです。ない。ない。
Just wanted to see if he had anything that could shake the nerves off him, but he said nothing. So you guys will probably like what's going to be happening in a little bit, a couple hours here. Why don't we just check out his run real quick and see what you guys think about it. これはどんな感じ？
これはね、まず32で前走ってる時で。
This is when Daigo's leading on the top 32 run. He's going against Danny George.
多分ね、後ろでちょっと戻っちゃったんだと思うんだよね。
He said he thought that maybe Danny kind of corrected when he was chasing. So, but actually they were both pretty good runs too. どう？両方いい走りだった。
ちょっと変わった車だからやりにくかったんだけど。
Said it was a very different car and it was kind of hard to go against. I know he was a little nervous before we started when we were talking out in the pits too. He said, just watch him and what does he look like? Stuff like that. No personal questions though, just about the drifting part. 個人的に知りたいことないの？
どんなこと？カニちゃん。カニを食べさせてほしいですね。
He wants Danny, Danny George. He has something to do with like crabs and stuff. So Daigo wants to eat some. It's one of his favorite. Usually, when Daigo wins an event, Achilles Tires promises to take us to eat crabs and lobsters and stuff like that, and we've been doing that. So thanks to Daigo, I just get to tag along and eat some myself, and never eat any at home because it costs too much. 勝てばカニだからいつも食べさせてもらってるよって今説明したんだけど。
ね、2-3年前からずっとそうだね。
It's been like 2-3 years since that tradition's been going on, so I think we had enough. See all these cars coming in. Hope everybody enjoys the venue today. Looks like there's car shows going on and a lot of drifting going on, a lot of talent on the track. So let me see if I can check out some questions. I'm kind of running out of stuff to talk about because I don't have much to say. He probably does, but he just doesn't talk that much. ね。日本語でもあんま喋んないもんね。そうそう。なんかもうちょっとコメントしてよ。
これ質問いいのこれ。
Okay, yeah. He wants to go to the questions too. Let me see. Where can I start? Can you tell me where to start? Okay. I see some questions right here. Okay. Let me see. This is from Gatlin Hood. The question was, is Danny's Miata viable platform for drifting? さっき戦ったさロードスターってドリフトに不向きなのか向いてるかってどう思う？
ノーマルのロードスターは結構難しいと思うんだけど、あの車やっぱり力もあるし V8 でいろいろドリフト用に改造してると思うんで、多分本人じゃないと分かんないな。
Probably better to ask him. He said, a stock one is probably pretty hard to drift or, a little difficult, but that car looks like it's got a lot of power and everything's probably dialed in and stuff like that. So probably ask him, probably a better question, or he'll give you a better answer. Let me go ahead with Nick's question. Is like, how did you get into drifting?
19。
どういう風にドリフトにこう入ってったの？
峠でバイクで峠にドリフト見に行ってで、かっこいいなっつってやりたくなってやった感じですね。
That's right. No, I guess he went to the toge in his bike one day, like one of the winding roads in Japan, and he kind of ran into watching drifting, and he just saw it and thought it was cool. I think that's how everybody gets into it. Everybody sees it and gets some kind of impact from, how everything's going. Because it's kind of crazy, you don't ever see cars doing that, other motorsports. Let me go with Marco Manglis. Oh, no. I'm sorry. Okay. Okay, let me go to. Sorry, Marco. I'm gonna skip your question. Keith Fitzgerald, your question was which round of competition is Daigo most looking forward to? And same to me. Thank you. 今年のどのラウンドがすごい待ち遠しいやりたい。
とりあえずでも始まったばっかでここのことしか考えてなかったけど、まずここすごく楽しいしシチュエーションもいいとこなんで楽しんでます。
Well, he said, he had nothing in mind right now because we just started the season. It's Long Beach. He likes this course. It's fun. He's enjoying it, but his head is full with just this course. So, yeah. And my favorite, I would say Irwindale because I do okay in Irwindale, Obviously today I got knocked out at top 32. I shouldn't be laughing about it, but yeah, Irwindale is my favorite. I'm looking forward to that round. But I'm pretty sure a lot of the other drivers like Irwindale too.
ここのなんかないのポイントみたいなこうやって走ったらいいとか難しいとか。
ここやっぱ壁に囲まれてるけど、アウトクリップも多くてしっかり壁に寄せないといけないんでぶつかっちゃったらダメだしでもギリギリ寄せなくちゃいけないからすごく、気を使うコースです。
Well, my question to him was, how does he feel about the course or the track here in Long Beach? And he enjoys it, but there's walls left and right all the way around, so you just got to really be on par and stay, away from the walls as furthest as you can, but stay as close as you can because you have to get close to the walls for the clipping points and zones and stuff. What is your favorite way to initiate? こうドリフトの始め方、ドリフトのきっかけ作りをどのきっかけ作りが一番好きドリフトで？
でもやっぱ思いっきりクラッチキックとかで思いっきり入れるところはやっぱ楽しいですね。サイドの進入だとちょっとつまらないかな。
Well, he likes the entries that you kind of, go balls out, just go into, go as fast as you can and stuff like that. He doesn't really like the e-brake entries that slows him down a lot. Another question again, with the new look for Achilles this season, does that bring a new attitude?
今年ね色替えしちゃったけどうちらどういう気分のこの
なんか今年車がなんだっけ、コンテスト
そう
アキレスが、みんなに車のデザインをしてもらってでその中から、選んだ色なんでちょっと爽やかな感じで
Well, that was a good question because we had a little raffle thing going on Facebook, I think, from Achilles Radio. And they asked for any kind of designs. And this is something that we just picked out of the few that we got designs actually online. And this was one of the ones that we picked out of there. It's a new look, and he thinks it's like a fresh look, It's not flat black, doesn't look all bad anymore. It's kind of fresh, I think so too. I kind of like it. I actually like it better than how my car was last year. Jesus asked Daigo, why don't you bring your chaser for Formula D?
なんで100持ってこなかったの
？100いいね。でも100ちょっと古い車だし新しい車
あとレギュレーションも
レギュレーションもちょっと違うし、作り直さなきゃいけなかったから。
Hey, he says hundreds would be great. Like he'd be like, oh, that's nice. But the one he has, there's different regulations and stuff like that, so it's not going to pass the test here. He would like to, but he wants to kind of stay on top of the drifting evolving, so he doesn't want to stick with the old chassis. That's why he decided to get the SC, and newer, so we can go on and on. Hopefully bring in more cars and all kinds of cool chassis into drifting, because there are less rear-wheel drive cars that are made right now than a long time ago. So
you never know, man. Maybe he'll be driving something else next year or the year after or something. 来年とか再来年カーチェンジするかもしれないもんね。わかんないもんね。
まあ新しい車でやりたいね。
Yeah, he wants to, but we'll see how everything goes because things just don't pop up in front of us. Gotta go and get it. Oh, have you ever drifted in the mountains? これはちょっと質問が峠でドリフトしたことがあるかって言うんだけど。
いやあるでしょ。
Of course. I mean, we're not gonna lie. Everybody's, done something somewhere bad. I'm pretty sure. I shouldn't be promoting that online, but everybody's probably been through their routes and becoming a professional at this. I mean, that might have been one step. Maybe some people don't go through it, but yeah, he has. But まあ今はないでしょだって。
今はないね。
Yeah. We don't now, of course. I'm not going to say it's good. We're not going to feed it to the community. But let me just go ahead and go on. Old Robin Vige? I don't know. Sorry. Not good with last names. It's a 1200 horsepower engine, the main reason you won last year. 去年の優勝が、1200馬力出てたからっていう、それが出てたから優勝できたと思うかって。
1200馬力なくてもできたかもしれないんだけど、日本的に大は小を兼ねるというか出とけば安全かなと。
Alright. He said, he probably wouldn't have or didn't need the 1200 horsepower to the, he didn't have to lay that out. But, there's a saying in Japan, well, there's probably a saying in the States too, but it's bigger the better, it's always bigger than smaller. So he goes towards the, he listens to that saying and he follows it really well. And I think he's doing a very good job. すごい大は小を兼ねるってもう合ってることわざだよもう。I think that matches him a lot. Kevin Tunstall asked, why did he choose a Lexus? Let me just ask you in English, why did you choose the Lexus platform? どうしてレクサスのシャーシを選んだのかっていう質問。
もともと100トヨタの車乗ってて、で新しめの車っていうとやっぱレクサスが良かったかなっていうね。トヨタ好きだから、自然とレクサス。
He always, as everybody knows, he's been in the JZX90, JZX100, and he likes the Toyota chassis. And obviously, the manufacturers move on and they have Lexus and they have all these other high-end brands and stuff like that. But he just kind of stepped into it because of just the way it went. He just bought Toyotas and he likes Toyotas. He just kind of went into it. Now he has a Lexus. It's like the bling of Toyota, and I think it's a good platform, and he made a right choice. 結構当たりだったんじゃないの選んどいて。
気に入ってるね。
だってアジアでも買ってるし、アメリカでも全部買ってるからね、レクサスね。Well, as you already may know, he's been in, doing the Formula Drift Asia series as well, and he won that too. And that he is driving the IS Coupe, which is also a Lexus. And Matthias Jansen asks, what tips and suggestions do you have if if they want to start drifting? ドリフト始めたかったらどういうこのアドバイス Hey, he never even gives me advice, so this is very important, so I'm going to listen into you.
始めたかったら車を用意してサーキットへ行こう。それだけ。誰でもできるもんね。
Anybody could do it. Get a car, go to the track. That's it. Wow, yeah. Daniel Newkirk. How many days a year do you practice? 何日走り行く年間？最近ちょっと。
最近、車の準備とかでなかなか行けなかったりするけど、2、3年前はもう週に2、3回は行ってたかな。
Now everything's been kind of slow. He's been really busy because of everything. He was only competing in D1
a few years ago, and now he's competing in Formula Drift, Asia and the USA. And successful as well. And he would be, getting ready for that. And getting ready for it takes a lot of time. So maybe 2-3 years ago, he used to go about, like 2-3 times a week. And, weird episodes is like, back then I had a normal job. Now I kind of do things on my own. But he would call me like at 12 at night. And it's like, talk about car stuff or do car stuff. And it's like, that's all we do is talk about car things. And, it'd be like a day before, like a drift event or some kind of track day event, just be like, hey, let's go to the track. And, that's all he wants to do, just go to track. And whenever I say, hey, I think I'm going to go to the track Sunday, usually he's like, oh, okay, I'm going to go. Or if one of our good friends out there says, oh, I'm going to go, he'll be like, well, why didn't you tell me? I'm going to go too. And he'll just go. 大抵誘うと行くよね。反対に行ったらいそうな感じだもんだって。Yeah, unless he's getting ready, he's usually either drifting or building cars or doing something, touching cars or anything. なんかないのこう言いたいこと、とりあえず。言いたいこと？俺の車大丈夫かな？ Right now he's getting concerned about his own car, making sure that it's all okay, being ready for the top 16. But let me go ahead and see if there's anything else. I don't want to cut out and not say anything. Let me just talk about some stuff. なんかこのカメラに向かってないのこの
カメラに向かって、今日本は4時朝の4時か5時そうみんな見てんのかね
He's a little concerned. He's a little concerned with the Japanese fans as well that's out there. It's like 4:30 in the morning, so he wants to say what's up to everybody. But we do have a time difference, and it's kind of crazy because we do fly in from Japan all the time.
これ何？これどうやったらここに入ってくるの？メッセージ。
He wants to know how to get stuff into here, or how people gives us questions. わからない。I don't know. We're like super computer illiterates. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess you have to submit your questions. Give us some cool questions. It could be personal, anything. It's the only time to ask him because he's talking right now. He's talking a lot. This is like the most I've seen him talk in like the past 5 years or something. 今日結構喋ってるけど大丈夫なの？ここ5年間のうちのなんかこう
喉がもう痛くなってきちゃった。
Hey, look at that. He's talking more than he usually talks. He's like, oh, my throat's starting to hurt. He's complaining. なんかないのこのアメリカに来て面白いエピソードこの変わってるなって思うことアメリカに対して。I just asked him if there's anything that he thinks about the States that's so different that he's seen since he's been coming to the States.
アメリカやっぱりね、すごくみんながこう気軽に声かけてきてくれて、なんて言うんだろうな。日本とはその辺がちょっと違った感じだから、いろんな人と喋れてすごく楽しいかな。
Said it's a little different here in the States than Japan because a lot of the Japanese people are really, how can I say it? They're not as outgoing as the people in the States. You're here, you'd be standing around somewhere, and somebody will come and talk to you, or they'll say, they'll come and say what's up to you or good luck and stuff like that. That's the part that he sees that's really different from Japan and the States.
疲れるよねでもぶっちゃけこう行き来しててまあなかなか進めなくなるね。
I mean, I think this is like a major downfall, or this hurts us probably the most that we travel and we don't get to actually stay here and be able to go out and do the track day events, smaller events. We like to go, but usually when we're in the States, it's all about just trying to get the car ready, or we're in and out. And the traveling is just beating us down. Like we've been on our car since Friday. We missed out going to the parties they had and stuff like that this week. But thank God, we got it all dialed in, or he got it dialed in. I got knocked out anyway, so it doesn't matter.
今回結構大変だったね車。今回ねずっと修理してるね。どこもアメリカ来たのに遊びに行けない。
Honestly, we've been here since Friday, but we've been to Design Craft, which is our friend's shop that the cars are at, and we work on the cars there. We've been there every day until like 2, 3 in the morning. Then we would go to Brian Bridges' house. We're staying over there. That's all we did. We went to eat some ramen yesterday finally, but until then it was like pizza, hamburger, pizza, hamburger, pizza, hamburger. Eat some vegetables too. どう？こっちの食は。あれも言わなきゃ。I'll tell you a little something about Daigo. We get up in the morning, you know, drive to wherever we gotta go, and gotta go work on cars and stuff like that. And he's like, "Oh, let's go." Like, "Oh, what do you guys want to eat for breakfast?" And he's like, "Let's go 7-Eleven." Okay. 何が一番好きだっけ？アメリカの。
ホットドッグ食べたいね。
Yeah. He likes the hot dogs here. He just goes. We go to 7-Eleven. Eat hot dog every morning, and he puts like a gang of stuff on the hot dog. That's how our morning usually starts. Is usually the 7-Eleven. And I think maybe the junk food and the fast food is probably. I guess it's not the favorite because we really haven't eaten much of other things, but we'll see. We'll try to venture out. ね、できたら時間があったら他のものもいろいろ食べに行きたいね。Yeah, we'll try to go and check out, see if we can eat other things. Let me get back to the question. Jose Estevez, is drifting more competitive in the U.S. or in Japan? これいい質問だ。ドリフトのこのなんていうかね、このドリフトコンペのまあ意気込みじゃないけど力の入れ具合っていうのはまあ日本の方がすごいのかアメリカの方がすごいのかどう思う？
まあ力はどっちも入れてて本気でちゃんとやってるんだけど。アメリカのシリーズを、全戦出るって今年も決めたんで、アメリカ全戦出て日本は 2,3 戦かぶっちゃってるんで 2,3 戦出れないけど、出るところは全力でやるしどっちが本気とかっていうのはないかな。
Sorry, excuse me. Did I answer your question? No, he said of course he's like full force going into both the competitions, but you know he's going to be doing the full season of Formula Drift USA rather than being in Japan. He's going to probably miss out like 2-3 events in Japan, but he's taking the Formula Drift as far as he can get and as well in Japan, so he can't really say that, you know, which one is more competitive or not. He thinks they're both competitive. I know everybody out there, regardless winning or losing, you know, everybody puts a lot of time and a lot of, everybody has a lot of passion in the sport, and I'm pretty sure that's what drives them every day to get themselves ready and bring their cars out here to the events, you know, because, you know, honestly, we talked about this the other night too. It's like we're pretty stupid. We're putting every dime and money into the cars and, you know, banging into the walls and hitting each other and stuff like that, but we just like it. Maybe we're just, you know, something's wrong with us, but, you know, there's always somebody cool out there that has something wrong with them, usually, I think. Maybe that's my opinion, but やっぱちょっと変人でないとできないね、ドリフト。
本当好きじゃないとね。
Yeah, you gotta like it. I mean, if you don't like it, then you can't. It's like, you know, you wreck your car. It's like, oh, you know, what the, why am I doing this? You know, you gotta go and fix it. Motor blows up, you gotta go and fix it and stuff like that. If you want to see an example, you know, boom, there it goes. All right, here we go. Oh, nice. Nice.
全然悪くないよね。
That's pretty good. どっちがアドバンテージだと思う？審査員。
俺的にはラビーこれ良かったと思う。
He says my advantage on that.
あ、でもこれもいいね。
近いね、あれは。
これ難しいジャッジだったね、これね。
It was a hard judge. He liked both my runs though.
両方 OK だよ。
Good on both, but Ryan moved on. Probably because he looks better than me. So next time I'll try to work on that. 多分あいつの方がかっこいいもんね、若くて。それもいろいろあるよね。
審査の好みだね、あれは。
He thinks it's just what the judging or the judges likes and stuff. But let's see. Oh, if he can build any car, what would it be? これいい質問じゃん。何でも作れたら車を何がいい？
何がいい？いっぱいあるからな。決められないな。
Said he can't decide. There's a lot. 例えば。I said, you know,
例えば
example.
決められないけど、まあレクサスもまた新しい IS とか出たからそういうのでもやってみたいし、アメ車も興味あるし、いろいろやってみたいね。
He just wants to try all kinds of stuff. I mean, we heard Lexus is coming out with a new one. I think we just saw one drive earlier. You know, he would like to try out that. You know, he would like to try out American cars. You know, all kinds of stuff. What do you guys think? What do you guys think about Daigo driving an American car? What do you think? ね、みんなはどう思うんだよ、Daigoがアメ車乗ってたら。
ね、V8 とかどうなんだろうね。
Yeah. How about V8? What if Daigo goes V8? You know? でもまあ裏切られた感があるっぽいけど、よく巷じゃ。でも結局さ、ドリフトって何でもよくない？
いろいろやってみたいね、俺。
Yeah, he wants to venture out, you know, try out new things and stuff like that. But bottom line, it's drifting. You know, we want to keep drifting fun, and it's gotta look cool. It's gotta be fun for us. We can't do it if it's boring, and it's not. You know, if you guys out there want to try it or start to or are already doing it, you know, if it's boring, then you're not gonna want to do it. So, gotta make it fun. You know, do it in the chassis you like. You know, as long as you have enough money and time and whatnot. But man, how many cars do you have for practicing? This is an interesting question. 練習用の車って何台持ってるの？
今は2台かな。
Now he has two. 今はってどういうの？
やっぱ壊れたり直したり作ったり壊れたりね。
Well, he has two now, but it really differs because it's either it gets wrecked and totaled, thrown away, it breaks and he fixes it, and he builds one, and it's like a cycle. It's like a life cycle, you know, it just goes around and around. So I think it's the same as all the other drivers too. But 練習結構過激にやって結構壊れるね車。
普段できないことをできるからね、できるっていうか、まあ、無理ができるから、やりすぎると壊れちゃうね。
Yeah, he tries all kinds of things. You know, he tries to do interesting things, something different with cars. So you can always, you know, kind of feed that back to the competition cars, how you build it and stuff like that. That's why when we go to a track in Japan, there's a part that you can kind of launch off and jump. That's so fun, you know. But you know, don't get me wrong. It's not like we're balling out of control and getting all these cars and stuff like that. It's just that, you know, from where we're from in Japan, you know, cars are usually a lot cheaper than the U.S. The used car market is very, very easier. So it's a great place to be, you know. Great place to be to go drifting and stuff like that. And that's how the U.S. is starting to become too. So it's pretty interesting. 日本はまあ車も安いですもんね。アメリカと比べてね。All right. What was your first drift car? 一番最初のドリフト。
FD? RX-7?
Yeah, unbelievable. His first drift car was a FD RX-7 with the rotary in it. どうなったの？
ねえ、1年半くらいで廃車になっちゃったかな。
He said he totaled it in about a little over a year or something. でもすごいじゃん。1年も持ったから。
じゃあ壊れて直してを繰り返し、1年半後にもう直せずみたいな。
It's like break it, fix it, break it, fix it, and he did that for a year and a half, and then one day it was to the point that it wasn't fixable. So, I started driving in I don't know, some kind of POS four-door car. I don't even remember what it was. It was slow, you know. Actually, I didn't even know what a LSD or a diff was in the first place. That's pretty sad. ドリフトってつまんなくなる？
つまんなくなったらやめんじゃない？
いや俺たまにドリフトしてる時は楽しいけどそれまでの工程がかなり嫌な時がいっぱいあるけど それはみんな一緒なのかな。普通か。
普通だ。
Yeah, I mean, he said, the question was, does drifting ever become boring for you? And he said, yeah, if it becomes boring, I'm going to quit. Straight up. And I think that I thought and had times that it got boring because things just wouldn't go right, or, too many things happen and you just can't make it, like cars breaking and things not being the way it should be or you think it would be. But as long as you're sitting in the car, it's fun. And, I think that's what he's trying to say too. Oh, yeah. そうだ、チャレンジャーの質問が入ってる。チャレンジャーは何をする？
次の D1 で使えたら使いたいなと思ってるんだけど、レギュレーションの問題もちょっと、あれ、なんだこれ、声が
Our voices all over the place.
そう、レギュレーションの問題もあるんだけど、次の D1 で使いたいかな。
Well, I mean, it probably depends on the regulations and stuff like that, but he's going to try to use it in competitions in Japan and stuff like that. Like he was saying, he wants to bring in something new, to the drifting scene in the community. And, by bringing an American car to Japan, kind of showing everybody what a V8 is kind of like. It's kind of, it's going to be interesting. A lot of people are going to be like, whoa, what is that loud thing? I think a lot of the V8s, it's hard to tell or hard to hear just so, on screen or YouTube or online or something. If you're there, actually, you feel it, you hear it, and sometimes it hurts your ears. It's exciting. So make sure you come out to all the Formula Drift events whenever you can. ニュージーでも走ったけど、いろんなイベントがあるけどさ、世界中でどう思う？いろんなところでドリフトが。
やっぱ楽しい、いろんな国で走れて気持ちいいしね、幸せですね。
I just asked him, there's a lot of drifting events all over the place, and he's out and about. He tries to make it to wherever he can. Other than mainly being in Formula Drift, he just enjoys it. He gets to travel, drifting. Not just him, but drifting brought us to the U.S. I mean, I didn't live in the States either, but never really came so much or as much as now. But we come a lot, and I don't think anything else would have done this for us. ドリフトって、こうやってアメリカにもいっぱい来れるようになったし、あといっぱい人にも出会いがあって、出会いがある旅。
これ誰か日本語で入れてよ。日本の人誰か入れてくださいこれ。
He wants a Japanese question too, from a Japanese person. But if you're out there, if somebody could type in Japanese. What is your favorite track? どこが一番、どのコースが一番好き？
どこも面白いね。どこが一番っていうのもないけど、どこも面白い。どこも好き。一番ないもん。
See, that's like a lame answer, but just like some other people, he's gonna say, or he said, it's all fun. All the tracks are fun, so there's not really any favorites that he has. So every track is fun to him. どうしてそんなに馬力出そうと思ったの？ The question was, why did he choose to have so much horsepower? Oh, I thought we この話さっきしたっけ？
してない。どうして似た話だけどね、さっきまで。どうしてっていうか勝手に出ちゃうよね。やることやったエンジンは出ちゃうから。
Yeah. It's not that he wanted to. Back to what we were talking about earlier about the horsepower and stuff like that. It's not that he wanted to. He just started adding all these things, and he started adding all these good parts on it, and voila, there you go. He got 1200 horsepower. そうだよね。そう。狙ったわけでもないもん。なんか思い出に残るなんかないのドリフトで。
思い出に残るの。
I was like, if there are any
やっぱ前回のシリーズ決まった時のアウンデール
だね。Yeah, his memorable moments of drifting was when he got his first championship here as a rookie in Irwindale 2012. That was pretty cool. I ain't gonna lie, I was kind of tearing up because I was happy, but at the same time, it sucks that
it's him up there, you know. まあ悔しいけどね。まあ悔しいっていうのも恥ずかしいけど嬉しいけど反面畜生なんか同じドライバーとして活躍したいなっていうこう強いあれが湧いてきたよね。去年のあれを見て刺激になりました。はい。Let me see. Would you ever live in the States? Hey, would you ever live in the States?
何
Would you ever live in the States?
口パクパクしてる。なんで口パクパク？
俺が話すから。I think I will be living in the States one day if I could become a 5-year champion. アメリカに住んでみたいと思う？
思う。
どこ？
どこでもいいや。
These questions are helping out. He's like, it's.
田舎がいいな。
He wants to live in the country if he does live in the States, but he does want to live in the States. And check this out. Somebody did ask a question in Japanese.
来た。これ日本人じゃないだろうこれ。
That's not a Japanese person. That's like somebody using a translator soft, huh? But it's okay though. You tried. What?
これ日本人じゃないもん。これ絶対翻訳ソフト使って。
そう。It's like translator.
偽物はダメ。偽物はダメ。
He said no fakes. Has to be a real Japanese. But I guess the question was, who does he admire? そうだ。まあ尊敬するドライバーとか人とかいる？
いやいっぱいいるよ。誰ってあげるのも難しいけど、みんな。
There's a lot.
競技出て。
いいよいいよ。I told him it's okay. He doesn't have to mention me. 大丈夫大丈夫。競技出てる何？
競技出てねスタート地点に立った人はみんな頑張ってるよ。
そうだよね。Yeah, that's a good answer. Kind of lame, but good answer. He said, everybody out there, because you're out here and you're doing this, which is really, we know how hard it is, and just by coming out here to be able to bring a car to the start line and start and go, yeah, I think. Yeah, so I mean, this is for all the guys out there, these are guys supporting us, and check these out.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exidy has you covered. Race over to ExidyUSA.com for more information.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hanguk Tires.
When I was little, I wanted to grow up and help people.
When I was young, I wanted to save lives.
I wanted to make a difference in the world.
When I was growing up, I wanted to serve my country.
My name name is Captain Shawnce Tarrant, Air Force physician.
I'm Airman First Class Ashley Denton, Air Force firefighter.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Gail Crawford, Air Force JAG.
I'm Captain Cynthia Nogueras, and I'm an American Airman.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
You hear the. All right. Hey, we're with professional MMA fighter Josh Barnett. Welcome to Formula Drift Long Beach.
It's good to be here. This is, I think, like my third year or fourth year being at Formula Drift here in Long Beach.
What do you think of the action so far?
Pretty exciting, especially with such a dreary, gray, Seattle-esque day like my hometown. But you know, they say cold, dense air is good for making power. So we'll see what these guys can do with it.
So we saw that video of you teaching Daijiro Yoshihara how to fight. Now,
kind of
really, how bad was he?
I've seen worse. I've definitely seen worse. But I would not say that fighting is necessarily his forte at this point. But or at least not fighting with his fists. But you know, you put him behind the wheel of a car, and I think he can take out just about anybody.
And you recently had a chance to go drift with Daijiro as well.
Mm-hmm.
How did that go?
Rough, but you know, the biggest thing about it is he makes it so effortless, which is, you know, why he's a champion, and it gives you a whole new level of respect for the ability that these racers possess, what they can do with just an everyday car. You get it in their hands and they can turn it into a friggin' stunt machine.
Sure. So your drifting versus his fighting, which would you say, you know, fares better?
Oh, probably his fighting. I would, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I think there's an innate human ability to at least pick your fist up, ball it up, and punch someone in the schnoz, versus get behind the wheel of a car and control it with that sort of degree of precision. But you know, right now it's not so much about fighting as it is, you know, getting Dai just as prepared as he could be, and to be fit and physical and focused and able to go out there and execute as much as possible.
You've been kind of advising him, kind of coaching him on his coordination and his physical fitness.
Right. So we've had like about a month and a half, almost 2 months of preseason training, really, with some body weight routines and things like that, and just stuff that I felt would be good to get him focused, to get him, one, I think if you're a fit body is a fit mind, meaning that you're going to be able to go through the season with any of the stresses and tension that comes through it, that much better. But also, I figure something to prepare you in between rounds, so you go out, you race, then you get this long break, and there's this, you know, shut off in between, this disconnect, and then you got to get right back in the car again and execute. So drifting is a competitive one-on-one versus sport. So you know, get him ready for the next fight, get him ready for the next round. I've done lots of tournaments as a professional fighter and as a wrestler. So you know, just taking that mentality and that mindset of preparation and is giving it to Dai and getting him prepared and giving him that opportunity to focus and get behind the wheel and execute.
What's really unique about drifting is that, you know, you have to go out and then you have to wait a long time. So there's disconnect, as you say. How do you know, what do you say to him to keep his focus?
Butte basheru.
You just said kick his
kick his ass. But no, I just keep him on focus with what's important and focusing on his racing and his driving, and keeping his mind as clear as possible and away from distraction, and just trying to teach him how to focus that into the sharpest knife edge that it can get. And then with the working out, it's just to keep blood flow going, keep yourself active, you know, sort of energize yourself up before you get in the car, and then help to line everything up into one point.
It's something similar to like what you do to prepare for your fights as well.
Yeah, actually, it's a lot similar. Although Dai's not going to go out there and start punching people in the face, he is going to go out there and have to compete against his opponents behind the wheel, and they're all going to have their tendencies, they're going to have their weaknesses and their strengths, and you know, Dai being, if he can be on the best part of his game, he can go out there and exploit those weaknesses and strengths behind the wheel.
So let's take some questions from our viewers here. Nick asked if you have ever drifted. You answered that question a little bit earlier, but have you ever? How many times have you gone out to drift?
Formally, once, really, I could say. Have I managed to put my car into all kinds of different angles? Sure enough, I've scared the hell out of some people plenty of times, and little parking lot fun runs, but otherwise, just one time behind the wheel with someone like Dai right next to me to help me out.
Another question is, how is training different compared to drifting in MMA? I mean, it's a totally different.
100%.
Yeah, okay.
They're nothing alike in terms of the preparation. And with Dai, one of the focuses was core strength because he needs to hold himself in the car. You know, I mean, the seat and the harnesses are going to help with that too. But I figure, you know, strengthen his core, strengthen his grip and his shoulders, things like that. You know, his legs don't necessarily need to be super strong, but at the same time, like, you want a full body conditioning type of workout and just something to get his heart rate up, get his anaerobic conditioning up. When you're in the car, you're not in there for very long.
Yeah.
So it doesn't really take a whole lot of physicality
yeah.
in that aspect, but keeping him strong and so that he doesn't fatigue even being out here sitting around all day long.
Right, right. So you're a drifting fan in general as well. Who are some of the other drivers that you're looking forward to see this afternoon?
Well, I always like watching Taka Aono because I like seeing him and his AE86 go out there and fight it up with people. Vaughn Gittin is always exciting to watch. Yep. Justin Pollock, I'm glad to see that he was able to recover from his crash in qualifying and get back on track.
That was a hard hit too.
It was. It really cracked up the car good, but his team really came through, pulled the car together, got it back on track so that he could qualify, got himself into the top 32, and then went out there, won his first round, and he's in it. And he's a dangerous guy to see race.
What was amazing about Justin was, you saw him get, big nose job.
Mm-hmm.
He had to rest, and they put the car together again, but he went out like it was just nothing. Like, he wasn't scared of the wall. He went out and just killed it on his second run of qualifying. So that I thought,
it's like
pretty impressed with that.
It's like in fighting. You go out and you have a good fight or you have a bad fight. But either way, you have to erase that result and start all over again with the next one. Because every fight is different, every race is going to be different. Good or bad, you need to take what happened with that, forget about it, concentrate on the now.
How about some of the other upcoming guys? Have you been following Chelsea Denofa? He's in a BMW, for example.
I'm not super familiar with all the other guys. It's nice to see Robbie Nishida out here back on track. I remember the first time I met him, he was having such a difficult time with his car, just really couldn't get it to work. And here he is, back in Long Beach, going for it, top 32.
Fortunately, he got knocked out at top 32, but he has got a strong team with Achilles, and hopefully he'll be back again strong in Atlanta. Darren McNamara qualified second.
Well, I know Chris was thrashing on his car as well as Dai's, spending lots of late nights. So it's nice to see his work is being put to good use.
Chris Marion from KW Suspension here.
Yes, Chris Marion, my pit guy / Dai's throwing dummy.
So for those of you who saw the video, it was actually Chris Marion who was getting thrown around.
Yes, and that was also Chris Marion getting kicked in the leg, and Chris Marion going through.
That wasn't really a kick, though. It was like a sweep.
It was like a sort of a swing to the leg. It wasn't meant to be like a real kick, but just an example of how bad it could really be.
Yeah. That was maybe about 2% of your full kick, wouldn't you say?
Well, I say Chris got more than 2%. I mean, he's 4.5. 4.5.
Yeah.
But I can't hurt him too bad because
we need him today.
So. We need him today. I need him too.
Yeah.
When I'm out there with my cars on the track.
So tell us about your car. What are your racing and driving activities?
I put together an 08 GT500 Mustang. Set up with KW suspension and BMR suspension for all the bracing and everything, and I run a Whipple supercharger kit on it. It's got more power than most people will ever really potentially need, but I wanted to design a car that could be gnarly as hell on the street, still very streetable, but could just drive it off to a track, like drive it up the streets of Willow, go hit the track, do some laps, and then drive back home.
Have you competed in some events in this car yet?
The only one I've competed in so far is the Optima Ultimate Street Car Invitational.
Okay.
And that was actually my first time being able to get the car completely put together and out on the track. And it was a pretty eye-opening experience. It needs some more tuning for reliability in terms of just how application of power and just making it just a smoother car to drive. But it was a blast, man. It was so much fun. And the thing is it's a monster.
So it's a Ford Mustang. We mentioned Vaughn Gittin Jr. earlier, but fellow Mustang driver. He has a new team.
Yeah, his RTR Mustangs are really kick-ass too. I mean, I watched one of those Stage 3s go out there and compete in that Optima. And it was really impressive to see how well that car handled and how much power that car could deliver to the ground. It was Yeah, I walked away just like, wow, that's an impressive package.
Very good. You know your cars very well.
Now
we need to get you drifting.
That's the whole point of all this fighting, is so that I can afford to keep this stupid car hobby up.
That's where it all goes, right?
Pretty much, pretty much. I mean, I'm lucky that I have some like really awesome sponsors like Whipple Superchargers and Toyo Tires and MagnaFlow and Center Force Clutches and all these guys that are behind me and helping me out with my car projects and just my little racing endeavors that I get into. But yeah, I mean, it's a lot of time, it's a lot of effort, it's a lot of work if you want everything to come together right.
Sure. So your fighting is supporting your racing career.
Yeah. I'm a fighter with a race car habit.
So how about your fighting? What's in line for you next?
You know, not sure yet. I might go over to Japan and do some more professional wrestling with the IGF, and just sort of surveying the land as it would at this moment to see where the next opportunity will come. Right. I've got a lot of years, a lot of fights left in me, so I'm not in a super rush, and I got plenty of other things to keep me occupied at the time.
Okay, Josh Barnett, thank you very much. MMA fighter and Daijiro trainer.
Yeah, sort of motivational coach.
Okay, great. Thanks, Josh.
Thank you.
My family came to the United States from a military dictatorship, didn't have any of the freedoms that Americans hold dearly. The Air Force is not just a job, it's truly a calling. Our job in cyber operations is to ensure that the data and communications of the world are safe from attack. My family, they're extremely proud that their son served this country which they fought so hard to get to. My name is Captain Nicholas Aquino, and I'm an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hanguk Tires.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
My family came to the United States from a military dictatorship, didn't have any of the freedoms that Americans hold dearly. The Air Force is not just a job, it's truly a calling. Our job in cyber operations is to ensure that the data and communications of the world are safe from attack. My family, they're extremely proud that their son served this country which they fought so hard to get to. My name is Captain Nicholas Aquino, and I'm an American Airman.
Hey, welcome back. We are now with Darren McNamara. Darren, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
So you qualified second, and you successfully moved on to top 16. You have a new car this year. Tell us about your new car.
Yeah, it's been a very, very busy off-season. Busy for me and extremely busy for the guys at SPD. Building a new car, as everyone remembers, the Saturn Sky going into the fence here last year pretty spectacularly, and yeah, we had to come up with something. You know, it was a rough year last year. After doing that, we kind of lost obviously our primary car, and then yeah, we went back and forth between a couple of chassis and never really, you know, when you have everything set out in your primary car, it's like, you know, you have a whole game plan, and then for it to go out the window.
Yeah.
And
when I talked to you earlier yesterday morning before qualifying, you were still a little bit, oh yeah, it's a new car and we got a lot of things to do and it's not set up right. And then you come out and kill it, man. What's going on?
Yeah.
You surprised yourself a little bit or what?
Maybe. I mean, I thought it was a good run, and like when I came under the bridge, I was like, right, this is really good, and I completely backed off, and I probably missed here in front of the judging stand by about 2 feet, but I had backed out of it. It would have been a better run if I didn't back out, but there was a lot on the line, and I knew it was going to be a good one, so I like pulled it back. But you know, when you're like doing practice and stuff, you're really nitpicking at the car. You try think of everything, anything you can improve is good. You know, you talk to the guys, give them as much as you can about it. And you get into that mode where it's hard to say you're ever happy, you know, that they can always be better. And, you know, then it just comes time for qualifying. And this one run system, I think a lot of it is in the head. You know, you can really think about it too much and mess yourself up.
Sure. Was that a lot of added pressure to you?
No,
you know,
I mean,
having only, you know, one. Well, you have 2 runs, but you have to really, you know,
you have to do it.
The first one really counts. Yeah.
Hopefully, you only have one run.
Yes.
That means you're in the show on the 16th. But, you know, my approach is maybe a bit different to a lot of people. I'm pretty laid back up to the whole point of, like, you know, when the lights come on in the tree, that's when I start to get into it.
Yeah.
You know, I think if I overthink it, it doesn't really work out.
Right.
So I just try to, you know, stay calm, stay cool about it, and just, you know, deal with it. I know I have a good car, good team. You know, Falcon always puts a great car together.
Right.
SPD, you know, we've fantastic tires, and you know, it's there. And even if the car is like, you know, it's brand new, it's my first time driving it, my first event driving it, but it's got more to come. But it's still, you know, you can still manhandle it. Like we did it with the Sky as well when it was new here.
Yeah.
We qualified it extremely high out of the box. You know, sometimes everything just works out, and you push that extra 10-15% and it works, and you get a good run, and everyone's extremely happy, and you get that confidence going in. And we need that, but we have to remember, you know, it's a long season, and you know, we got very good qualifying points.
Yeah.
And it's looking really good right now. We know there's more to come from the car.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's going to get better.
So
SPD
excited. Is the team or the crew that actually manages your car and Dai's car underneath the Falcon brand, Falcon drifting team.
Exactly.
How are the working dynamics there with Dai, you know, and you?
Yeah,
this is both in there.
I guess it's different for Dai. This is the first time he's had to share, or maybe middle of last season when I moved to SPD. You know, he's had to share the guys, and it's maybe a little different for him. But you know, you've 2 cars, you've twice the data, twice the feedback, and you know they're very similar. Obviously, 13, 14.
Do you think that works as an advantage to have both data have access to 2 cars?
It's hard to say. Like from now, it looks like we're wanting 2 different things. I think the styles are so different.
Right.
I think I'm much more aggressive than he is, but he's much smoother than I am.
Right.
So both work, but it just depends on the time, you know. So like I'm saying something, and maybe he's saying something a little different. But I think 90% of the car is the same.
Right.
90% of everything is the same. You know? So same shocks and all that stuff, and the guys do a great job. And Chris from KW and Mike Kojima and stuff, you know, they do a great job there. But Yeah, I think it's only a good thing, because maybe Di picks up on some stuff that I don't think of, and maybe
Right.
I pick up on some stuff. And I think overall, as halfway through the season, I think we should have these two cars
Yeah,
really
yeah.
moving.
I mean, I heard you guys were really rushing to get both of the cars ready for today, but hey,
Big time.
qualifying first and second, that's you can't really complain.
Yeah, I mean, after qualifying yesterday, I was like, all right, guys, let's enjoy today.
Right,
Tomorrow's
exactly. You're on the
could
show,
be
so-
completely different. This is the best start we could ever have made.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I mean, really happy.
So
with it.
let's talk a little bit about your next top 16 battle, Chris Forsberg.
Yeah, top 32 was tough. Always is, you never know what to expect. You're fresh out in the track. You haven't been practicing for a bit, and the bracket lined up pretty tough.
Yeah.
But I'd rather it that way.
Mhm.
Now we got Chris, who's obviously very fast, very consistent. So now it's time to go.
Yeah.
So if we beat Chris, that puts us top 8. And at that stage, with such a high qualifying,
Right.
that puts us like 5th or 6th finishing position.
Anyway, yeah,
Which
exactly.
would probably, I think, be my best finishing result here. So let's not get too ahead of ourselves. Chris is obviously a very good opponent.
Uh-huh.
But, judging from practice and qualifying and everything, we have something for everybody, I think.
Okay.
I don't think there's anyone out there that's, that we're worried about or anything.
Mhm.
I think we're right there, and it's very promising. I mean, brand new car to come out of the box like that.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that's really, really good.
Yeah,
So
it's there's always challenges when you're bringing out a new package, and
Yeah.
obviously, this is a brand new car for you.
Mm.
What are the your goals for this year then? To wrap up this interview, what are you looking for in this season?
Well, obviously, round 1 is just something solid to build on. Things went badly last year, and it ruined the whole season for us, obviously. So something good to build on for Atlanta. We have a couple of changes we want to make for
Okay.
Atlanta, and I think we're going to be better again. And
Okay.
plus, I have a fantastic record at that track.
Right.
Probably one of the best records of anyone there. So, looking forward to that. And it's so promising to come out here and qualify second. There's a lot of new cars. So even though, we have an S chassis, which is a pretty proven platform, it's still my first competition in it.
Okay.
We still, have all those silly little new car things, and to come out, qualify so high, me and Di, 1 and 2, I had to pinch myself yesterday evening at that. So let's see what today brings, and just build on that momentum. As I said, a consistent, solid finish here, just something to build on. Car perfectly straight going into round 2. Get all the late nights that the guys had can be, they can get some sleep and they can just prep it for the next one, and we should be really good in Atlanta. I'm really looking forward to it.
All right, thank you, Darren McNamara, Falcon. Thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye-bye.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exity has you covered. Race over to ExityUSA.com for more information.
I was little, I wanted to grow up and help people.
When I was young, I wanted to save lives.
I wanted to make a difference in the world.
When I was growing up, I wanted to serve my country.
My name is Captain Shawnce Tarrant, Air Force physician.
I'm Airman First Class Ashley Denton, Air Force firefighter.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Gail Crawford, Air Force JAG.
I'm Captain Cynthia Nogueras, and I'm an American Airman.
Hey, welcome back. This is Taro Koki from GT Channel. You're watching the live stream, Formula Drift. I'm here with Ryan Latane, one of the judges, one of the three judges here at Formula Drift Long Beach. Ryan, there's been some rule changes since last year. Can you highlight some of the changes that we're seeing today?
Yeah, sure. We really changed the qualifying big time. It's a brand new format. We're doing knockout qualifying is what we call it. So what we're going to do is only let 16 people get pre-qualified from their first lap, basically their first qualifying run. Essentially, those 16 people don't have to go out to attempt another run, basically. So the rest of the field, 17 down to however many drivers we have, we're going to have to go out and try to get into that 17 to 30-second spot. Yep. So their second lap is going to basically make or break their day. So qualifying itself is a really big deal now. That's completely changed.
What was the thought process behind this decision?
Well, I don't want to say qualifying was boring previously, but qualifying could get a little tedious at times. It was very, very long. We had a lot of drivers to get through. Right. So now what we have is something that's a little more exciting, and it eliminates drivers. I don't know if the word cupcaking is the right word on their first lap, on their first run. Right. They kind of took it a little easy, and I thought I'm going to go, really soft on my first lap. My second lap is where I'm going to try to, blow away the judges. Yeah. Exactly. So now what we saw here is, this is our first time using this new system. The first lap of qualifying was pretty intense. Yeah. Guys were throwing it out there. A couple of guys, JTP, which was one of the bigger names that hit the wall on his qualifying lap, his first qualifying lap. That put a lot of pressure on him for his second one. So I guess we kind of just wanted to liven it up a little more, and to also shorten the qualifying at the same time.
What kind of feedback have you been getting on this new format?
Well, luckily we threw this out to the drivers and the teams early on, months ago. So they've been prepared for this. It's not like we threw it out to them here at this round. So they were prepared for it, and they were actually pretty open to it. I haven't heard any complaints about it, really. Everybody seems excited. So we're pretty happy with the feedback.
I think it's better for the crowd, too. They don't have to watch a second run that they may not need to watch if the first run was really good.
That's correct. Yeah, you got it. They're going to be a lot better off. The fans and the people at home as well watching on live stream, it's going to be a lot more exciting for them as well, and a little shorter, so it's good.
How about some of the other rule changes that you've made?
The rule changes in tandem themselves, we have not a whole lot. I don't think there's anything that's really too crazy. What we're doing now is being a lot more sure of tires off during tandem. Mm-hmm. We want to make sure that we're very 100% sure that tire actually went off. So we have what we call course-off cones. We're going to use those at our discretion, basically, at certain tracks. Okay. If there are areas that we cannot see specifically from either the judges' tower here or via playback on the live stream cameras. So what we have are these cones that we'll place far enough off the actual off-course lines, basically. Mm-hmm. And if the drivers make contact with those, we are 100% sure at that point that they will be considered offline and that we're not doing something questionable. So we're just trying to really add a lot of transparency to what we're doing. We also have a lot of new technology here that is down on the table over there. We have in qualifying tablets that we're actually inputting all of our scores on. It makes it much more direct to the live stream. It makes it more, the technology helps us be a lot more precise with what we're doing. Right. During tandem, as you saw in the top 32, we have now these new dials that we actually play with. So we're going to go, during the run, we're going to turn that dial towards the driver that we think has the advantage at that particular point in time on the track.
I see.
So that can be adjusted as we go.
It's interactive. You're moving it while the run is going on.
Exactly. And that is actually on the screen. We saw that earlier with the live stream feed. And that's something that will not necessarily impact our judging at the end. We're not going to look at the graph and say, okay, your higher percentage was on this driver. It's going to be something that just gives the fans, the teams, kind of an eye into what our thoughts are as we're going through
I think
the
it's
actual
really
process.
You can kind of see, instant feedback from what you guys are seeing.
Yeah, so there's no more questioning what's kind of going through our heads at that point in time. But again, at the end of the run, we're going to replay or review the replay
Right.
just to make sure that the calls or the thoughts that we had at that time were accurate, because obviously we want to make sure that the calls we're making are the right ones. So that's
And how about passing? Was this is this new too? Because I
Yeah.
remember passing was not allowed until last year.
Well, up until last year, we had, last year specifically, we had passing allowed, but only in designated areas that we would talk to the drivers about beforehand.
Okay.
So it was really on us to give them an area, and I don't think we had one here. We might have had one over in the Turn 11 area last year, just before Turn 11, but this year, what we've done is allowed passing basically anywhere on the track, as long as the lead driver is offline, okay? The chase driver still has to remain on the actual line that we have denoted as the proper line around the track. So it's not an open invitation for anyone to pass anywhere at all.
Right.
It has to be done specifically in certain situations. Obviously, certain tracks are going to be more open to passing. There isn't a whole lot of room here at Long Beach. The walls pretty much denote off course. So if you're into a wall, that chase driver obviously is going to be going by you as he's going to be trying to avoid the wall. But there is a pretty good area over at just past 10B into 11 that would probably be the place here. We actually saw a pass or two during practice last night when we did top 32 tandem practice. So I believe DMAC was one of the guys that actually passed somebody out there because the lead car was way off of line, and he was maintaining his line, and that's what's essential about it.
So how about the starting? You know, that's always a big topic at the drivers' meetings.
It is.
What are the rules for the start?
Well, the start is always a sticky topic because the cars all have different horsepower levels. The drivers are going to have different driving techniques. Some guys love to drag race off the line, to get up to speed a lot quicker. Some cars just have more power, more grip. So it's on us to try to even that out. What we have instituted, we used it a lot last year, was called the point of no return cone, essentially, or the restart cone. And the restart cone is there for the chase driver to use. Okay, the lead driver, if he ends up jumping the light or accelerating too quickly, the chase car can say, there's no way I'm going to keep up to him to the first initiation.
Right.
What I'm going to do is stop before that cone. And once he does that, there's going to be a staff member somewhere down the straightaway with a red flag. And that red flag will be waved at the lead driver. So
you're trying to do this to keep the playing field even until the first corner.
Exactly. That way the lead drivers have less of a... they won't want to jump the light as much. They won't want to drive away from the chase car because they're going to do a restart on it, essentially.
Okay.
So that gives the chase cars, if they have a little less power, they will have more of an opportunity to keep up. And that's really the goal. We want both cars initiating at, here it's turn 9. We want them initiating together. We want them to be as close as possible right off the bat because that's going to make for a better show, and it's going to give the chase driver a lot better chance to actually have the opportunity to stick it to the lead driver.
And that's the difference between other motorsports where you have, regulations to keep that even. But here you have different platforms and different engines and different horsepower. So at least until the first corner, you want to keep the even field.
Exactly.
That's
if there's an advantage from that point on, it's on the driver, it's on the car, it's on the build as well. But at least the chase driver has the opportunity to show that he's capable right from the initiation. And if the lead driver is better and can pull away, then it's on the chase driver because he wasn't able to keep up. So, but if the lead driver is already 5 car lengths ahead by initiation point, the chase driver has no chance at all.
Exactly.
So this is really kind of trying to level the field, basically. And we're going to have that at every track if we can. Of course, we always try to have it, and I think we had it at almost every track last year. So,
what are some of the other questions that you had from the drivers?
From the drivers today, I guess it was the passing one that was the biggest one because we have opened it up to something that's more on the driver. And I have to make this clear: passing is not necessary. It's not something that we say you have to do. If the opportunity is there, you can take that opportunity. But if you don't take it, that's okay as well. So we're not forcing the drivers to do anything that's going to put their cars in jeopardy or, might.
So there's really no advantage to pass.
There is no advantage to passing other than taking advantage of that other guy's offline endeavor, I guess, if you want to call it that. And we had a situation last year in, I guess it was Road Atlanta, where Tyler McQuarrie passed June Mang, even though we clearly stated that was not a passing zone.
Right.
So those opportunities do present themselves at certain tracks. So we wanted to make sure that the drivers could continue, I guess, with the natural flow of their driving, even if the lead car wasn't doing that ahead of them. So, but it's not something that we require. Basically, it's on the chase driver, and if they want to do it, it's going to look amazing. The crowd is going to love it, because you have to admit that is pretty exciting to watch.
Yeah, and it's only if leading driver goes offline.
Exactly. Yeah. But it does make for some exciting driving, and that's what we're here for, right?
Yes, exactly.
It's great.
Put on a great show.
Exactly. It's a lot of fun. So.
Any other rule changes that we should know about before we?
Well, I'm sure there are a lot.
Battles?
It's me trying to remember them all off the top of my head. I've got my little book here this is my little special book. I just fit everything in here. I got so much written down in here. That's something that I've always been big on is recording everything. You can see all the points that we have here. A lot of numbers. It looks like, I don't know, like a bookie's little book here that you got to fill out. But what we've done this year is laid out grids for the outside zones. As you can see here, coming out of turn 9, if you look beyond the bridge, basically, before the Firestone Bridge, there is a place there where we want the drivers to come out to the wall. And you can see by the rubber out there, they're actually getting really close to that wall. That is not actually a clipping point or a clipping zone. We're kind of calling that a touch and go area.
Okay.
So what we want them to do is pinball between the walls all the way around the course. So right there, during qualifying is where those points come into play. So if they don't get all the way out to that wall, they're going to be deducted up to 2 points.
Okay.
Okay, and it's going to go like that all the way throughout the course. Now, the clipping zones themselves, so that outside zone, number 1, is underneath the Firestone Bridge. That area right there, we're going to look at, it's a complicated grid. It's a 4x3 grid, so you can lose up to 8 points in that section alone. Okay, if you're not within proximity to that wall. So if you don't fill the zone, you can lose up to 8 points. And
so
that
it's all based on reduction or deduction.
Deductions, exactly. So I was the line judge here in Long Beach. So I was looking for them to get nice and close to all the walls, all the way around the track. And if they didn't, I would be deducting points throughout. And you can see that this outside zone here was a pretty heavy area where you could lose up to 3 points here. So that was big. The outside zone 2, which is directly in front of the judges. So these are important areas. We're going to adjust these for each track.
Okay.
We're going to put emphasis on certain areas of the track that we deem to be important, that we really need the drivers to fill those areas, to be in those areas.
So for the fans watching, you would say this corner right here underneath the Firestone Bridge, and the one right in front of the main stand would be the
major
point
points
to watch.
Exactly. That's where a lot of the excitement is going to happen. That transition under the Firestone Bridge is the most exciting. We've got Bill Baldwin down there with his beard blowing in the wind. That's really the most important part of this track from our perspective for impact. It's the most visually appealing for sure, because when they come through there with a big flick, they rub their bumper on the wall. And if you get that zone, that first clipping zone, outside zone, right, chances are you're going to get the second zone properly as well, and you're going to come right out to that wall, and then the rest of the course is pretty much kind of drives itself from there on. You just got to get out to that left wall again, flick it into the inside clipping point. We only have one inside clipping point here at Long Beach.
But there may be some passing here at this last corner,
that could be
so that could be exciting as well right there.
If somebody gets out to that wall but goes really wide out towards those tires there where the Falcon and GoPro signs are, that is an obvious passing zone right there, because the chase driver can stick on the the line that we have described and get in there and get that clipping point, and they'd be past them. So that'd be it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Thanks. Thank you
pleasure.
very much.
Yeah. Hope I helped a little
Fans
bit.
have something to look forward to.
A little bit of description there
All
for
right.
everyone.
Thank you. Ryan Lante, Judge Formula Drift. Thank you.
I woke up every day in the Air Force thinking I've got the best job in the world. Airplanes, jets, propeller planes, rockets, spaceships, starships. If it left the surface of the Earth and went somewhere else on an adventure, it just captured my imagination. The opportunities that the Air Force can offer are boundless. When opportunity knocks at your door, be bold, be courageous in following that dream, step across that threshold and into that new adventure. My name is Colonel Alvin Drew, and I am an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exedy has you covered. Race over to ExedyUSA.com for more information.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
한국 Tires.
When I was little, I wanted to grow up and help people.
When I was young, I wanted to save lives.
I wanted to make a difference in the world.
When I was growing up, I wanted to serve my country.
My name is Captain Shawnse Tarrant, Air Force physician.
I'm Airman First Class Ashley Denton, Air Force firefighter.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Gail Crawford, Air Force JAG.
I'm Captain Cynthia Nogueras, and I'm an American Airman.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exedy has you covered. Race over to ExedyUSA.com for more information.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
My family came to the United States from a military dictatorship, didn't have any of the freedoms that Americans hold dearly. The The Air Force is not just a job, it's truly a calling. Our job in cyber operations is to ensure that the data and communications of the world are safe from attack. My family, they're extremely proud that their son served this country which they fought so hard to get to. My name is Captain Nicholas Aquino, and I'm an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exidy has you covered. Race over to ExidyUSA.com for more information.
I was little, I wanted to grow up and help people.
When I was young, I wanted to save lives.
I wanted to make a difference in the world.
When I was growing up, I wanted to serve my country.
My name is Captain Shawnse Tarrant, Air Force physician.
I'm Airman First Class Ashley Denton, Air Force firefighter.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Gail Crawford, Air Force JAG.
I'm Captain Cynthia Nogueras, and I'm an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
I woke up every day in the Air Force thinking I've got the best job in the world. Airplanes, jets, propeller planes, rockets, spaceships, starships. If it left the surface of the Earth and went somewhere else on an adventure, it just captured my imagination. The opportunities that the Air Force can offer are boundless. When opportunity knocks at your door, be bold, be courageous in following that dream, step across that threshold and into that new adventure. My name is Colonel Alvin Drew, and I am an American Airman.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exedy has you covered. Race over to ExedyUSA.com for more information.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
Welcome back to round one here of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Right before the sun sets, we'll set the stage for our first round of competition and finally find out who is going to be your points leader in the 10th year of Formula Drift competition, and we are still sideways. Well, somebody that's joining the ranks of being a Formula Drift driver, he's sitting right next to me. His name is JR Hildebrand. JR, thank you for coming on here.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, man, and thank you for having, be part of our culture, our family, our community. You know, you come from the traditional motorsports world. You race IndyCar. What else, and what are the accolades that people might know you from in the four-wheel world?
I mean, Indy obviously is the big thing. I grew up racing open wheel for a long time, but my man Tyler McQuarrie here was actually one of my original karting instructors, and so then we started working together up at Jim Russell up in Northern California. I just always thought the drifting thing was awesome, and we run with Chevrolet in the IndyCar series. So when Tyler got the Camaro program, it just was like there was no good excuse to not come over and get involved.
It was a 1-2 punch. Now, unfortunately, you were supposed to be here at this round. You are here in the flesh, but yesterday you just came from UK.
Yeah, I just had a last-minute IndyCar. Is going to be my priority for this season still. So I had a deal that I had to go fly over the UK, and I just could not. I looked at like 1,000 flights and just could not get back fast enough to make practice and qualifying yesterday. So really bummed not to be able to do this event, just because we're going to be here next weekend for the Grand Prix. That was going to be really cool to be running here in the drift event, but there's a bunch of other rounds that I'll be able to do later in the year, so we're stoked to get going.
Cool. So you talked about that. We will, FYI, you drift fans out there, we will have what's called Super Drift Friday night and Saturday night under lights.
Yeah,
are you drifting in that too?
I'm not drifting in that.
I was like, dude, you're double dipping.
Totally banned by my team owner. Like, that's not going to happen. Which is kind of
We've
whatever.
seen it unfold for multiple motorsports athletes.
Gone horribly wrong before.
Yeah.
So I think we're going to try to just avoid we're going to be a little risk averse on that one.
So if you want to see JR race, obviously you'll see him next weekend. But what Formula Drift rounds are you going to be at this year?
I think I'll be at Seattle, so that'll be kind of my debut, and then I'll be able to run Texas and Irwindale at the end of the year. So looking forward to some high-speed tracks. I think that's definitely more what will suit my style initially. But man, dude, it's so cool being here. The fans are awesome. This is a totally different just vibe than what we get in, like you say, sort of traditional race. And the Long Beach Grand Prix is always awesome. But I'm so excited. It's going to be a ton of fun.
I can feel you like you got like itchy fingers and a heavy foot over here.
Super heavy foot. When the thing's running good, that Camaro is it's loud and raspy and just so cool. So
it's raw.
It's going to be fun.
I love seeing traditional motorsports dudes come over here, and you seem like you have that itch, you have that action sports vibe. I follow you on Instagram. You can follow J.R. Hildebrand on all the social media networks.
That's right.
Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. You can follow him. You seem like you have that itch. You're part of a really cool community.
It's awesome, and that's always been my thing. I raced BMX and did mountain bikes and all that kind of stuff before I got going, and I think it's something that we need a little bit more of in what we all think of as being kind of normal motorsports, and so it's just cool to be here and be a part of it.
Cool, man. Well, we'll cheer you on next weekend, obviously at IndyCar, and we'll see you, as you said, Evergreen Raceway. So that's going to be awesome in Monroe, Washington.
Right on.
J.R. Hildebrand, again, we'll see you out there. He's in the Mobile One GoPro on Hankook Tire Chevrolet Camaro, part of the two-car team of Tyler McCory. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship, top 16 opening ceremonies in just moments. I told you top 16 was going to come up, but not just quite yet. We got the 1-2 punch of make them wait. You've been waiting all day. It's nice and cool. It's good weather. And this is Jared Deanna once again. And same suit, different face.
Different face.
Magic. It's an illusion. We're now performing magic.
Wonder Twins activate.
Tyler the Rock McCory, and I love the Baby Farm creator that is Tyler McCory from Danville, California. You had a great vacation, by the way. I'm just going to say that, put that out there. We're going to make this quick. We got to get to the action. But
yeah.
Jared Hildebrand, you also you're sharing engines with Conrad Grunwald.
Yeah, this year we just decided that to be stronger, we needed to get together and bring in JR on board. You know, it made sense for us to all be using the same motors, and with GM support, it made total sense. So I think it's a good thing in the long run.
Yeah, no, it's rad. And you guys are both part of the GoPro team. You guys are team GoPro,
Yeah,
and you have a great relationship with the founder of GoPro,
Yeah,
right?
I've known Nick Woodman since before he started GoPro, so it's been awesome to see this company grow to where it is now. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah.
And JR and I have both been GoPro athletes for a long time, so that was another reason why we were just like, let's get in this, let's do this together, it'd be awesome.
So you're telling me that he owes all his success to you because you instructed him, Hildebrand?
What's that?
Does he owe his success to you because you're his
Absolutely.
instructor?
I'm getting 10% royalties.
No big deal. Well,
Yeah.
you put him onto the team.
He needs to give back to the community.
He needs to give you a ride in the IndyCar, right?
Yeah.
Is that how it works out, right, Jeff?
Eventually, he doesn't know, but it's a ride swap.
It is a ride swap. Easy. Be careful how you say it. It's a family show. So, Tyler, thank you for joining us. Unfortunately, you did. I heard your rear end grenaded.
Yeah, right before we were supposed to go up against Daijiro, my good buddy, on the line out there in practice, grenaded the rear end, so our weekend was done.
Son of a gun. So,
Yeah,
no
way
one more
go.
times. No more times, right, Jimmy? So
No more times for Jimmy. I was bummed. I was getting ready to go out there with my Hankook RS3s and just burn this place up and try and take down Dye, but couldn't do it.
Well, we'll see you in Atlanta. How do you like Atlanta? You love Atlanta.
I love Atlanta, and the crowd there is just absolutely nuts, and the shenanigans that goes on there is just crazy. That's our Talladega. I think.
You know, when there's fires and drunken fights and shotguns going off, it's a good time,
Yeah,
right? I
exactly.
mean, this is all, of course, after late night and all
Yes,
that. Well,
of course.
Well, thank you, Tyler, The Rock.
Thanks,
we'll
man.
see you
Have a
in
good
Atlanta. Thank you, sir. And right now is a great time to tell you, speaking of GoPro, our friends at GoPro, the makers of the world's most versatile camera, want you to win one. The brand new Hero 3 camera, GoPro's exclusive on-car and in-car camera of Formula Drift, is the same camera you see Tyler McCory, newcomer J.R. Hildebrand, and the rest of the drivers using out here on the track. Now follow me. Get your phone out. Go ahead. I'll wait for you. Grab your phone. Get it out. Okay. Now you're going to text GoPro FD. If you don't know how to spell that, I'm sorry, but I'll guide you through it. GoPro FD as in Formula Drift. You're going to text that to the number 20300. Again, text GoPro FD. Take a look at the screen. GoPro FD to the number 20300. This is only limited to the U.S. And what do you win? Well, you win a brand new GoPro Hero 3 Black Edition camera. So exit stage left as we will potentially give you a brand new GoPro 3 Hero Black Edition. When we come back, top 16 introductions as the bearded one, Bill Bolden's ready to get his ankles chopped off here at round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship here on the streets of Long Beach. All right, guys, we've been teasing you long enough, and you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. We're here at round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. I'm Jared Dienda. I'm now joined by my cohort, my partner, my villain in crime, and a great friend of yours and mine, Ryan Sage, DJ Ryan Sage, as he's known on the streets here in Orange County. Always got a smile on his face. You're on camera. Don't do silly faces like that. Ryan Sage, what's it mean for 10 years, real quick? 10 years, dude. Do you feel older?
I am older. There's no doubt I feel it. I know for the fact I'm older. But yeah, it's great to be out here in Long Beach. We've got a great crowd and some amazing competition coming up. Top 16 and we should maybe give a little bit of a breakdown and talk about the brackets. How about that?
Yeah, let's preface. We got some usual suspects, pretty much all usual suspects. Our first battle on deck will be Dio Shihara versus Matt Powers.
So these guys have matched each other one time before. Dai has taken that win. Matt Powers, can he redeem himself and take out Dai? Might be a little bit too much as he's getting adjusted to that car. I'm going to go with Dai in round 1.
Wow, just calling it out like that. I like this, just making the prediction. Next battle looks like Daigo the Ninja Saito, Frederick Osbo.
Well, this is a good one. Daigo Saito, surprisingly, or not surprisingly, depending on how you view Frederick Osbo, which I do as an excellent driver. Frederick Osbo is 1-0 against Daigo Saito. Will Daigo have the momentum he's carried in from last season to beat Osbo? Only time will tell.
I wouldn't call them newcomers. Kato's been around for a while. Chelsea Denofa, this is his second year. He was gunning for Daigo Saito. He calls himself, the Saito Hunter. But Denofa and Kato.
Well, Denofa in his history against Kato is 1-0. I've seen Ryan really excel this weekend, but also Chelsea qualified number 4, I believe. So he's got a lot of momentum as well. I think this is going to be a tough battle to call.
I'll tell you, seeing Denofa through the years in Pro-Am, he has a really good chase job. He does really good in the chase, and he's very aggressive and fast. So moving on to our next battle, rounding out the other side of the top 16, it would be Kenny Moen, So Smooth, versus Odi Bakshis.
Well, Kenny Moen and Odi Bakshis have never met in competition, but I got to tell you, I was so impressed with the skill that Kenny showed in the round of 32. I got to give him the edge there, but Odi Bakshis, when he really wants to put that pedal down, he does, and he's a great competitor. So it's going to be a tough match, but I'm a little bit leaning towards Kenny.
Two very fluid drivers. You see Odi Bakshis using that left foot brake method, but Kenny Moen very smooth. On the other side of the bracket, D-Mac, Chris Forsberg, longtime Formula Drift veterans. I know Forsberg's got a little bit of gremlins under his hood. He's really holding on there.
Well, this is a tough one to have gremlins under the hood. Darren McNamara has won 60% of the matches, 3 out of the 5 in the times that they've met. So Chris Forsberg, if he can get that engine going the way that he needs to, he's an awesome driver. It's going to be a great matchup in the round of 16.
And Darren McNamara looks really healthy and one of the fastest drifters, obviously going sideways and very fast. The Bullet, D-Mac, whatever you want to call him. Ryan Turk versus JTP.
Well, this is an interesting one because Ryan Turk and Justin Pollock have matched up 5 times in their lifetime, and Justin Pollock has won 4 out of the 5 of those matchups. So Ryan Turk, considered to be one of the top drivers in the series, does not have that much success against Justin Pollock. He needs to do well here to get up in that championship chase and really show his sponsors what he can do here in Long Beach.
Yeah, it's weighing heavy against Ryan Turk. A brand new car for Ryan Turk, and this is JTP's course. I mean, he has first place, I remind you once again, in 2011 and 2012. Can JTP get 3 here in LBC? So on the next battle, Michael Essa versus Gucci.
Well, another great qualifier, Michael Essa, going up against Ken Gucci. They have never faced, so this is a brand new realm for both of these competitors. I got to tell you, Ken Gucci is looking so quick in that Scion. They did a great job. The Grady guys have done an amazing job getting the horsepower up. But Michael Essa qualifying, I believe, number 3, really looking hot this weekend, and I think that's going to be a tough matchup to call as well.
And Mike, it's going to be hard for Gucci to chase down Essa with his signature, I don't want to call it backwards entry, but he has a great degree of angle. When we saw him here in qualifying, he was almost 90 degrees to that rear clipping zone. Last but definitely not least, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Pat Mordaunt. And we saw Vaughn and Pat go against each other at Irwindale last season. I talked about that.
Well, and they'd only faced one other time. So right now, it's 1-1. 1 win for Vaughn Gittin Jr., 1 win for Patrick Mordaunt. You go back to Irwindale last year, Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets lost in a cloud of smoke from Patrick Mordaunt. It cost him his championship. So this is a great way for Vaughn Gittin Jr. to get redemption in the round of 16 against Patrick Mordaunt.
Well, it's an action-packed top 16 in just a little bit. We're going to introduce you to the top 16 drivers. Round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship presented by GoPro is beginning in just a little bit. Now's a great time to thank our sponsors, GoPro, the world's most versatile camera, United States Air Force, official military sponsor of Formula Drift, Ford, Hankook Tire, be one with it, Hankook Tires, Nitto Tire, Falcon Tire, and Achilles Tire. Associate sponsors include AEM Intakes, Exity Clutches, Motegi Racing, NK Wheels, KW Suspension, and Chase Bays. Other tire suppliers include Kenda Tire, Nexon Tire, and Yokohama Tire. Technical partners, Electric Visual Sunglasses, Alpine Stars, One Vision, One Goal. And the official communication partner, Bell One Communications. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time. I want to, first of all, foremost, this is 10 years of Formula Drift, staying sideways. If you're currently active military, I want you to please stand. If you're currently active military, please stand right now. If you've ever been military, If you're a veteran, if you've been around, if you fought for our country before, please stand at this time. If you're current EMT, fire department, police force, please stand at this time. Look to your left, look to your right, look all around. These are the people that are protecting our country, making us safe. Thank you guys. Round of applause for all of these ladies and gentlemen. And now at this time, I'd like all of you to please stand for our national anthem here in the United States of America so we can officially kick off our 10th season of the biggest, the baddest, the best Formula Drift, the premier international drifting sanctioning body. And please, of course, remove your hats. At this time, also presenting the color guard from March Air Force Base, the Blue Eagle Honor Guard. Thank you, the March Air Force Base Color Guard. As we clear the track, we'll bring out the top 16 drivers who qualified for today's main event. We're ready to send it here at round one. As we clear the color guard, it's a little bit overcast, but the forecast on track is smoky and horsepower filled. starting to my right, closest to turn 11, debuting a new vehicle in the Retax Lifestyle Backpacks, built by PSR, supported by JugaRacing.com on Maxxis tires. He is Ryan Hampshire Turn. Moving on down the line, his Drift Alliance brother in the NOS Energy Drink 370Z on hand-cooked tires. From Doylestown, Pennsylvania, he is Chris the Force Forsberg. Just as Chris Forsberg, he's been 10 years competing in Formula Drift competition. He's in the Monster Energy Nitto Tires Ford Mustang. From Maryland, he is Vaughn Ginn Jr. Next to him, also on Nitto Tires in the Fat Lace K-Tech V8 S14. He's Mr. Drift Party, Matt Powers. Next to him, rounding out the Nitto Tire team in the BC Racing United States Air Force BMW E46. He is Chelsea, don't call me a girl, Geneva! 1-2 punch with the Bavarian Motorworks BMW. He's on Yokohama tires, the GSR Autosports Turbo BMW E46, Michael Essa. One of the turbos by Garrett Gearheads. He's right here in Southern California. The Diamond Lighting Technologies SC430 on Yokohama tires. He's Pat the Possum Mordaunt. Truly an international affair. Coming to us from Norway, one of two drivers from Norway. In the Lutz Performance 350Z on Falcon tires. He's Kenny, oh so smooth Bowen. Starting the Falcon tire livery, coming to us from Ireland, your number 2 qualifier in the brand new built right-hand drive Falcon tires V8 powered S14. He's D-Mac, Darren McNamara. He's your 2011 champion in the Discount Tire, America's Tire, Falcon Tire, V8 S13. He's on the Drive M17. He is Slide or Daichiro Yoshihara. He's also celebrating 10 years of Formula Drift competition. Moving right along, is he gonna get 3 here in the LBC? No pressure, buddy. In the signature teal and blue Falcon tires, Ford Mustang JTP, Justin Pollard. Leading on down the pack in the bright orange nose, another driver from Norway in the hand-cooked tires, Speed Hunters, Papadakis Racing Scion TC. He's the Norwegian Hammer, Frederick Osbo. Stick to drifting, it's cool. Moving right along, he is your reigning champion from 2012, Rookie of the Year, coming to us from Japan. Some consider the best drift in the world. Can he be taken off his block? In the Achilles Radial 2JZ powered Lexus SC430, Daigo the Ninja Saito! Coming to us from Japan, now living quite a long time here in the States in the Gretty Scion Racing Scion FRS. He is Ken, the Kamikaze Gucci! From Sacramento, California, in the DNA Automotive Nexon Tires Turbo V8 350Z, he's Ryan, the Kid Cotto! Last but definitely not least, another driver on the United States Air Force team. He's on Nexus tires from Wrightwood, California, V8 under the hood, S14. He's Odie Bakshish. Are you ready to send it, Long Beach? Stomp your feet, make some noise. Gentlemen, Formula Drift drivers, Long Beach, are you ready? Let's send it. Get back in your cars. Let's get on with this top 16 action here at round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as we get the cars back to grid, obviously you saw Frederick Osbo. He's not going diesel powered now. We'll get them gridded. Here's a few messages from our sponsors as we get set to unfold and unleash these beasts of machines when we come back.
My family came to the United States from a military dictatorship, didn't have any of the freedoms that Americans hold dearly. The Air Force is not just a job, it's truly a calling. Our job in cyber operations is to ensure that the data and communications of the world are safe from attack. My family, they're extremely proud that their son served this country which they fought so hard to get to. My name is Captain Nicholas Aquino, and I'm an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hang up tires.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
Welcome back here to round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. My name is Jared Gienda, the voice of Formula Drift, and I'm joined by my co-host and great friend. There he is, Ryan Sage. Ryan, happy anniversary, 10 years. Sound like a broken record. Pretty much going to say it all year, but it's quite a statement to be around for 10 years. As you said it, pogs are a fad. Drifting is not a fad.
Indeed. It is a very, very special sport, a great way to kick off the season here in Long Beach. Awesome fans. The weather is somewhat holding together, and we're about to enjoy some of the greatest competition in the world, in my opinion, and starting off with Daijiro Yoshihara versus Tyler McCrory, who looks to be getting to the line right about now. Any minute we should get started here into our first battle in the round of 16, and this will definitely kick off what's going to be an amazing 10th year.
Yeah, it is, and we want to give back. One more time, I just want to mention it, GoPro camera. You can text GoPro FD, get out your phone, text GoPro FD to the number 20300, and you could potentially win a GoPro Hero 3 Black Edition. So I'm going to be doing some play-by-play. We're going to get some insight. We got our drift stats here, and we're going to be your tour guides throughout the day, and we're not going to stop until we give out the signature carbon fiber trophies. Anything else you want to tease? Next weekend we have Super Drift under the lights here. So if you live locally and you're coming down to the Grand Prix, it's part of admission, right?
Well, absolutely. Well, no, it's not part of admission. But next week at the Long Beach Grand Prix, we will be, for the first time in over 30 years, I believe, we'll be doing some sort of motorsport at night at the Long Beach Grand Prix. And what that motorsport will be Formula Drift in the form of a top 16 competition under the lights for $25,000. So if you haven't got enough today, you can come join us next weekend at the Long Beach Grand Prix for 16 of the world's best drifters. A lot of the guys that are here today competing on this exact same course for a big chunk of change.
It's pretty cool, and in 2 weeks, Formula Drift Australia. We have a lot of international viewers, Norway, Germany, obviously Australia, New Zealand. I know Bocher's watching actually in Australia right now, Josh Bocher. I know my wife's watching, Stephanie and Parker, they're watching, so just gotta get some shout outs real quick. Anybody? Grandma, grandpa, dad, anybody?
Let's see. I'm sure my family's possibly watching. I don't know.
I don't know. Just putting you on the spot.
I don't have a girlfriend, but if anybody,
Oh wow! Just making it real clear. Just fishing, huh? Just fishing for it right now. Hook, line, and sinker. Kellis later lookalike, right? Is that what's going on here?
I am available.
I'm making it real clear once again that Ryan is available. Well, we're about to begin, and yeah, you called it out. We were scheduled to go with Dai Yoshihara and Matt Powers first should be our first battle.
Looks like Doug is telling us 1 minute away as they get to the grid here, and we will head off into the first round of competition. Now, one thing to keep in mind as we're watching the competition, for those that were not here for the round of 32, the judges are using a dial system, and what that represents is real-time scoring in their head. They're actually telling you what they're thinking when they're actually judging. So when you see the dials on screen, you're going to see little squiggly lines that represent what the judges are thinking. If it's in the top bar, it represents the lead driver. If it's in the bottom bar, it represents the chase driver. And that'll give you an idea of actually what they were thinking during events that transpired on course.
And if this is your first drift event, I really do have to do this. We kind of take for granted that we've been here for 10 years. But speed, line, angle, and style. The lead car needs to adhere to the judging criteria they're given yesterday, run through the course, hitting the necessary clipping zones or points, getting their back bumper as close as possible, their front bumper as close as possible. The chase car needs to utilize the lead car as a moving clipping point. Also, the judges have said if you're open for a pass and that lead driver is way off, you can pass, but they're not looking for the pass. They want to, and look at this, already an issue out of the gate. You talked about this great point right now. We talked about in 32. This is a pullback. This is a restart.
Yep. The judges have allowed the drivers to basically have a restart cone. What that essentially says is if you are the chase driver and you feel that you didn't get off the line properly, you can stop at the line and they'll run it again as long as you stop before the designated cone. That's why you saw the red flag come out there off the side. That was a perfect non-start by Matt Powers, and Daijiro Yoshihara will go back to the line. We'll try to do it clean one more time. The goal is to get the drivers into the first corner together so that we can enjoy the best possible drifting action.
And we saw Daijiro and Matt Powers go against each other only once in previous years. So here we go. Looks like we got a clean start. Dai Yoshihara to lead. Matt Powers giving chase. Here we go into that first turn. Our season here, 2013 season. Dai Yoshihara coming in hot. Coming out of the rear clipping zone. Dai Yoshihara nice and close. ATA powered S14. Dai digging deep into that rear clipping zone as we transition into that final peninsula clip. Yes, sir. Nice. Great way to start the battles out of the gate. There is our EKG reading. Looks like they're favoring Dai Yoshihara, and then Judge 3 dipped down a little bit on Matt Powers. I got to assume that was a little bit of the chase job. And, Ryan, recalling that right there. We don't have a replay ready on deck, but a great way to start.
Yeah, you can see Daijiro Yoshihara coming out strong in that first run, doing a great job on initiation and then shooting towards that first outside clipping zone. Matt Powers not too shabby, staying there pretty much with him the entire way, but a pretty good lead run by Daijiro Yoshihara and a close run overall as we head into the second lap, where now Matt Powers will have an opportunity to lead.
So like you said, we're going to alternate the order. Again, going back to the criteria, so if this is your first Formula Drift round of competition, if you're tuning in or if you're here in the grandstands, one car leads, one car chases. The lead car goes through the course utilizing all the clipping zones in the track. Speed, line, angle, and style. The chase car utilizing the lead car as a moving clipping point. They then switch. So now, Matt Powers is going to lead. Dai Yoshihara is going to give chase. We get rid of the incremental number system, and you see we're now debuting the new dial tuning system of the three judges. They eventually give a verdict based on all the elements of both runs, and we advance onto the bracket. Are we really psyched to go to the beach right now? If you guys want to go to the beach, you can. Got some beach balls out there in the crowd having some fun. Here we go. This is Matt Powers and Dai Yoshihara coming in turn 9. That is Dai Yoshihara right up on the back bumper of Powers. Nice shot. Powers tapping the wall, transitioning through. Wow, bringing it back out to that rear clipping zone. Powers filling the zone, but Dai Yoshihara cannot be shaken. Nice job by both these drivers. Come on, Long Beach, make some noise.
We'll take a look at that graph, Jared. You can see right there the judges at the beginning. Some of them are right in the middle, and you have one judge kind of leaning towards Matt Powers just a little bit. So that first run, Daijiro Yoshihara having a great lead run. The second run, Matt Powers coming out strong, tapping that wall, but his line pretty much stayed intact, and he was able to get right back on it. So a great run by both competitors as we get ready to find out whether or not we will go one more time or if there will be a victor.
Well, Fat Lace versus Illis here. You got Dai Yoshihara running the Illis brand game here. And Matt Powers, the Heartbreaker. If you guys haven't seen his brand new Alpine Stars race suit, he's flying the Fat Lace flags. Who's going to win out of both of those brands? Fat Lace versus Illis. V8 powered, one at S13, one at S14. Where are my Matt Powers fans at? Matt Powers. These are probably two of the most popular drivers. Where are my Daiyoshi Hara fans at? Matt Powers? Daiyoshi Hara. Going off the J-Rod meter here, I'd have to say Daiyoshi Hara would get the win, but that's just off yelling. But look at that, Daiyoshi Hara gets the win. Daiyoshi Hara gets the win. As the angle judge said one more time, Daiyoshi Hara gets the win. So Brian Eggert, signing with one more time, not putting you on the spot, bro, but it is what it is. The angle judge, Brian Eggert, one more time, as Ryan Lantain and Andy Yen said Daiyoshi Hara. So Daiyoshi Hara is your winner and advances on to the Grade 8 with Matt Powers, and the Fat Lace K-Tech S14 is knocked out. So you guys were right. You cheered for Daiyoshi Hara and it got louder. Hey, Marciniaks, how we doing? Lucy Ford and Cooper, there in Gilbert, Arizona, how we doing? Parker, Stephanie, Mom, how we doing as well? Any shout outs you want to give? Sweden, I know you're watching too. If you haven't already, checked out the Destroyer booth. Limited edition tank top over there, sun's out, guns out. Wow, here we go. Daigo Saito and Frederick Osbo. Daigo Saito leading us, Frederick Osbo giving chase. Coming through the corner. Frederick Osbo right there up in his business. Great job by Frederick Osbo chasing him down. Doug, you need to wait.
That wasn't my fault.
Man, if this is a shape of things to come, we are in store for an amazing Final Four and a great beginning of an iconic season. A milestone in any project whatsoever. So 10 years.
Hey Andy, so on the slider thing, are you?
All right, so it looks like Osbo is back to the start line. Doug from Cooper, how we doing, buddy? All right, Frederick Osbo. He's now going to lead as Daigo the Ninja Saito. So the Ninja versus the Norwegian Hammer. It's like a comic book here. Nerd alert. Super nerd alert right now. Far from nerds. Two beasts. One from the east and one from the Nordic. As Osbo will lead, and Daigo Saito will give chase. Where are my Frederick Osbo fans at? Make some noise. How about where are my Daigo Saito fans at? Kind of split there. Both these guys Rookie of the Year. Some people don't consider Daigo Saito a rookie because obviously he competed in other sanctioning bodies, but here he is competing in this, and theoretically speaking, last year was his first ever Formula Drift USA competition. So came out with flying colors, flat black being the color. And he obviously earned Rookie of the Year and won and was crowned Formula Drift 2012 champion. But the past 3 years, it's come down to the final round of Formula Drift competition. As last year, it came down to Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Daigo Saito, with Vaughn Gittin Jr. taking himself out of the situation. previous year, Daijiro and Justin Pollock. Here we go, and now Osbo is leading. Saito giving chase. The second half of this battle. Daigo leading. Now Osbo is leading. Nice utilization of the ping pong walls. Daigo bringing it wide out as Osbo has the advantage according to the judges. Daigo dropping back a little bit now, surging forward into the peninsula clip. Daigo diving into the door. Come on, Long Beach, let him know you're here. Be sure to follow Formula Drift live on every remaining round of Formula Drift competition, or if you're here in the grandstands, tell your friends they can tune in live. Let's blow up the internet, formulad.com. Click there, watch the Drift stream. Ryan, as we take a look at this instant replay of Osbo leading. A great hard-fought battle there. Sorry, little issues there.
There we go.
All right, we are back, Ryan.
Yeah, an amazingly close battle right there on that second run. Daigo Saito showing exactly what he is known for. An unbelievably close run right there by Daigo Saito, getting way up on that proximity of Frederick Osbo. An amazing job in the lead run. This is such a tough call for the judges. They've left their seats, go back to review the first run and probably the second run. But this is what you expect to see in the top 16, Jared.
Yeah, we're only in the top 16, which is the craziest part, right? I mean, we're only seeing 2 battles, and they're going toe-to-toe, as we've already seen Dai and Powers go against each other. But a shape of things to come for this season, as Matt Powers unfortunately gets knocked out, but that car's looking strong. We're waiting for the verdict here. Take your track session to the next level with the new GoPro Hero 3 Black Edition. Mountable anywhere and capable of capturing 12 megapixel photos at a rate of 30 photos per second. Check out GoPro, the official presenting camera of Formula Drift. You've seen custom rims and scissor doors, but you've never seen them combined with Air Force technology and know-how. Check out Project Supercar from the United States Air Force in the Vendor Village. As we are now waiting for the verdict still. Judges really scrutinizing the replay. How many people think, let me go off you guys again, get you involved here in the audience and also online. You can chat it up. How many people think Frederick Osbo should move on? How many people think Daigo Saito should move on? Judging off you guys here in the crowd, seems like Daigo Saito. Our next battle on deck will be Chelsea Denofa and Ryan Cotto. Square Blar from Brazil, how we doing? Chelsea Denofa, Ryan Cotto. Ryan and I talked about Chelsea and his BC Racing United States Air Force BMW E46 on Nitto tires. Very good in the chase position, very aggressive, fast. But Ryan Cotto, surprisingly enough, I was talking to his family, and they were saying that his charge pipe broke yesterday and worked on it last night, so he's now turbocharged, but he qualified without the turbo with the V8 under the hood. As we now have the verdict, Frederick Osbo, part of the Garrett Gearheads? It's the Garrett Gearheads. The Garrett Gearheads. He's part of it, Frederick Osbo, the turbo 4-cylinder as opposed to the 2JZ of Daigo Saito. We'll see where the judges favor. Again, either Osbo, Saito, or one more time. Line judge saying one more time. Angle judge saying Osbo. Style judge saying one more time. They're going at it again. It's a one more time battle between these gentlemen. It's a one more time battle between Powers and Daigo. Osbo and Daigo. Thank you for catching that. Multitasking up here. Osbo and Daigo. Obviously not Powers, as Powers was knocked out. So as we've done in the past, we're going to move on to our next pair, and we'll revisit the one more time between that of Osbo and Daigo. Denofa and Kato. These guys, I have a feeling, are just going to let it all hang out. We've already seen it, but this kid, Denofa, he had a wing when he showed up yesterday. He doesn't have a wing anymore. He just has the splitters. So we'll see. Oh, look at this.
Oh, another one.
Dropping the red flag. Drop it like it's hot. As Chelsea has to bring it back around. And Kato backs the truck up. The DNA Automotive Nexon Tires 350Z. Get a clean full pull. How many people live locally here in Long Beach? Show of hands. Long Beach. Strong Beach. Thank you guys for coming out. How many people have been to the Pike? Not talking the mall, I'm talking the awesome bar on 4th and Cherry. You need to get over there. That is probably my favorite bar in the world. We're going to be there tonight. So if you want to come and party. Ryan, are you coming? No? You're over it?
I'm out.
I'm out. You're done.
I gotta take down banners, you know, I got a lot of work to do.
Wow, just making it real clear, making me look lazy. Here we go. Chelsea Denofa going to lead. Ryan Kato giving chase into turn 9. Back to the action. Look at Kato already applying the pressure. Can Denofa get wide? Hard as nails. Look at that flick from Denofa. Off the wall, but an aggressive flick. And Kato just trying to get up to the BMW of Denofa. You see the judges favoring. Look at that spike, just going up, hitting a gear, literally and figuratively and metaphorically speaking on the sageism, as we're going to take a look, hopefully, at the replay here of Denofa leading with Kato giving chase. Replay. What's going on, dude? What's going on? So Denofa, you saw him using the whole track. There we go. Let's take a look at it. Better late than never.
Yeah, right out of the gate, Jared. You can see right here, nice initiation by both drivers. Chelsea Denofa immediately goes right to this inside. Huge angle right there. A little bit of a flub, and then Ryan Kato trying to catch up, goes a little bit inside and then wide right there, and then dives back in. Chelsea Denofa looking to be in the judges' favor based on that graph, but Ryan Kato not too shabby in the chase position. Good run by both competitors on that first one.
So let's see how they switch it up. As Kato seemed like he was feverishly trying to play catch-up with Denofa. And I told you, Denofa is a threat from the rear, as he is a great chase driver. We are clear to send. As we'll go back to the start. Kato now leading, Denofa giving chase. You can see it there, the VLED's start light. All right, here we go. This is Kato Denofa, the second run of this heat. Kato, good early initiation. Real fluid with it. Trying to get to that outer wall. Flicks back. Denofa now tapping the wall. Kato swinging wide. Up next, he got the blow. And there it is. There it is. A clean. I'll never say it again. Basically, Kato kind of taking himself out in that competition, hits the tire wall, allowing Denofa to, drifting. We're obviously not looking for the pass, but if there's an opportunity such as that, Denofa did pass him while drifting. The judges really clarified that, and they need to keep that in mind, that if they go offline, the lead driver, the chase car, can tighten it up if they're allowed.
Well, Chelsea Denofa obviously putting it all out there, coming super, super steep and deep on that first outside zone. You can see right here on initiation, Ryan Kato jumps out to a nice early start, goes nice and wide right there. Chelsea Denofa already chasing him down. Look at this, rubs the bumper right there on that back wall. Then Ryan Kato goes super deep, and as he transitions back around, he taps his wall right here. Chelsea Denofa takes advantage of him going offline, makes a legit pass, and that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is probably all she wrote for Ryan Cotto, even though he had a brave and valiant effort.
Brave and valiant. Make him sound like a soldier in Game of Thrones or something there. All right, well, waiting for the three judges.
Oh, they put it up, Chelsea.
Oh, well, there you have it. Chelsea Denofa gets the win. Chelsea Denofa moves on to the Great 8. So Chelsea Denofa moves on to the Great 8. As now we're revisiting the one more time battle of Saito and Osbo. The Hammer versus the Ninja. All right, well, seems like we are ready to go. This is a one more time battle, and remember, they can't go not just one more time, but many a times. So Daigo Saito is going to lead. Osbo is going to give chase. Here we go, Daigo. The VLED's lights on and off. That means go. Here we go. Here we go, the Ninja and the Hammer. 2JZ versus 4. Here we go. Saito. Transitioning through. By Osbo. Stop to him. Nice, look at that. Osbo through the door. A great showing by Osbo.
You can look at the line right here, Jared. The judges keep it about even until about a quarter way through the run and then start leaning towards Osbo a little bit. I have a feeling that this battle between these two competitors really will come down to who's going to make the first mistake. Both drivers have been very consistent in the 3 runs that we've seen so far. Very little mistakes, going all the way out to the outer zones on every corner. It's been an amazing battle.
Both the drivers, their composure and drivers' meetings around the pits, they're silent but deadly. You know, you see Osbo just a jaw chiseled from stone, but he also has just a stoic quality about him, and he's kind of reserved. But once you get talking to him, very passionate guy, and he's living the dream, man. I mean, I know he's flying the Norway flag proudly, as we have a lot of Norwegian fans watching. Let's take a look at it once again.
Hey, you can see right here, Daigo Saito goes out nice and wide. Frederick Oslo stays with him. Amazing proximity as they transition back around. Frederick Oslo going a little bit deeper right there to Daigo Saito, but really doing exactly what he's supposed to in the chase position, and that's using Daigo Saito as a moving clipping point, keeping that nose in. And you got to remember, that's a 4-cylinder. That Papadakis Racing has done an incredible job building the horsepower year after year after year, and that has become one of the top cars in Formula Drift.
And Saito's got a couple more cylinders in him. You know, the rumor obviously last year was 1,200 horsepower, 1,000 horsepower. I mean, run whatever. It is what it is. You know, I mean, run what you brung. That's the beauty of drifting. You know, you've seen all different kinds of manufacturers, and that is truly the beauty of drifting. But I really acknowledge and like Osbo's style there, where he let Daigo kind of just pass right in front and then just plunge right back on that peninsula turn. Here we go now, Osbo. Choosing the first wall, now the second wall. Osbo going deeper. Look at the plume of smoke coming off Osbo's car. You can barely see them navigating around turn 11. Man.
Wow. Yeah, you look at the graph right there, Jared, it's still pretty much about even. I mean, Daigo Saito was with him the entire way. It was so difficult to see down there and turn 11, but there was something that happened down there where Daigo Saito maybe got a little bit offline there. We'll have to go back and look at it, the replay, but amazing run by both competitors. And I can totally see this going one more time again. You can see right here, Frederick Osbo, nice job at initiation. Daigo Saito dives right in though and stays with him the entire time as Frederick Osbo transitions to that first outside zone, then to the second outside zone. Nice and deep right there. Plume of smoke. Daigo Saito dives in right here. Does he straighten a little bit around that corner? That is the question that the judges will have to take a look at. I see Andy N putting his hand in the air saying, hey guys, I need more. One more time, one more time.
He's not officially saying one more time. He's potentially saying one more time. Can I see the replay?
Yes, can I see the replay?
Let's clarify that. People aren't, let's get a little ahead of themselves. So there it is once again. I love the fan reactions. Take a look at the fans here, and keep note. Look at Bill Baldwin right there on the wall.
So let's take a look at this last corner again, Jared. As you can see, Daigo Saito transitions, dives in right here. Now, does he come a little bit too straight? Now, is that enough to give Daigo Saito a disadvantage over Frederick Osbo? It has to be based on, obviously, the sum of both runs. If I had to nitpick, that would be the only thing, but wow, what an incredible run. And as far as a chase car is concerned, the proximity was amazing.
By both the drivers, and you know, I kind of, do you take into account that it's a 4-cylinder versus the 2J?
Well, you don't take it into account in judging, but you take it into account on how awesome that is.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, you know, it's a mental game. You know, I mean, here's Daigo. He thinks he's got his number. You know, maybe going to pull away from him potentially. You know, and obviously it's not a race, but you think you got his number, and oh shoot, I need to shake that Norwegian kid. Like he's right there.
Frederick Osbo is one of the best drivers in the world. He's certainly matured and come into his own the last couple of years and shown that not only was he deserving of the Rookie of the Year when he came into the series, but you see champion written all over that guy in the years to come. So going up against a champion, you got to bring your A game. That's what he's done today, and obviously by the deliberation of the judges here, you know, they're talking about it in detail to see if we can actually indeed get a winner.
And Frederick Osbo, part of the Speed Hunters crew. He's part of the Maximum Attack Ambassador. Check out hashtag Maximum Attack on Instagram. Also, just available here at this event. They've already sold, I think they only made 2,000 books. They've already sold, I think, about 500 of them. So act now. The Speed Hunters book available over at Von Gittin Jr.'s paddock area. Also his swag over there, Von Gittin Jr. t-shirts and Speed Hunter. But the Maximum Attack book and gear out, debuting just yesterday for the first time. So buy the book. It's here in the paddock area, so before you head on over to the Pike and get it signed, you know, the Pike Bar, talking about, it's party tonight. It's a celebration, 10 years and still sideways, as obviously just a few people straggling there in the paddock area, as we are still waiting for the verdict. 3 men to rule them all, as their verdict decides who moves on. Remember, after this round of competition, we will officially have a Formula Drift points leader. Will Daigo Saito have what it takes to be a repeat champion? As we are now staged to see which way the anvil strikes. Line, angle, and style judge poised. Line judge says one more time. Angle judge, one more time. They're going one more time. They're going at it again.
Wow.
Do you guys agree with that? How many people think Daigo should have won? How many people think Osbo should have won? Wow. Brian, going off the judges, I think you know, I think they were impressed. I mean, like I said, it comes into play. You know, our culture as, you know, younger generation, we're about the underdogs. Anybody, I mean, just you like the underdogs. You always want to root for the underdogs. So, you know, here's a champion. You know, Daigo Saito, the ninja, just some people consider the best drift in the world, going against the 4-cylinder turbo of Osbo, the Norwegian, but he's been around. He's a champion in his native Norway. So, you know, not so much of an underdog, but just mental game. So it's cool to see how it unfolds and how it transpires. So they're going one more time, but it's essentially a 2 more time. I don't know how we really clarify that. It's just kind of become common vernacular in drifting. One more time. Well, it's 2 more times theoretically. So I don't know. It's another one more time battle. So here we go. As we advance on, we'll revisit it once again. It will be Daigo and Osbo. So moving on, Kenny Moen, oh so smooth, going against Odi Bakhshis. So we have the Turbo 350Z. Odi's got his fans. Where's the Odi crowd? Odi, where are you at? All right, here we go. Kenny Moen from Norway is on the lead. That's Odi Bakhshis. Right with California. He's going to get chased. Look at Kenny Moen exploding. His back bumper on the wall as Odi dives in. Performance. Make some noise for Kenny Moen and Odi Bakhshis. The turbos by Garrett Gearheads.
Oh, taking a look at the graph there, Jared, you can see the judges leaning in favor of Kenny Moen for the first portion of the run, and Odi making his way back on the second part where it gets a little bit more even. But Kenny Moen, I got to tell you, Jared, he's been so impressive this entire weekend in qualifying and practice. You can see right here coming in very aggressive on this first run with Odi diving in right behind him. Goes way wide, taps the wall right there, stays on line, a little bit off that outside zone. Goes deep again there with Odi Bakhshis, just a little bit on a shallower line, diving in right here towards the end. Kenny Moen comes across the finish line with authority and Odi Bakhshis right in his tail. A nice run by both competitors on that first part of the run. But Kenny Moen, very impressive.
Hey, just want to ask over there on the far side, can you guys hear me over there all the way near the water? Put your hands up, make some noise. Can you guys hear me all right? All right, right on. Just want to make sure everybody enjoys the show. Obviously, actions speak louder than words. We're going to commence here with the action that is Formula Drift. Everybody hear me all right? Everybody put your hands up real quick. I want to make sure everybody hears me. Put your hands up. We're all on a roller coaster ride right now, and it's called Formula Drift. And we're not stopping until we find out who wins here today. Hey, Daryl. Is that okay? All right, so now we're alternating the order. Odie Bakshis, Kenny Moen. That says Kyle Mohan. His name's Kenny Moen, not Kyle Mohan in the graphics. Here we go. That is not Kyle Mohan. I apologize for graphical error. We are in the Nitto Tires top 16. Odie's going to lead. As now, Odie Bakshis, Kenny Moen is chasing him down. Kenny using all the force, a lot deeper on those rear clips by comparison to Odie on his chase run. Let him know you're here, Long Beach. Sorry for the graphical error, said Kyle Mohan, but that obviously is Kenny Moen in the Loose Performance 350Z. And I gotta say, Kenny, oh so smooth, filled that rear clipping zone. By comparison to Odie on his chase run, he had to shallow up to kind of catch up, especially through the sweeper. It was very apparent.
Yeah, it seemed like Kenny definitely had the advantage on the first run, though Odie wasn't far off. On the second one right here, you can see Odie dives in right here, shoots out towards the outer zone. Doesn't necessarily get as far as Kenny did. Remember, Kenny did hit that wall, but was able to maintain his line. And then he stays on him very, very close. As we transition into the last part of the course, into this inside clip right here, Kenny Moen backs off just a little bit, but he was pretty much with him the whole way. He seemed to be the aggressor, and the judges looked like they made a quick decision. I have to imagine that's going to Kenny Moen.
Well, let's take a look. Where are my Odie fans at? Make some noise for Odie Bakshis. Where are my Kenny Moen fans at? Norway. And there it is. Is it unanimous? It is. Kenny Moen gets the win. Kenny Moen gets the win in the Loose Performance 350Z. He's moving on as, unfortunately, Odie Bakshis in the United States Air Force next in tires, VA-powered S14. We'll see you in Atlanta, Odie. And now look at this. Sweet as bro, watching down there in New Zealand, Hugo and Med Moik and the whole gang, Rotain clan. As Kenny Moen, we're going to revisit Daigo Saito and Osbo for the second one more time battle. It's a repeat battle as Daigo will lead. Osbo giving chase. Here they go, coming to you into turn 9. Using the whole course as Daigo, look at that, the wing going over the wall. Look out, heads up, Bill, as we come down. Osbo right there, a little bit of shimmy there. Daigo doesn't look as fast through the sweeper, allowing Osbo to catch up to him. Door to door, wheel to wheel, make some noise, Long Beach! Yes! Look at that, almost split there. Favoring Daigo, Daigo, Daigo down, Osbo, Osbo, Osbo. That was almost like a 50-50 split.
Yeah, on the very first part of the run, I thought Frederick gave him a little bit of room, but he jumped right back on it. And literally right here in front of the judges' stand, he was door to door. It almost seemed like Frederick was faster than he was through that part of the course. On initiation, you can see right here, Frederick gives him maybe half a car length and then dives right in as Daigo Saito was almost perfect on that outside zone. So is Frederick Osbo. Look at this, barely any gap whatsoever as Frederick Osbo transitions, dives right back in again, and then really, really gets close, almost up to the door line of Daigo Saito across the finish line. Again, these guys are putting on a fantastic show, great competitors, and an awesome first run.
Dude, if this is the way this year's going to go, it's going to be unbelievable. I'm excited. I mean, my wife even asked me, are you excited about this? You've been doing this 10 years? I'm like, yeah, duh, of course. This is unbelievable. So I get excited about the events. I'm sure you do too. And, you know, seeing Daigo Saito, he threw it in. You saw his wing hang over the wall. I thought, you know, he's going to take off Bill's head down there.
I thought we'd seen the best drifting ever last year, and it seems that the precedent, you know, was set, but it's just been getting better even throughout this weekend.
I like to call it the Daigo effect. Daigo kind of coming over, changing things up a little bit, you know, allowing the judges to kind of refined some of the judging, the criteria. They've really clarified as far as zeros, hitting cones and going off course and straightening and kind of making some large corrections. Those are zeros. So brought some clarity, and we'll basically educate you throughout the year. But if you're in the grandstands, be sure to tune in for the remaining rounds of competition. Atlanta, New Jersey, Palm Beach International Raceway, brand new venue in Texas, Monroe, Washington, and back here in Irwindale, California. Here we go. Osbo's now going to lead. Daigo Saito giving chase. Nice job by Osbo leading. Look at that on the wall as Daigo Saito. You know, we thought Daigo Saito had a gang of smoke last year. Looks like Osbo does it, man. I would not be surprised if this goes one more time. I'm just going to say that right now. I would not be surprised.
You know what? I got to be honest with you. This is the first time, though, I think that I saw a difference in this run than the other battles, and it was Frederick Osbo's lead run, how close he got to that outer zone. If you say he was flawless on the chase, you got to give him the lead run. Because Daigo, even though he was right there the entire time, you can see right here, Frederick, he comes into the first part of the course, he initiates, he goes wide. Nice job right there. Daigo is with him, but look at this. Look how close he is compared to Daigo. His lead run seems to be the better run. And as Daigo is on proximity, he does dive in a little right here to get back a little bit closer. But remember, Frederick on his chase run was door to door right there. If you had to pick a run that had any difference, that would have been it for me. So,
good call. I mean, it comes down to the mistakes. It comes down to the mistakes, or just that much more superior. Wow, they went for it. I don't think it's going one more time. I think you're right, man. Let's go. Line judge, angle judge. Frederick Osbo. Frederick Osbo gets the win. He takes out Daigo the Ninja Saito. Our 2013 champion is taken out by the Norwegian Hammer. And you know what? It's unanimous. That was clear cut. Ryan, I think you called it. You brought it to my attention. I might have turned away, but you were right. Osbo was more locked and loaded. He was dialed in on that rear clipping zone. And then even right here in the sweeper, I even saw a correction from Daigo right when that smoke poured on.
Sometimes it's easier to actually see the winners when the battles are so close, when you have these very, very detailed runs where the guys are making zero mistakes. But on that run, I just thought Frederick Osbo was definitely the man, and he had a great lead run. His chase run, he was there all the way. He went door to door on the inside zone. What an incredible competitor. You got to give it up for Daigo Saito, the 2012 champ. He has really changed the dynamic of this sport here in Formula Drift, and we're so happy to have him aboard to bring up the level of guys in the series.
You know, just keep them on their toes. I mean, we have our usual suspects. You have guys that have been competing since day one. One of them is about to go. Chris the Force Forsberg in the NOS Engineering 370Z from Doylestown, Pennsylvania. He's going to be lining up those hand-clip tires as Darren McNamara, D-Mac. He's going to lead. Here we go. D-Mac leading, coming under the bridge. Good transition for D-Mac. Chris Forsberg diving in. Failing to get out there. Now, look at Forsberg. Nice job by both the drivers. D-Mac. Right there, it seemed like Forsberg. So take a look. Let's take a look at the analytics there, Ryan.
Well, it looks like one judge was favoring Darren McNamara just a little bit. The other two guys are right about even with a slight dip about 3/4 of the way through. But that was a pretty close run. Darren McNamara seemed to get a little bit closer to that first outside zone. But Chris Forsberg, really no issues at all on maintaining the proximity with Darren McNamara. Extremely aggressive, especially towards the latter part of the run. And we can see right here on initiation, Darren McNamara shoots out towards the outside, just a little bit away from that wall, but he's able to get back and get close to that outside zone. But Chris Forsberg pretty much there the entire time. Great on proximity, dives in right here, a little bit of exclamation point, and across the finish line he does close the door. So a great run by both guys. Darren McNamara in the lead and Chris Forsberg in the chase.
And if you can recall, who was here last year at Formula Drift Long Beach? Who was here at Long Beach last year? Show of hands. You guys were seeing the Cal Club guys and gals raise their hands. And, you know, you can recall Darren McNamara had probably one of the worst crashes we've seen in FD. I even think he injured his foot. He's back out here. Darren McNamara had that Falcon Tire Saturn Sky, took it hard into the wall, took himself out of the competition. So D-Mac, obviously a new vehicle. He changed vehicles a few times last year. So this car being built by SPD Metalworks, same people that built Daijiro Yoshihara's car. Very familiar with the S chassis, obviously. How many people drift out there themselves? How many people drift? Show of hands. I'm not talking video games. 50% go down. All right, well, we're now going to switch it up. Remember, keep it off the streets and on the track. Find your local drifting sanctioning body. They're all over the country. Again, keep it on the track. Here we go. Chris the Force Forsberg. The luck of the Irish was on Darren McNamara's side. Forsberg utilizing the whole track. Good transition through. Darren McNamara going deeper on that. Oh, Forsberg now going deep on that rear clipping zone. Darren McNamara diving in, wheel to wheel. Nice job, quick around that clip. is Forsberg as D-Mac right there. Look at that. A lot of them favoring Forsberg. Pretty straightforward battle. I saw Forsberg go a little bit deeper. Darren McNamara a little bit of a gap, but he caught up to him. You saw him just lunge forward. It seems like he's got that horsepower on deck.
It's still a pretty close run. I thought Darren McNamara had a pretty excellent first run. But right here, Chris Forsberg on initiation comes in, shoots out wide toward this wall, goes pretty deep right there. Darren McNamara transitions a little bit behind him, but he stays close on that outer zone. Does a great job right there as Darren McNamara goes pretty deep with Chris Forsberg. Dives in right here. Just a little bit of a slight hesitation right there. Was that enough to cause a problem for Chris Forsberg against Darren McNamara?
Start line guy waves the red flag for.
All right, so we're waiting for the verdict. All right, so we're waiting for the verdict of Forsberg and McNamara. You can see him there in the start. Curator of Vegas Drift down there, Nick Dizon. Ryan, we're gonna take another quick look at this replay. So Ryan, as we take a look at it again, you see Forsberg going deep, Darren McNamara's right there. There was a little bit of a gap created. You see Darren lunge forward, bit of a correction there and kind of lunging, but then backed off. So, how this unfolds, we'll see what our three judges, line, angle, and style, and Yen, Brian Egger, and Ryan Lantain. Thank you for joining us. Tell your friends to tune in live, FormulaD.com. Formula Drift presented to you by GoPro. Be sure to text GoPro FD to the number 20300, and you could potentially win a GoPro Hero 3 Black Edition camera. Before you head home, head to Vendor Village to see Vapor, the custom car that melds Air Force tech with the Dodge Challenger. It's your last chance to see Project Car in Vendor Village. Well, Ryan, we're waiting for the verdict here. Kind of get thrown off here a little bit, but the spotters up here. You got Chris Forsberg's spotter. A spotter, very critical part of the Formula Drift game. And I don't know, explain to the fans. I mean, I know why, but explain to the fans, why is it so critical?
Well, it's pretty much the eyes and the ears for the driver. They're letting them know what's going on with track conditions, what the drivers are doing, what tendencies are. They're obviously giving them data. They're giving them information, what certain drivers are doing in certain parts of the track. So it's a really key element for the drivers to be able to have that, and somebody that obviously can speak the best language possible in determining what the strategy is going to be against going up against each particular driver.
So you have all the spotters right here next to the judges. You have, obviously we're up here. You have all our sound people, and a lot of different driving, people giving them feedback down to the ground. There it is. Chris Forsberg unanimously gets the win. Chris Forsberg gets the win and advances on, taking out D-Mac Darren McNamara. So Chris Forsberg moves on as D-Mac gets knocked out. So the force is strong with that one as the luck of the Irish comes to an end. Well. All right, so here's our next battle. Ryan, Hampshire Turk. If you haven't been turked yet, be sure to tune in. Hashtag Turk, T-U-E-R-C-K-D. Get turked. It is an adjective. We'll see if Justin Pollock gets turked, or is JTP going to go for 3 here in the LBC. Ryan Turk, that brand new Scion FRS Retax Lifestyle Backpacks built by Portland Speed Industries, a.k.a. PSI, also supported by NjukuRacing.com out of Florida. Check out NjukuRacing.com for all your parts and needs. Going against JTP just a bit outside a few years ago against Daijiro Yoshihara. He's behind the wheel of the blue oval. That is the Ford Mustang. Ford Drive 1, the Falcon Tires Ford Mustang, now with the, obviously the signature teal and blue, but now running the matte paint finish. He got a nose job yesterday. and not the kind of one you want to get. He got it broken. He got his nose broken off yesterday. Scrambled to get the car back together, got it back out there, and barely made it into top 32 action as Justin Pollock will be going against Ryan Turk. Paul qualified 23 yesterday as Ryan Turk initiated that first turn. 1552 wheels spin around as the HRA wheels back up. JTP. Ryan Turk tapping the wall. The same wall that he hit yesterday in practice, in top 32 practice. Nice job by JTP. A bit of a hiccup there for JTP. Look at that. So you saw favorite Ryan Turk, and then down to Justin Pollock, and then back up to Ryan Turk. Unanimously, you see all of them just spike up there, Ryan.
Yeah, it was a pretty close battle all the way through until the end right there, where Justin Pollock seemed to make a hiccup before the finish line right around that last inside clip. And going back to the start of the run, Jared, you can see right here, Ryan Turk starts off early, shoots out wide. Justin Pollock is right there. He has owned this track for 2 years. Let's not forget that. He's also beat Ryan Turk so many times as Ryan Turk, a little bit shallow on the angle, does hit the wall right here, but check this out. Justin Pollock dives in. He seems to have a little bit of a fluff, and he straightens up a little bit right there around the corner.
A huge correction there. He just kind of beelined it as he exited. He was on the clip, but then almost started pointing towards the water. He wanted to go beach bound as JTP just straightened it out. But a good showing, and Ryan Turk tapping that wall. I talked about it yesterday during the run. In top 32 practice, he hit the wall, breaking his wheel, but he said those 1552 wheels broke, and actually it was all good, but it saved his suspension, and that's kind of how that wheel is designed. And Justin Pollock on those beautiful HRE wheels, and obviously wrapped with some Falcon tire rubber. So now they're going to alternate. You have JTP, Justin Pollock, and the Falcon Tires Ford Mustang, as Ryan Turk in the Retax Lifestyle backpacks. You're seeing him right here. Looks like we're potentially calling a competition timeout. We'll get clarification on this. Obviously, he is not running. Let's get clarification here. So we are finding out that Ryan Turk is calling a competition timeout. He's saying he's having some power steering issues in this Retax Lifestyle backpacks Scion FRS. So unfortunately, we could move on to the next round, but we can't because we are in between runs. So now's a great time to thank our sponsors. And we'll show you a few messages from our sponsors, but this is what happens when you tap that wall. Thank you guys for coming out. Again, here's a few messages from our sponsors as we're knee deep in the Nitto Tires Top 16.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exedy has you covered. Race over to ExedyUSA.com for more information.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hang up tires.
When I was little, I wanted to grow up and help people.
When I was young, I wanted to save lives.
I wanted to make a difference in the world.
When I was growing up, I wanted to serve my country.
My name is Captain Shawnse Tarrant, Air Force physician.
I'm Airman First Class Ashley Denton, Air Force firefighter.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Gail Crawford, Air Force JAG.
I'm Captain Cynthia Nogueras, and I'm an American Airman.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
Welcome back to round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. We're halfway through a battle between Ryan Turk and JTP. This is Jared Dienda. Ryan Sage here multitasking. He is the Vice President of Marketing, co-founder. So he's got a lot of fires to put out, man. And fires are on track, not literally, but call to action for Ryan Turk. And don't go anywhere. Hopefully, some people are leaving the stands. Hopefully you're using the bathroom and coming back because you got reserved seats. Don't go anywhere. We're only in the top 16. The action only and the plot only thickens here at round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Again, a 5-minute rule has been instated, but they are back at it. We are good to go. JTP will be leading as Ryan Turk gives chase. That was a good 5, and you can tell everybody that over the loudspeaker. That was a solid 5, quick and ready to run.
No, telling the folks at home.
I like it. I'm with it. All right, so get back here. Grab your seats. You paid for the whole seat, but you're only going to use the edge. Here we go as JTP. Justin Pollock will lead. Ryan Turk giving chase. Falcon versus Maxxis. Mustang versus FRS. Here we go. JTP coming into turn 9, coming into view, using the whole course. As Ryan Turk transitions, a bit shallow. JTP actually going deeper. As Ryan Turk, a bit far back there, but as Ryan Turk now but gets tied to that final clip. Ryan Turk, part of the Turbos by Garrett Gearheads. And look at that. It did not drop below that line. No favoring of Ryan Turk in that second run.
Right, so remember back to that first run when Justin Pollock seemingly had that mistake at the last part of the course, but on this run right here as he takes the lead, he clearly demonstrates an advantage over Ryan Turk, going very, very deep, almost tapping that wall. Then on the first outside zone, nearly perfect right there. Coming into the second outside zone, just literally a foot off right there as Ryan Turk struggles to keep up on proximity, and Justin Pollock crosses the finish line on an amazing lead run. It's all going to come back to that first run, Jared. Was that second run by Justin Pollock enough to overcome the mistake that he made in the first?
I mean, going off our analytics, the EKG reading, the immediate scoring of the Formula knob, basically, I'd have to say that JTP would get the win, but obviously that big correction, that big spike could have been a nail in the coffin, or just that gap was too big. Remember, find us at Formula D. Ryan's on there, at Ryan J. Sage. I'm on there, at Jared Dienda. All the drivers, be sure to find us, hashtag FDLB. We're going to have a hashtag for every round of competition, but hashtag FDLB at Formula D on Instagram, Twitter, and of course, on Facebook. StanceNation.com is our special photo partner for the live stream. Check them out on Instagram or Facebook. Over 500,000 fans. Q hashtag StanceNation. So we're waiting for JTP and RT, Pollock and Turk. And as the judges are requesting, so Ryan, you referenced it in the criteria actually, or what could transpire that first run with Justin Pollock straightening out around that peninsula turn at what we call the exclamation point.
Yeah, the judges do want to recall that. I mean, obviously this is people's season at stake, the event at stake, 2 top competitors. Judges want to be sure they understood everything that transpired on course. Again, like we said, Justin Pollock having a tremendous chase run on the first run. And actually, I believe we're going back to it right here so we can take a look at home on the Twitch stream and also live. You can see Justin Pollock transition. Yeah, this is the second run. You can see right here, this is the flawless first lead run of Justin Pollock as it goes way deep right there and then transitions back. It's the first run that we're looking for to see a comparison between that one. Justin Pollock obviously having the advantage there, not only by the judges' note, but also seems like the fans are going for Justin Pollock. But Ryan Turk in that first run against Justin Pollock, JTP seemed to make that mistake at that last part of the course, Jared, and how will that play into everything?
Well, here is the replay of Turk and JTP as Ryan Turk led right. He talked about it, and here it is once again. Turk initiated into that turn 9. And take a look at what the judges are seeing real time. They're favoring Turk. Turk going deep. Favoring Pollock there. And then as they come around here, see that correction, and Pollock gets unfavored there.
I think right there is so close to a potential 0 for Justin Pollock if they consider that to be straightening out to the point of a 0, and that would be a game changer, obviously. So the judges are going to have to make that determination. It's very, very close. Obviously, JTP had an incredible run on his lead run, but man, that mistake, it really, really is hard to overcome that.
There it is. Wait for Ryan Turk one more time, and style judge says Ryan Turk gets the win. Ryan Turk gets the win. Ryan Turk, wow, so it is not a three-peat. JTP will not get 3 in LBC as Ryan Turk advances on. How many people agree with that? Ryan Turk moving on. How many people think JTP should have won? It was kind of split right there. And Ryan, you talked about it, that straightening and correction there. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Justin Pollock up here, kind of getting a little crazy for some reason.
I mean, like I said, it is so hard to overcome straightening to that degree. I mean, that was as close to stopping and straightening as you can get. And I think the judges have made it really clear what they're looking at and what they're judging for. And as good of a run as he had in the second one, essentially it's just too hard to overcome.
Yes, it is. So Ryan Turk advances on. Only two more battles left here in the top 16 to form the Grade 8. Ryan already in the Grade 8. Dai Yoshihara versus Frederick Osbo. Denofa versus Moen. Forsberg, he's going against the Drift Alliance brother of Ryan Turk. Essa and Gushi up next. And the winner will go against Git or Papacon. Here we go. Michael Essa, the ultimate trick machine. Here we go. It's leading up. Wow, look at the dude. Unbelievable. Essa pouring it on. The Yokohama tire smoking as the Goosh. Man, kind of stunned here. I mean, Essa just came out like a bat out of hell, let's be honest.
He came out real hot. He did have a mistake here on his entry. He stayed in the middle of the line. He did not go wide, and it caused some problems for him in the rest of the run, but a lot of smoke on track. He gave Ken Gushi the opportunity to get back up on his rear bumper, try to get close and make a battle out of it. And as we take a look at the replay, you can see right here, he already has a ton of speed. It looks like he's leaving Ken Gushi behind, but then right here, he just goes in the middle of the line. He doesn't go wide at all. Ken Gushi sees the mistake, starts to close in on the back door right here. And as we transition into the final part of the course, Ken Gushi dives in as Michael Essa crosses the finish line. So Michael Essa having a tough time on that first part of the course, making up for it in the second, and Ken Gushi playing along all the way, trying to capitalize on the mistakes of Michael Essa.
You know, Michael Essa, he garnished a lot of attention, garnished a lot of fans with his backward style entry. We saw probably the cleanest. You know, it got kind of cult following as we wanted to see, you know, backwards entry, but he made it the most smooth. We saw, you know, Conrad Grunwald do it. I've really just come to really enjoy watching, but Essa would make it look smooth. He'd initiate and just bring it out. He wouldn't just let it hang out and then hit the gas. It would just hang out and go all the way through. So now that he's you know, teamed up, BMW E46 M3 turbo engine. He was in a Z4 before, and this seems like a really good platform. I mean, this is a very proven platform in road racing and any form of racing.
Well, I think that's one of the ironic things is that, you know, you think about BMWs, you think about gripping, you think about going around corners fast. Michael Essa has gone completely against the grain and made a really awesome drift car, and this is his first year out here in this particular vehicle. You would expect there to be a lot of bugs, but he does look quick, fast, and he qualified number 3, so obviously he's got it in there. But when it comes to tandem, you got to be able to lay down 2 solid runs against a competitor, and right now Michael Essa will be taking the chase run against Ken Gucci.
Well, you know, don't count out Gucci. Obviously, qualifying 14th in a Scion FRS, the Greddy Scion racing on Hankook tires, a purpose-built, I don't say drift car, but a very, you know, dedicated, acknowledging the sport of drifting and growing, and purpose-built to, you know, bring your blank canvas on the vehicle. So here we go. The Goosh Kamikaze is going to lead. Look at Essa all over Kamikaze as Michael Essa now backs off. Give him a little bit of distance here as they transition. Coming through. Essa right there on his door around the exclamation point turn. Put your hands together, Long Beach, and also online. So let's take a look at the second run, Ryan. A packed house, sold out, standing room only.
Well, I like this run a lot better than the first one. You can see right here, Ken Gucci shoots out wide towards that wall. Michael Essa stays right there with him as Ken Gucci gets real close to that outer zone. About 1.5 2 feet off of that second outside zone as Michael Essa closes the door. A little bit of a flub right there. Does dive in. Nice job on proximity as they cross the line. A much better run by both competitors on this second run, but these are always the tough ones to judge because you're nitpicking all the different mistakes that were made. He didn't get close to this zone. Oh, he was shallowed up a little bit right here. And you can see as the judges are discussing it, it becomes a very nuanced situation. So go to the judges' scorecard and see what we have to say.
Ken Gucci, part of the Garrett Gearheads. Goosh, and Gucci gets the win. The Kamikaze gets the win. So we're pumping up Essa there. But, man, Gucci looking strong and just looking consistent. Like you said, kind of nitpicking it apart. And I'm expecting big things from that GSR Autosports BMW, the ultimate drifting machine, TCRparts.com on Yokohama tires, as the Greddy Scion Racing FRS on Hankook tires moves on to the Great 8. One more battle left of the top 16. We talked about it. Dai Yoshihara versus Frederick Osbo. Denofa versus Moen. Forsberg versus Turk. And Gucci versus the winner of our next pair. We talked about it. They've done battle twice before. It's split 50-50. Pat Merdaunt took out Vaughn Gittin Jr. Or better yet, Vaughn Gittin Jr. took himself out at the final round of the Formula Drift Pro Championship, which basically took himself out of the Formula Drift Overall Championship of 2012, Vaughn Gittin Jr. So we'll see if the Possum, that's where he deemed his nickname last year at Irwindale. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is going to lead Monster Energy Nitto tires. Ford Mustang, the Diamond Lighting Technologies, V8 Turbo SC430 of Pat Merdaunt. Way back there is Pat Merdaunt. Vaughn Gittin Jr. just running his own run here. As Pat Merdaunt was not even a factor in that run. I definitely like to take a look at the replay. You know, if Vaughn Gittin Jr. jumped it and there was too big of a gap, Pat could have stopped. Red flag could have waved him. We could have had a restart, but we'll see here in the instant replay. Put your hands together. Pat Merdaunt, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. 2010 Formula Drift champion.
Well, you remember last year, Jared, it was when Vaughn Gittin Jr. was chasing Patrick Mordaunt, the mistake happened, but on the lead run, he has a huge advantage then, and he has a huge advantage right now as he goes way out towards the wall. Patrick Mordaunt unable to get a fight against Vaughn Gittin Jr., very dominant in his lead run, but really the challenge with these kind of runs with Patrick Mordaunt, not only in Irwindale last year where Vaughn lost a championship, but also right now is really being able to focus and hone your driving skill against a slower vehicle.
Yeah, and we've talked about that, but these guys have seen track time together. Pat Mordaunt really working out that car, and you know, I'll say it and I'll say it again, a lot of these drivers coming on strong later in the year. Last year, the Daigo effect just really tightening up a lot of these drivers. Pat Mordaunt was one of them as they went turbo V8. That car has seen many different incarnations, different drivers actually. Ruji Miki once piloted that car, obviously operated by Apex, but Apex Integration, Apex I. Now picking up a title sponsor of Diamond Lighting Technologies. As Pat Mordaunt will lead. Local Southern California resident, as Vaughn Gittin Jr. comes to us from Joplin, Maryland. Maryland boy, crab cakes, football, and drifting. That's what Maryland does. Here we go. Pat Mordaunt, he's going to lead. Vaughn Gittin Jr., he's going to give chase. Send it. Pat Mordaunt initiating into turn 9. Give it a little bit of gap. He did this to his last competitor, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Played it safe. Let's go now, catching up to him in the next little turn. Transitioning through. Tightening up. Pretty straightforward there. You know, you can almost see the wheels turning in Vaughn Gittin Jr.'s mind, like, don't mess up, don't mess up, don't mess up. I've been here before, like, you didn't want to see, you know, Groundhog Day once again, you know, babe, I got you, babe. So as Vaughn Gittin Jr. is waiting, and Pat Mordaunt, I have to assume Vaughn will get the win. Let's take a look at it once again, though, Ryan.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe that Vaughn Gittin Jr. would not move forward here. He had a dominant first run, came out strong on the second run. Patrick Mordaunt tries to pull away the best he can. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is pretty much right there all the way through to this last part of the inside clip, crossing the finish line. Not door to door, but Vaughn Gittin Jr., I think he knew he had a pretty good lead right there, and he played it somewhat conservatively, but enough to get the win.
Got to assume some people are already filling out their scorecards, and we have a verdict. There it is. Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets the win and moves on to the Great 8. Our Great 8 is set. Dai Yoshihara, Frederick Osbo, Chelsea Denofa is going against Kenny Moen, Forsberg versus Turk, and Gucci versus Gittin. Don't go anywhere. Our Great 8 is set. Now's a great time to thank our sponsors. Don't go anywhere. GoPro, the world's most versatile camera. The United States Air Force, the official military sponsor of Formula Drift. Ford, Hankook Tire. Be one with it, Hankook Tires. Nitto Tire, Falca Tire, and Achilles Tire. Associate sponsors include AEM Intakes, Exity Clutches, Motegi Racing, NK Wheels, KW Suspension, and Chase Bays. Other tire suppliers include Kenda Tire, Nexon Tire, and Yokohama Tire. Technical partners include the official glass of Formula Drift, Electric Visual, Alpine Stars, One Goal, One Vision, and Bell One Communications. GoPro, the official camera of Formula Drift, has transformed the way action is captured today by introducing a truly unique perspective to sports and professional video production industries around the world. All right, well, before we get on to the Grade 8, here's some more messages from our sponsors.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
in Long Beach, California. This is round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. You know, those aren't just clouds. That's not just precipitation in the clouds. That is tire smoke, and we are creating it here. And also next weekend, Ryan, you talked about it, the Super Drift competition going on next weekend. Admission to the Toyota Grand Prix of Long Beach does not get you in. You have to buy independent tickets. So buy your tickets now. Come see some of the world's best drifters next weekend here on the very same turns. Here we go. The first battle of the Nitto Tires Grade 8. Daijiro Yoshihara versus Frederick Osbo. The V8 powered 2011 champ Dai Yoshihara sliding into view. Nice shot by Osbo transitioning through into the rear opening zone. Dai Yoshihara filling up a bit of wavering there with Dai Yoshihara's front wheels. Now bringing it around into that final clip.
Well, a little bit back and forth there. You can see on the grid, giving favor there to Daijiro Yoshihara for most of the run, but a little bit of a blip there for also Frederick Osbo. Question is, can Frederick Osbo kind of maintain that momentum? I mean, 3 of the best runs I've seen against Daigo Saito. We can see Daijiro Yoshihara right here diving into this first outside area, then clipping back in the first outside zone. Frederick Osbo, nice job on proximity. Not as strong as I saw him against Daigo Saito. He gets a little bit flubbed off right there, falls back a little bit. Daijiro Yoshihara in the lead, maintaining a really, really good line right there.
I saw the judges over here. They're conversing. Obviously, they're right next to each other. You know, I saw Andy do this, the hand gesture of he saw Dai with some correction on the wheels. You know, we almost instituted it where we joked calling them cheater wheels, but black wheels, man, you can hide a lot. But fortunately, Dai Yoshihara, or unfortunately, he has black wheels, but then with the chrome polished hoops. So, and obviously Osbo with the retina burning orange. So, you can see those corrections, and that's standing out, obviously, in the judges' eyes. How are we doing online? Thank you for joining us. FormulaD.com. This is Jared Deanna, the voice of Formula Drift, and I'm joined by my co-host and co-founder of Formula Drift, Ryan Sage. It's a pleasure to be with you here today for round 1 of 7. This is 7-stop championship. In just 2 weeks, we'll be heading down under for Formula Drift Australia with the 3-stop championship in Southeast Asia this year, which includes Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and Jakarta, Indonesia. The Big Durian will be the Big Smoky Durian at the end of this year. Ryan, we always have a good time in Jakarta, we do. Also Kuala Lumpur. Here we go. We're now going to alternate the order. This is Frederick Osbo leading. Right there, holding true. And Osbo is just on his game. Smoking out the competition, Cheech and Chong style. But Dai was right there. Wow. Look at that. Look at the analytics. You see Osbo died. That judge number 2, I believe that's Brian Egger. Is that Brian Egger there, judge 2, or just dipping down? Colors are always changing, so good excuse there, guys. Ryan, let's take a look at it once again.
Well, you can see right here, Daijiro Yoshihara gives no room on initiation, but Frederick Osbo goes very wide. Nice job on that outside zone right there, and then deep again. But Daijiro Yoshihara is right there all the way as we get caught up in this plume of smoke. Dai dives right back in. Maintains that line. Nice job right there in transitioning across. Now it's going to come back down to that first run. But it does look like the judges are inputting a score. Doesn't seem to be any question there. As the judges go quick to their scorecards, Jared, we'll find out who's
Norwegian Hammer, Dai Yoshihara. Dai Yoshihara gets the win. And it was unanimous. Ryan, what do you think? Could that have gone one more time as, just tossing your cookies there, man?
Well, like we said in the first run, I thought Frederick Osbo was so strong in those chase runs against Daigo Saito. Just didn't seem to have it against Daijiro Yoshihara on that first run where he was chasing him down. Made a little bit of a bobble and a correction over here between the second outer zone and the first inside clipping point. And with Daijiro Yoshihara having such a great chase on the second run, that was pretty much it.
All right, so Dai Yoshihara moving on. He's in the final 4. He's already doesn't have to go against JTP. That seemed to be his kryptonite. We saw some behind the smoke interviews with Dai Yoshihara, and Justin Pollock took him out the previous 2 years. And you know what? He doesn't need to go against them. Dai Yoshihara will live to see another day, and he is in the final 4. But unfortunately, he takes out the Norwegian Hammer, Frederick Osbo. So Dai moves on. Osbo knocked out. Next battle, Ryan, Chelsea, Denofa, Kenny Moen. guys have kind of a cult following. Norway, fly those flags. Chelsea DeNofa, representing originally from Pennsylvania, moved to Texas, now living in Florida. Oh, look at this. There it is. Leaving Kenny Moen on the line, and the red flag drops. That means bring it back around.
Look at this guy.
BG getting a little loud down there on the start line. That was second flag for Chelsea. Ooh, I smell. Is that something fishy right there? Chelsea DeNofa? Nah, I'm just kidding. BG living the beard life down there on the start. The Hoonigan, one of the Hoonigan crew members. Hertrich. So you're not going to join us at the party, take down banners? That sounds boring. You should just come have some beers and make taking down the banners a lot more fun.
Wouldn't that be nice?
All right, here we go. Let's see if we get a clean full pull here. Chelsea DeNofa's going to lead. Kenny Moen's giving chase. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they're off. Here we go. Rolling start. Nice, clean gentleman rules. Sir, doctor. Here we go. Chelsea DeNofa throwing it in into turn 9. Coming into view of the fans. Little bobble by Kenny. Oh, yard sale. Count it.
Wow.
8-ball left corner pocket. That is Kenny Moen. Man, Kenny Moen taking himself out. There he go. Oh, man. Make some noise for him. Kenny Moen, Lutz Performance 350Z. That'll totally buff out with some McGuire's quick detailer. No big deal.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to tell exactly what happened there. They did have that false start coming down the front straight, or excuse me, the back straight into that first turn. Kenny Moen just seemed to go straight right into the wall. It's kind of hard to tell exactly how that transpired. As we go to the Nitto tire replay, you can see right here Kenny Moen initiates and then just kind of loses it right there. I don't know, maybe did something break on the car on transition or on initiation. It's really hard to tell right there, but he went from drift straight into the wall. Don't see any contact there, but looks like the day might be over for Kenny Moen.
All right, well, we're going to clean up the track. We're going to do some housekeeping, pay some bills. Thank you for your patience. Obviously, this is a very unforgiving track. Walls on all sides, so if you go off track, you're going to go into a wall. So we're going to pay some bills. Thank you. You guys are at round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship here in the Nitto Tires Grade 8. Stick around when we come back.
My family came to the United States from a military dictatorship, didn't have any of the freedoms that Americans hold dearly. The Air Force is not just a job, it's truly a calling. Our job in cyber operations is to ensure that the data and communications of the world are safe from attack. My family, they're extremely proud that their son served this country which they fought so hard to get to. My name is Captain Nicholas Aquino, and I'm an American Airman.
one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
All right, welcome back. You could see the victim, Kenny Bowen, going off course. And it seems like I said 8-ball corner pocket, and it looks like he's behind the 8-ball, or better yet, behind the tow truck. Place you don't want to be. We got another angle of that action. Kenny Oh So Smooth Moen wasn't oh so smooth, living up to his nickname. Take a look at another angle. Here you see Kenny throwing it in, and boom goes the dynamite. Look at that photographer, nailed it. Photographer's like, nailed it. Instagram selfie. The latest club is turn 9, where you smash your car into the corner and knock off all your suspension. He said his rack was giving him some trouble. My wallet. As the Lutz Performance 350Z gets knocked out. The Norwegian Oh So Smooth Moen. I told you Justin Pollock would be up here. He's not getting as crazy as I thought he would. Thought he'd come up here flailing your arms. Like, what? This is an outrage. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's a joke. You're smiling. No, you're not smiling. Turn your frown upside down, buddy. I'm just kidding. I gotta poke fun. The camaraderie is great up here. You know, obviously, I'm waiting for our first fight. Let's be honest. Leave your helmets on until you get out of here, right? Until you get back to the hotel. I'm not saying it's gonna be you, but you never know, man. You've seen it in traditional motorsports. You got some very competitive people. All right, just to make it official, Ryan and Drift fans, Chelsea Denofa, he's moving on to the Final Four. Chelsea Denofa moves on to the Final Four of the BC Racing United States Air Force BMW E46. Denofa moves on. That is one half of the Final Four brackets. How are we doing, Charlie Meduse? Charlie Meduse? Lorena. Lorena in the building. Gotcha. Charlie Meduse watching with Nanny. All right, well, as a friendly reminder, I think we got to act now, man. You guys got to text. Get out your phone. You're not doing anything. You're waiting for action to commence. Get your phone out. I'm waiting. Go ahead. Text GoPro FD to the number 20300. Look at the big screen. You can reference that. Get your phone out. I know it might take a while. Everybody's on the interwebs, clogging the streams. Can't get my grams out. I got a sweet gram, the sunset. Oh, no, there's no sunset. Oh, well. I'll gram this sweet sandwich. Here you go. Text GoPro FD to number 20300. I apologize. It's for USA participants only. One lucky fan will win a GoPro Hero 3 edition. Ryan, I don't know. Is it fair if you're texting? J. Brad, really? You texting for this thing? Text to win? Hey, man, No, you did not win. You won at the game of life. I'm talking about the board game. You won, bro. You are Canadian. You won. You're winning. You're winning on the Weather Channel right now. It might be a little cold, but by comparison to normal weather, but better than getting sunburnt, right? So obviously you can see turn 9 getting clean up on aisle 9. Want to thank our technical partners, Electric Visual Sunglasses. Be sure to check out the brand new signature sunglasses, debuted last year at Irwindale. Chris Forsberg, Von Gittin Jr. Also Alpine Stars, provider of all the Formula Drift uniforms and gear. One goal, one vision, Alpine Stars. Be sure to pick up all your swag, Destroyer, Formula Drift, and Jared Deanna collab tank top. Sun's out, guns out. Basically saying, you know what? When the sun's out, the big guns come out. I'm talking the tracks, the cars on the track. Only 88 were made. Josh Barnett, MMA fighter, rocking it earlier on the grams and social media network. Happy birthday once again to Wes Stewart. Happy birthday, buddy. Obviously, sorry for the delay, but with this motorsport does come some accidents. So, a brand new field of drivers. Ryan Sage, we got seen Rob Primo over there. He's parked over there. Nate Hamilton, Little Tex, failed to make it. Brandon Wicknick, one of the funnest names to say in Formula Drift competition. Little Tex, Nate Hamilton, both these guys, all these guys failed to qualify. But we'll see them in Atlanta. Getting a little, see Justin Pollock attacking me like the big Michigan monkey that he is. JTP, you're right up here. If Justin Pollock, you're right here. You want to get in on this? JTP's up here in the tower. Grab a seat real quick as they clear the track. Grab a seat. Justin Pollock, I got to say congratulations because you crashed really hard in qualifying in run one, and you brought it back.
I crashed real hard. Yeah, you know what? I got to give it up to my team, Falcon Tire, RTS. It was, it didn't look like we were going to get out to the second qualifying run, but we did and put it together, and we got in the show, and I didn't really finish up how I wanted to finish up today, but can't be mad.
No, I mean, we called it your track, you've obviously, JTP did not go 3 here.
No, I did leave my mark on it, like it's right over there.
Almost on Bill's face.
Well,
you got to do what you got to do. Sorry, bro. Sorry about your face.
Sorry, Bill.
Sorry, Bill, but we'll see you back in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Of course. Well, thank you for joining us up here. And I was all joking aside. I know you're good-spirited. Still got a smile on his face. Round of applause for JTP, Justin Pollock, Falcon Tires, Ford Mustang. We'll see you back in Atlanta. As it looks like we have it cleaned up. And we'll go back to the action. Go and get grammed out. Ropa Trans. As we move on to our next battle, Chris Forsberg versus Ryan Turk. Two Drift Alliance brothers. As Ryan Turk will lead. Retax Lifestyle Backpacks, Portland Speed Industries, and InjuguRacing.com. He's on Maxxis tires on each corner, 1552 wheels. As our judges, are we ready? We are ready to send it. As Chris Forsberg is going to be chasing down New Hampshire's own Ryan Turk. Chris Forsberg, NOS Energy Drink 370Z on hand-cooked tires. From some Shining Monkey car care products. Looking the part. Matte paint, neon colors. Big trend this year in the liveries. Here we go. Forsberg and Turk. Even keel, obviously, into turn 9. Turk initiating turn 9. These guys having a lot of seat time together. Now Englishtown, New Jersey. Chris Forsberg in deep with Ryan Turk. And now Turk exploding his rear wing. Yes, sir! Evidence right there of these guys getting a lot of seat time in their missile cars. Look at that flat line, yellow across the board, almost even Stevens there. And one of the judges going down, dipping down for Turk. One of them going for Forsberg. Put your hands together for them as they make their way back to the start line.
Well, check it out, Jared. You can see right here, Ryan Turk comes down pretty fast on the front straight, on the back straight rather. Shoots out nice and wide, almost hitting that wall right there. But Chris Forsberg right in tow does a great job staying on his line. Wow, so close right there to that outer wall as Ryan Turk, as Forsberg dives back in, then gets on the throttle and literally gets door to door right there. Great run back and forth by both competitors.
Now remember, we are in the Great 8. Dio Shihara, Denofa already in the final 4. Who's going to advance on? Forsberg or Turk in the battle after this? Gucci and Gittin. So all usual suspects except Denofa, you know, second year, and he's already in the Final Four, man. Congratulations to him. Taking a look, driver versus driver, Chris Forsberg and Turk have seen battle against each other 6 times before, with Forsberg getting the besting, 67%, excuse me, and Forsberg beat Ryan Turk back in 2002, and it wasn't back until 2008 that Ryan Turk beat Forsberg. So it's been some time since Turk has beaten Forsberg, but look at this. Forsberg is a no-show as he's going to lead, and I talked about his gremlins under his hood. We'll see if kind of had a call to action here and had to, don't feed him after midnight, don't get him wet. We'll see if the gremlins multiply. And
right.
Yes, look at this. We saw it before with Ryan Turk calling a 5-minute in between. Another lull in the action, unfortunately, but it is a competition timeout. Maximum 5 minutes. Sorry for the delay, but don't go anywhere. Our action will continue. Quit yawning. Don't yawn, Egger. This is damn exciting. You don't go anywhere. All you Formula Drift fans, stick around. Fortunately, not getting blazed by the sun. It is a competition timeout called by Chris Forsberg. So when we come back, Forsberg and Turk. Oh, wow, look at this. Don't go anywhere. Actually, don't go to the bathroom. Don't go anywhere because Forsberg's coming to the line. Don't grab a beer. Don't grab a beverage. Don't grab any swag right now because Forsberg's pulling to the line. Here we go. Forsberg and Turk, the second half
Andy.
of this battle. So we are hearing that Forsberg did pull to the line. Will that be considered calling the competition timeout or no? He did officially call it. So he got hands on the car. No longer available at both these guys. Neither of them have a competition timeout left for the remainder of today's event, today's festivities. So overall matches, Forsberg, 149 overall matches by compared to 111 of Turk. And Forsberg has a 64% winning average, which is interesting enough, his actual racing number as well is 64. Events qualified 56 out of 59 with only not qualifying 3 rounds of competition. Best qualifying he saw was back a couple years ago at Palm Beach with Ryan Turks. Actually qualified first last year here in Long Beach, Ryan Turks. So in that S13 V8 powered, he qualified first. So here we go. These guys have seen this track quite a bit. Here we go. Forsberg's going to lead. Ryan Turk gives chase. NOS Energy 370Z on Hankook tires. Initiates into that turn. Nice job using all the courses. Ryan Turk right there. Brings it down. Approaching turn 11 with an exclamation point. Turk diving in. Oh, a little bit of a correction there. Almost coming up short and just kind of just squeezes it around that final front clip.
Well, you can see, Jared, the judges are pretty much even, maybe leaning towards Forsberg, but ever so slightly. And in that last part right there, you can see it ticks up in Forsberg's favor. That has to be due to the mistake that Turk made right around that last inside clipping point. But right out of the gate, Chris Forsberg, nice job at initiation. He shoots out towards that outside wall. Both drivers pretty much even on that first outside clip, that outside zone, and on the second zone, you can see Ryan Turk as he comes into this last part right here, straightens up and does fall back a little bit, makes a slight mistake. You got to imagine that might be enough to secure Chris Forsberg the win, given how well his chase was in the first run against Ryan Turk.
I think we have a winner. I'm seeing the GoPro cameras get set up here. Remember, you and I, Ryan Sage here. That's your name, right? Ryan Sage?
Yes.
You and I hosting a Formula Drift on NBC Sports Network. It's going to be airing on later on this year. Check out Ryan Turk's Wing. The Formula Drift TV show airs in June, begins airing in June with expanded coverage here of Formula Drift. Things that you won't see here in the flesh and even on the Drift stream, so tune in. As we go to the judges' scorecard, Forsberg and Turk. Line judge says Chris Forsberg. Angle judge, Forsberg. It's unanimous. Chris Forsberg, the force, moves on to the Final Four as Ryan Turk gets knocked out. What's that? Say that again, Ryan. I thought the same. So unanimously, Chris Forsberg, the force, gets the win. And Man, make some noise for them as they head back. Ryan Turk, Chris Forsberg. 3 of the 4 are set for the final 4. And here's the final pair. Gushi versus Gittin. Vaughn Gittin Jr. Let's see if he Gittins it done against the Goosh. Both these guys, Formula Drift veterans since 2004. 10 years and still sideways, literally and figuratively. Vaughn Gittin. So our final battle is here on deck. The Nitto Tires Grade 8. Thank you for joining us. Again, if you're in the grandstands, join us for every round of competition on the Formula Drift Championship, as our next stop will be in May in Atlanta. June, we're heading to New Jersey. Remaining rounds consist of Texas, Seattle, and Irwindale. Palm Beach International Raceway, of course. Been there for a couple of years. Thank you. Check FormulaD.com for the updates. And, of course, check out all the social media channels, including Chris Forsberg did move on. It was unanimous. But check at Formula D on Instagram, at Formula D on Twitter, and, of course, Facebook.com/Formula D. Pick up all your swag. Brand new ShopFD.com. Also, some merchandise only available here, including the collaboration tank top. Myself, Formula Drift, and Destroyer did together. Here we go. Send it. This is it. Goosh was the first guy ever to win a Formula Drift event in a Mustang, if you could believe that. So here he is behind the wheel of a Scion FRS. Popping and locking. Listen, that thing popped off. It sounds like it took a wrong turn here at Long Beach or something. There we go. Don't even need to ask for applause. Funny fact, Ken Gushi was the first ever driver, I said it there, first ever driver to win a Formula Drift event in a Ford Mustang. And here he is, role reversal, as he's now behind the wheel of the Scion FRS.
Well, Ken Gushi seems to be the first for a lot of things, and he does a nice job against Vaughn Gittin Jr., obviously getting a little bit of the advantage from the judges on the screen there, but you can see right here on the replay, Ken Gushi does a pretty good job. He is off that zone. Vaughn Gittin Jr. was way deeper on that zone, but in terms of proximity, he is able to stay with Vaughn Gittin Jr. pretty good. He dives in right here. Nice lead by Vaughn Gittin Jr. Consistent. And Ken Gushi doing the best he can in the chase position.
So now they're going to alternate order in the Gretty Scion Racing FRS is going to lead, as Vaughn Gittin Jr. will give chase. Monster Energy Nitto Tire. Ford Mustang. I find this really hard to believe, man. Ken Gushi and Vaughn Gittin Jr. have only done battle once, ever. And this was back at Sonoma 2010.
Wow.
So I have to assume that was actually when, no, it was not. Yeah, his win could have potentially been that actual Mustang battle at Sonoma.
Yeah, because he would have had to gone through everybody, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, that was, taking a look at the stats, he qualified first at Monroe last year. Here we go. Ken Gushi going to lead. Vaughn Gittin Jr. giving chase. That first turn. Nice job by the Goosh. A little shallow off under that rear clipping zone, but now tightening up. As Vaughn Gittin Jr. is right there. Could tighten up to him, and he does. Door to door. Ford, go further. Did Vaughn Gittin Jr. go far enough? How are we doing over there on the water side? Let me make some noise real quick. Vaughn Gittin Jr., Ken Gushi. There you are. You guys are up on the big screen. You might not be able to see yourself because that big screen's facing away from you. That's you guys. Yep, that's you. Put your hands up. You guys are up on the big screen. Yeah. Getting rowdy over there. I have a feeling you guys are the rowdiest crew. Are you guys the rowdiest over there? You guys are the sand people? Don't worry, they'll come back and in stronger numbers too. There you go, he's got a Vaughn Gittin Jr. shirt on right there. Yeah, man, that's my shirt. I got this shirt, that's my dude. Remember, check Vaughn Gittin Jr. on the Octane Academy, now airing on NBC Sports Network. Vaughn, one part of the four-man band. Here we go, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets the win, it's unanimous, taking out Ken Gushi. Our final four is set. Dai Yoshihara, your 2011 Formula Drift champion, going against second-year Formula Drift competitor Chelsea DeNofa. On the other side of the top four bracket, Chris the Force Forsberg going against Vaughn Gittin Jr. Both those guys, all three of those guys champions except Chelsea DeNofa. When we come back here at the first round of the Formula Drift Pro Championship, we'll conclude this event, and we won't stop until we find out who wins the signature carbon fiber trophy. Thank you guys for joining us here at round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Now it's time to pay a little bit of bills.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exidy has you covered. Race over to ExidyUSA.com for more information.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hanguk Tires.
When I was little, I wanted to grow up and help people.
When I was young, I wanted to save lives.
I wanted to make a difference in the world.
When I was growing up, I wanted to serve my country.
My name is Captain Shawnse Tarrant, Air Force physician.
I'm Airman First Class Ashley Denton, Air Force firefighter.
I am Lieutenant Colonel Gail Crawford, Air Force JAG.
I'm Captain Cynthia Nogueras, and I'm an American Airman.
Achilles, tires you can trust.
We are back here at round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Long Beach, stop your feet for me. Make some noise, stop your feet. Let's see how loud we can get this place. The final four is set. You gotta stop your feet. Come on now, do it with me. Dai Yoshihara's in the final four. He's going against Chelsea Denofa. On the other side of the final four bracket, Chris the Force Forsberg versus Vaughn Gittin Jr. Here we go. Send it. Dai Yoshihara's going to chase. Dai blazing into that turn, using all the course. Looks like he just turned it up to 11. As Dai Yoshihara, you can see the analytics just grabbing it and saying, hey, Dai Yoshihara getting a little bit of beats there. I said he turned it up to 11, and coincidentally, Chelsea Denofa actually has a tattoo of a knob turned up to 11. Go figure. That's all I got.
Well, he is your #1 qualifier. He did a great job. He has done a great job all weekend long, but so is Chelsea Denofa. Really, really impressive this weekend, Jared. He's done a great job in practice. He qualified high, and he's put together some good tandem runs, but Daijiro Yoshihara seems to be kind of in that zone right now, and coming out on that first run, it was pretty clear to see that Daijiro Yoshihara wants to take the win here at Long Beach. As he comes into this first corner right here, he shoots out wide. Nice job right there, just about 2 feet off. Should be a little bit closer to that outside zone. Chelsea Denofa is having a slight challenge, following him as closely as he probably should be. He does dive in right here, close the gap just a little bit. So both guys having some slight bobbles, but Daijiro Yoshihara, like you said, really quick and fast and aggressive out there.
Quick, fast, aggressive. You said it, he's in the zone, and you know, there was a video out there where he's going to quit drifting and go MMA, you know, fighting. Josh Barnett, kind of a Formula Drift crony, hangs out with us quite a bit, and he's doing some training with them. You know, in all seriousness, he's doing some training, some mental training, some physical training with Josh Barnett, and he talked about it in the zone. I think that has to contribute with his focus, his mental focus. So Chelsea Denofa, he runs hard. So we'll see if he has enough to take out Dai Yoshihara. Again, in our final four, all three of the four are champions. You have 09 champion Chris Forsberg going against 2010 champion Vaughn Gittin Jr., both on Drift Alliance, and then you have the 2011 champ of Dai Yoshihara going against obviously two-year competitor of Chelsea Denofa. So this is only his second year, last year being his rookie year. Seen some hands on the car here, getting some GoPros. Formula Drift presented by GoPro. GoPro, the world's most versatile camera. Other sponsors including the United States Air Force, official military sponsor of Formula Drift. Thank you to the March Air Force Base Color Guard for presenting the colors. Thank you to Targa Trophy. Targa Trophy, you haven't checked it out? Targa Trophy making their way through Orange County. Targa Trophy, really cool. Check it out. Be part of one of the rallies that is Targa Trophy. And of course, the Fat Lace Slam Society Car Show. Here we go. Second half of this battle. It is Denofa leading. Yoshihara giving chase. Good transition. Oh, Chelsea with a bit of a straightening there. Coming into that rear flip. Not going as deep as Yoshihara did. And look at the transition from Yoshihara actually even before Denofa. Kind of keeping the distance. Yoshihara kind of keeping an arm's length there as he already saw a bobble out of the gate right in front of the famous bearded one, Bill Baldwin.
Well, clearly not a definitive winner there, Jared, between those two runs. The judge is talking about it and wanted to see that replay once again. Looked like a weird transition right there from Daijiro Yoshihara. Was that a mistake on his part, or was he just trying to adapt to what was going on in front of him? But let's go to the Nitto replay. We can see right here on the initiation by Chelsea Denofa. He shoots out. He's about 2 feet off the wall. Dai transitions first in the rear. Then he comes up a little bit shallow right there as Denofa tries to go to that outer wall. Then Daijiro Yoshihara dives back in. Gets close to the rear wheel right there as he comes across the finish line, as Chelsea Denofa actually straightens out a little bit before the finish line. Not sure if that will count negatively against him or if he will indeed be across the finish line, but tough call by both competitors.
So the judges kind of scrutinizing both runs. Denofa, Yoshihara, 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 and it is unanimous. Dai Yoshihara gets the win and moves on to the finals. As Chelsea Denofa will wait in the wings. He's going against the loser, but more importantly, the winner, Dai Yoshihara, will go against the winner of the next battle. Forsberg versus Gittin. These guys have seen tons of battles against each other. Again, Forsberg and Gittin. They're our next pair. grammed out as we enter the second half of this Final Four bracket. Forsberg and Vaughn have seen battle against each other 8 times over their Formula Drift careers, with it being 50-50, 4-4, 50%, as their first match was back in Atlanta in 2004. That was the first ever round of competition, and here they are celebrating 10 years, and the last win was by Vaughn Gittin Jr. just last year in Wall, New Jersey.
Well, you remember Vaughn Gittin Jr. went on that tear in the latter part of last year. It almost seems like he was absolutely unstoppable. Made it all the way to the last part of the championship run and just comes up literally a point or two short there in the finale. I know he wants to get back on the podium, but he's got a tough charge right here against Chris Forsberg.
As Vaughn Gittin Jr. qualified 6th this round of competition, he saw his best qualifying last year as of recent in Monroe, Washington. Here we go. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is going to lead Chris Forsberg giving chase. Going into turn 9. Nice job by Vaughn using all of the course. Light of those middle tires. Forsberg really struggling to get up there, and now he does. Now he latches on to the Mustang RTR of Vaughn Gittin Jr.
Well, obviously right there, the judges favoring Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that first run. You can see a little bit of a bounce, but certainly Vaughn Gittin Jr. was taking the lead for the majority of the run. I thought he had a much better line than Chris coming down the front straight right here in the front of the judges stand. He stayed wide, he had great angle. Chris was able to catch him in the latter part of the course, Jared, but as we go to the Nitto replay, we can check it out in detail. Vaughn Gittin Jr. initiates, Chris Forsberg jumps right in there. Vaughn goes very wide. That's exactly what the judges are looking for. He does get very close to that outer one. You can see Chris is on a little bit of an inside line there, not taking the same deep line that Vaughn Gittin Jr. was taking. And then finally Chris gets real close here towards the end. Vaughn Gittin Jr. swings wide. Chris kind of comes in on the middle line straight right before the finish line cone.
It was a good showing by both the drivers, but as you said, Vaughn Gittin Jr. a little more dominant in that run. It's an all-electric visual battle. These guys having signature glasses. Check them out at electricvisual.com or on the Grahamtown at Electric Visual. And obviously both these guys, Drift Alliance brothers, Formula Drift veterans. These guys just 2 good friends off the track, but on the track, they're going hard. So now they're alternating the order. Forsberg going to lead. Vaughn Gittin Jr. giving chase. NOS Energy Drink versus Monster. Nissan 370Z. Where are my Nissan fans at? Where are my Ford Mustang Vaughn Gittin Jr. fans at? Run what you brung. Both these guys running V8s under the hood as Vaughn Gittin Jr. Naturally aspirated V8s, and as is Chris Forsberg running the VK56, one of the highest horsepower naturally aspirated Nissan engines. As Vaughn Gittin Jr. obviously running a full race engine, being built out of ASD Motorsports in Charlotte, North Carolina. Vaughn Gittin Jr. building his own team after leaving his longtime tire sponsor, now running some Nitto tires on each corner. Here we go. Chris Forsberg throwing it in. Who's going to go against Dye in the finals? Send it. Chris Forsberg throwing it out. Nicely wide. Great job by Forsberg. Can't shake. Vaughn Gittin Jr. is right there as he goes around that final flip. Let him know you're here. Long Beach.
Hard to find any mistakes right there from Chris Forsberg, but really going back to that first run, I think he was a little bit less on his game than Vaughn Gittin Jr. was in the chase run for this particular run. But Chris Forsberg absolutely demolished it in the lead run right here. So we'll really come down to the combination of both. How much weight do the judges give that first run where Chris Forsberg was in the chase, but in the lead position, absolutely flawless. Comes very deep. You can see it goes almost as deep as Vaughn does, right up against the wall. He does the same thing right there on the first outer zone. Goes deep to the second outer zone. Transitions right into the last inside clipping point. Vaughn Gittin Jr., however, is right there along the way. He does not make a mistake towards the end as Chris kind of went in the middle line. So was that enough for Vaughn Gittin Jr. to move into the finals?
Where are my Vaughn Gittin Jr. fans at? Let me hear you again. Where are my Chris Forsberg fans at? Where are my drifting fans at? Make some noise! This is the Final Four. Who's going against Dye in the finals? And who's going against Denofa for third? Vaughn Gittin Jr.? Vaughn Gittin Jr. gets the win. He's in the finals in the Monster Energy Nitto Tire Ford Mustang. Seeing that little girl just go boo-hoo. I don't know if you guys saw that. As Vaughn Gayton Jr., she's got her favorites. Everybody does, right? So Dai Yoshihara is going against Vaughn Gayton Jr. in the finals. But first up, third place, Chelsea Denofa against Forsberg for that final third place spot. Well, Dai Yoshihara or Vaughn Gayton Jr. are guaranteed, at minimum, second place for the first round of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. And both those guys want it really bad. Both of them former champions. Vaughn Gayton Jr. in 2010 and Dai Yoshihara in 2011.
Well, we talked about Vaughn Gayton Jr. wanting to break through here at Long Beach. He struggled here the past couple of years, just not been able to get out strong. And he always comes back in the middle to the latter part of the season. He has done that in the past few years, but obviously he's been able to overcome that, get to the point where he's already in the finale. Whether he wins or not today, he's put the right foot forward. But Daijiro Yoshihara, being dethroned last year by Daigo Saito, wants to get back into the championship run, and obviously he's doing it right here.
And these guys have seen battle against each other 10 times, Vaughn Gayton Jr. and Dai Yoshihara, with, look at this, an astounding 80% Dai Yoshihara winning. So these guys, you know, obviously that's the final. I'm kind of jumping the gun here, but Vaughn Gayton Jr. and Dai Yoshihara in the finals. Dai Yoshihara with an 80% winning average over Vaughn Gayton Jr.'s 20%. When we come back here at round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship, taking a quick cleanup break, make sure the cars are all tight and right as we're going to send it here in the first round of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. When we come back, our third place battle and eventually our first place battle when we come back in the Ditto Top 4.
My family came to the United States from a military dictatorship, didn't have any of the freedoms that Americans hold dearly. The Air Force is not just a job, it's truly a calling. Our job in cyber operations is to ensure that the data and communications of the world are safe from attack. My family, they're extremely proud that their son serves this country which they fought so hard to get to. My name is Captain Nicholas Aquino, and I'm an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
To be good at one thing is an accomplishment. To be great at many is to achieve excellence in diversity. At Falcon Tire, we thrive on competition. Whether it's American Le Mans, Formula Drift, or off-road, we constantly push to be the best. We battle it out on the track so you can conquer your daily commute. Falcon Tire, we get you going.
Welcome back here. We're looking down just as you exit turn 9. Let's look in the opposite direction. We're over here in the judging tower, the red and white striped tent. You see it just beyond the Firestone Bridge. I'm your tour guide, Jared Deanna, the voice of Formula Drift. My co-host, Mr. Ryan Sage. Ryan, it's been a great day out here. I'm getting really psyched, and I know you are. And again, kind of a cloudy day. It never burned off, unfortunately, but the track got hot.
Thankful that it didn't rain. That's the most important thing. You know, the action on track has been incredible. We've seen some great battles, not only from the round of 32, qualifying yesterday, getting into the round of 16 today, and we've got a great final battle coming up. But before we get to that, Chelsea Denofa, for the first time in a third-place battle up against 2009 champ Chris Forsberg.
Well, utilizing some drift stats here, but yeah, you know, Chelsea Denofa, second year in Formula Drift competition. We saw him in his E36 four-door BMW, and then he switched it over to the Bergenholtz Racing RX-8 midway through the season. Now he's back in his personally built BC Racing United States Air Force Nitto tire, BMW E46. So good for him, man.
Yeah, it's been great to see him excel, and you know, like I said, he came out really strong in qualifying. He qualified fourth, right behind Michael Essa. It looked like he was on point all day long, and he's finding himself now in a position to get his first ever podium. You know, we've been hearing about this kid for a long time. He finally decided to commit to Formula Drift last year, and he's been impressive pretty much along the way. Been with a few teams, like you said, but now he's kind of back on his own deal, and he's really excelling and showing these fans what real drifting's all about.
Yep, and the progression from him, and we talked about it, he's garnishing a lot of fans, but this is the first time these guys have seen battle against each other, Forsberg and Denofa. And I was talking to one of the spotters over here. I know I talked about Forsberg having issues, but as is Denofa, he's having some clutch issues. So you got clutch issues with Chelsea Denofa hanging on by a thread. You got engine issues with Forsberg. It's kind of this is Gladiator. 2-man enter, 1-man leaves. So before the finals, we're near the beach. We're going to get away before the finals. We're going to send it for the finals, but here we go. We are ready to go. The cars are being sent as Chelsea Denofa is leading, Chris Forsberg giving chase. Chelsea Denofa leading, Chris Forsberg giving chase. Here we go. Good transition by Denofa. Forsberg right there, up in his business. Good transition into that final clipping point. Almost going around that final clip, but stayed in it. Make some noise for Denofa and Forsberg. Looked like Denofa, you can take a look at the analytics there. Denofa had the advantage and primarily through there, but then dipped down to Forsberg, back up to Denofa.
Well, here we go, Jared, taking a look at the replay right here. You can see Chelsea Denofa on initiation. Shoots out as wide as he possibly can, about a foot off that. And then right there on that first inside or outside zone, Chris Forsberg finally starts attacking right here. Gets up nice and close, transitions back around, dives in, and then a little bit of a flub right there, loses him on the latter part of that inside clip. Does close the door before the finish line right there. A little bit of a back and forth battle for third place here, as now Chelsea Denofa will chase down Chris Forsberg.
You can see Chelsea Denofa just crawling back to the start. Forsberg will lead. Denofa giving chase. Thank you for joining us online, FormulaD.com. Tune in for every round of the Formula Drift Championship here in 2013. Myself, Ryan Sage, and Taro Koki. Give me some insight on what has unfolded and transpired throughout the year. Again, other rounds of competition include Atlanta, New Jersey, Palm Beach International Raceway, Texas, Monroe, Washington, and Irwindale. I failed to mention Las Vegas, well, because previous years we've been there, no longer going to Las Vegas. Enter Texas Motor Speedway. Be sure to follow us at Texas Motor Speedway, a new venue for us. It's been around for quite some time for some other forms of motorsports, but we're going to be tearing it up in the Lone Star State. Who will be the Lone Star in Texas? We'll find out later on this year. You can watch it all live on FormulaD.com. As Chris Forsberg will be leading, Chelsea Denofa giving chase. This is the Nitto Tires top four. Oh, Denofa initiating and correcting as Forsberg pulling away quite a bit from Forsberg. Transitioning through into the final clip. Nice and tight, good swing by Forsberg. great battle. Make some noise, Long Beach, Forsberg, and Denofa. All above the line there, just straight up. Went even keel halfway through for one of the judges, but just a nice clean arc. Almost looked like a dyno pull there.
Well, if you thought Chris Forsberg was at a disadvantage in the first run, the question is, did he get it back on his lead run? Right here, Chris Forsberg does seem to put Chelsea Denofa in a compromised position right there. He makes a mistake on that first part of that outer zone, or excuse me, that outer wall right there. Chelsea does reel it in here towards the end, but it was a pretty good sized mistake at the beginning right there. Will that put it back on even keel between both drivers if indeed you thought Chris Forsberg was at a disadvantage from the first run?
Well, the graphics up, that should mean that the judges have their verdict. And we will see. Line judge Forsberg. Forsberg gets the win. He gets third place here, round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Your 2009 Formula Drift champion, Chris Forsberg, gets third place. And hey, round of applause for Chelsea Denofa, BC Racing, United States Air Force, Ditto Tires, BMW, scrapping it together and getting his first ever Final Four just a bit outside. And I'm expecting big things from Denofa. But Chris Forsberg seals the deal for the third place spot. So congratulations to the Force and his team. They're going to be on the podium and be reeking of champagne. That's you guys. Wave to the crowd. Or wave to the big screen. This is our finals. Long Beach, California. Let's warm up ourselves a little bit. I'm going to ask for you guys to do the wave. We're going to stand up here. So on three, you're going to stand up closest to the Firestone Bridge right here in this stadium. All right, we're going left to right. On three, you're going to stand up closest to the Firestone Bridge. 1, 2, and 3. Stand up, stand up, stand up. We're going in front of the grandstands. We're going all the way to the water side. Keep it going across. Come on, we're going to warm ourselves up. This is the finals. Vaughn Gint Jr., Dai Yoshihara, 20 years of experience between the two. Going to the water side. Did it die? Did it die? All right, let's do it again. Let's do it again. Oh, it's back. A little ripple became a wave. Boom, go it again. 1, 2, and 3. Stand up, stand up. We need a tidal wave. And I'm talking to you, dude. White shirt, red hat. I saw you just put your arm up. I need a full committed 2-leg stand up. Yeah, you. So here we go, coming all the way around. We're gonna send it into the finals. Come on, kickstart, dude. That one section is Grumpy Cat over there. You guys are a bunch of grumpy cats. I don't like waves. I don't know how to swim. Meh. All right, on three, last time, and make this good. We're going all the way around. Are you guys ready, Long Beach? 1, 2, 3, stand up, send it. Come on, there you go. That guy did it like just a jazz dance. Look, he's still standing up. He's like Statue of Liberty of the wave game. Boom, run all the way around, even the VIP. There we go, did we get it? Are we getting it? Are we getting it? Dude, Sour Patch Kids. Yeah, there we go. Dude, what lemons did you guys eat over there? Sour Sally. Thank you guys for coming out. Round one of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Where are my Dai Yoshihara fans at? Where are my Vaughn Gint Jr. fans at? And you guys are all here because you're drifting fans, so make some noise! Thank you for joining us online, FormulaD.com. Watch every round of competition, live and in the flesh. Mehdi, I know you're watching. Velo V Bikes, sporting Chris Forsberg. Mehdi, back in AZ, holding it down. State Bikes. These are the GoPro Finals, Formula Drift, presented by GoPro. GoPro, the world's most versatile camera. The United States Air Force, official military sponsor of Formula Drift. Ford, Hankook Tires. Be one with it, Hankook Tires. Nitto Tires, Falcon Tires, and Achilles Tires. Associate sponsors include AEM Intakes, Exited Clutches, Motegi Racing, NK Wheels, KW Suspensions, and Chase Bays. Other tire suppliers include Kenda Tire, Nexon Tire, and Yokohama Tire. Technical partners include Electric Visual Sunglasses, Alpine Stars, One Goal, One Vision, and Bell One Communications. The new Wi-Fi enabled Hero 3 camera is the most advanced GoPro yet. It's smarter, smaller, lighter, and twice as powerful. Check out the new Hero 3 for yourself at GoPro.com. Are you ready to send it? On three, 1, 2, 3, send it! Here we go. Dai Yoshihara, Vaughn Gint Jr., Ryan Sage, are you psyched? Here we go. Dai Yoshihara coming into view into turn 9. See if he can use the whole track. Dai Yoshihara a bit off. Now utilizing the whole track. Back at it. In that rear slippery zone. Dai pushing hard to the outside wall. It's Falcon versus Nitto. Vaughn Gittin Jr. dives in, takes out that clip. Vaughn Gittin Jr. makes a huge critical mistake. Again, not getting beat, but getting beat by himself. Vaughn Gittin Jr. around that final clipping point.
Well, Vaughn Gittin Jr. was certainly behind Daijiro Yoshihara by a pretty sizable margin. Given the build of his car and given the build of Daijiro Yoshihara's car, expect him to be a little bit closer. He dives in there at the last moment, trying to close the door right in front of the judges and makes a mistake. As we go to the replay, you can see right here, Daijiro Yoshihara comes out absolutely blasting, pulling away from Vaughn Gittin Jr. right here in front of the judges by about 1 car length. Vaughn Gittin Jr. probably sees that. He dives in to try to close the gap, goes offline right there. I believe the judges will probably call that a 0. I would like to confirm with that, but it looks like he was at least 2 tires off right there, taking out that clip. We'll confirm that just to make sure. But obviously, Daijiro Yoshihara at a big advantage after the first run.
Last year, these guys saw battle together at Wall, New Jersey in 2012. Vaughn Gittin Jr. got that battle, but lifetime overall, Vaughn Gittin Jr., a 20% winning average over Dai. That means, of course, that Dai Yoshihara has won 8 out of the 10 times that they've been paired up going against each other. Right now, Vaughn Gittin Jr. with a deficit. On 3, let's yell send it, as Vaughn Gittin Jr. is going to lead. Dai Yoshihara giving chase. 1, 2, 3, send it! Here we go. Vaughn Gittin Jr., Dai Yoshihara, who's gonna get the biggest carbon fiber trophy here in Long Beach? Who's gonna be our points leaders? Vaughn Gittin Jr. transitions under the bridge, pushing real hard into that outside rear clipping zone. Nice shot, both these guys right there on the rear clip. Can we bring it home? And Dai Yoshihara right there. I have to assume it's going to be Dai Yoshihara. Blowing up your speakers at home. Make some noise, Long Beach. Thank you for coming out. If you're headed home, keep it off the street and on the track. Thank you for sending it with us here for Formula Drift, round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship, presented by GoPro. My name is Jared Deenda. If you guys don't stick around, or come join us over at the Formula Drift podium ceremony. Ryan, let's take a look at it once again.
Well, obviously we had a big mistake from Vaughn Gittin Jr. in that last run. Daijiro Yoshihara pretty much flawless in the second run. You have to imagine it's just going to be too hard to overcome, even though Vaughn Gittin Jr. did have a good lead. Vaughn Gittin Jr. making that mistake, and Daijiro Yoshihara most likely getting the win. But we will bring him right down here in front for the Speed Hunters winner, and we'll find out officially who wins here in Long Beach.
Well, we're going to bring them down here on track right here. Get out your cameras. We're going to announce our winner right here on track. 1, 2, and 3. You already know Chris Forsberg gets that final podium spot with Vaughn Gittin Jr. and Dai here in the finals. And there they are. Your 1, 2, and 3 as they step out of the car. Make some noise for them. Your guaranteed 3rd place finisher, NOS Energy Drink 370Z on Hankook Tires, Chris the Force Forsberg. Looking like a young Obi-Wan there. As we get the other 2 drivers out, we'll get them in front of their vehicles and announce who is your winner. And at that time, you'll know who 2nd place is. All right, well, your winner here at the first round of the Formula Drift Pro Championship of 2013, 10 years and still sideways, 30 years of drifting experience. All these guys, Formula Drift veterans since year 1. Your winner here and your new points leader for this season is Daijiro Yoshihara on the Discount Tire Falcon Tires V8S 13. 2nd place here in Long Beach in the Monster Energy Nitto Tire Ford Mustang is Vaughn Gittin Jr. There's your 1, 2, and 3. Dai Yoshihara, Vaughn Gittin Jr., and Chris the Force Forsberg. Congratulations, you guys. We'll see you over at the podium where we're going to be giving out the carbon fiber trophies. On behalf of Ryan Sage, I'm Jared Deanna. Thank you for joining us here. We'll see you at the podium ceremonies, but we'll see you guys in the next round of competition as we make our way to Road Atlanta for the second round of 7 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. Don't forget to send it. Thank you to all our sponsors. Again, don't forget to tip your waitress and keep it off the street and on the track. We'll see you next time. There's our SpeedHunters.com winner, Daijiro Yoshihara. This is a friendly reminder. Please do not take the banners. I see you in the blue and yellow hat. Please do not take the banners. We will arrest you. These are property of Formula Drift, and these are paid for, so please do not take the banners. We are watching you, so please. I know you want them, and it's a cool souvenir, but please do not take the banners. Thank you very much. Again, we will have security detain you if you do steal our banners because they are property of Formula Drift. Thank you.
Be bold, be courageous in following that dream. Step across that threshold and into that new adventure. My name is Colonel Alvin Drew, and I am an American Airman.
Be one with it, and it will be one with you. Be one with your tires, and the road will be one with you. Hankook Tires.
When it comes to slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exedy has you covered. Race over to ExedyUSA.com for more information.
Check, check. Check, check. Check, check. Sounds good. All right.
Get out of your face.
All right, welcome out, or what am I saying, welcome out. Thank you guys for joining us here at the podium. Round of applause for all our drivers. Some great drifting action. Make some noise, all you fans, all you media. You guys obviously have cameras in your hand, but some great showing, some great driving to start. 10 years and still sideways. You've still been listening to me. Thank you guys for being part of this DNA, but thank you to Ryan Sage and Jim Lau for making this dream come true for all the drivers, sponsors, and competitors. So thank you guys for obviously having us. First and foremost, Exity Racing Clutches, a supporter since day one. They've been around since year one in 2004. Get the Exity Racing Clutch ladies up here, and we're gonna present the contingency check to the winner for this round of competition. And he's staged, he's over here, he's got to grab a quick interview, he's always busy. He's Captain Clutch Kick, he's ready to run. He is Vaughn Gittin Jr. Vaughn Gittin Jr., get on over here. Exit Racing Clutch's winner. There he is, 700 bucks. Bar tab's on you at the pike, buddy. Just a little bit of spending dollars on some little drinks. There he is, Vaughn Gittin Jr. Your Exit Racing Clutch's contingency check winner, Vaughn Gittin Jr. All right, without further ado, this is the signature, what's come to be known as the signature carbon fiber trophy, precious as Mitch Forsberg would call it, and here it is, giving you your third place trophy here at round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship here in Long Beach in the NOS Energy Drink 370Z on hand-cooked tires. He is Chris the Force Forsberg! Congratulations to you, buddy. We've been doing this customary speech. Anything you have to say?
I love Long Beach. We've had great results here, and it's an awesome track. And I really want to thank the guys. They worked their butts off this weekend to keep our car on track, and it was great. You know, I love running with my guys. Me and my bro Vaughn up on the podium again. 6 years in a row, DA on the podium in Long Beach.
Well said, well said. Moving right along, second place. You just said his name. He's your Drift Alliance brother. And I want to note this fact here. All these guys, all the 3 podium finishers, been competing in Formula Drift since day one, since 2004. 30 years of drifting experience between these guys and then some. So Formula Drift veterans at its finest. Second place in the Monster Energy Nitto Tire Ford Mustang, he is Vaughn Gittin Jr. And there it is. Congratulations, buddy. This means so much to you. Obviously, running your own deal. ASD came with you. There you go, buddy.
Yeah, I'm really pumped. Like you said, you know, this is my first year with running my own program. I shouldn't say my own. It's an amazing team that I've compiled to put all this stuff together, and I'm very fortunate that everybody chooses to work with me and support me. And you guys here in Long Beach are like seriously one of the most epic crowds that we get, and I'm really grateful for all you all. We'll see you at the Pike tonight on 4th Street, because we'll be partying!
All right, well, last but definitely not least, let's get that biggest carbon fiber trophy over here. 2011 Formula Drift champion, a great friend, again, a Formula Drift veteran, Discount Tire, America's Tire, Falcon Tire, V8 S13. He is Daichiro Yoshihara! Quick, some few words about this victory. What's it mean to you? All this mental training with Josh Barnett, it's working out.
Yeah, that's for sure. Josh helped me a lot. But you know, more than anything, I gotta thank a lot for Discount Tire, Falcon Tire, and all my team crew. You know, Scott, Shay, Mike, and Chris, and Steve. You know, everybody else. They worked really hard, and you know, this is a great start for the season. Best ever, actually. Qualify first, and then get a first place, so I'm gonna aim for the championship for sure. Thank you so much, guys.
All right, well, without further ado, get the ladies up here. Let's get that Monica and Chandler champagne going. Congratulations, Chris Forsberg, Vaughn Gittin Jr., Dai Yoshihara. These are your podium finishers here, round 1 of the Formula Drift Pro Championship. We'll see you guys in Atlanta.
slinging through the mud, sliding sideways, or just going straight down the strip, Exedy has you covered. Race over to ExedyUSA.com for more information.